thing because they're going to have to kind of turn things on. But more and more, as we get further and further into this new world of 17 games and 3 preseason games and this big 2-week break, like we have these discussions about like, oh, the intensity of practice and all this. Like roster cuts aren't what they used to be because it's basically a 70-man roster. Like everything has changed so significantly. If you go back to before the schedule changes and before the COVID changes, it was cutthroat as hell.
Very.
Because you had to trim it to 60. I mean, one of the toughest scenes I always thought, you had to trim it down to 60. So then you just have to cut 7 more guys. And the practice squad was only like whatever it was, 5 or 6 fellas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff. And you still had a 4th preseason game.
Yeah.
The amount of veterans that ended up playing, and unfortunately, just the math would suggest getting hurt in 4th preseason games, like, it was astonishing. I remember being on the field for some preseason games and seeing, like, veteran players with real contracts, like, yep, we got to go. And so I think we still have this mentality of the old roster cuts and such, and you really did have to ramp up because in that era, you played that 4th preseason game, depending when you opened the season, was exactly a week out, and you're playing for a roster spot.
Yeah, but it was
just
like,
not like that.
They knew who the guys were by the time the 4th preseason game came, and what happened. You have 53 guys, and they were those 53 guys. And so you got 60 people on that last roster, and it's going to be the guys playing from the end. And some of the guys, they were on offense, defense, special teams, on every one of them, and they wasn't going to play. The starters didn't. The actual starters didn't get in the game. Guys knew you were going to be going, multiple. You're going to be playing a lot of minutes on those times. That 3rd preseason game was the one where you'll get the starters going 2 quarters, go to halftime, come out, and they may get a drive or 2 in that 3rd quarter. Then you start taking them out. But that 4th game, they didn't get much play because you didn't want to have one of your starters get hurt. You know what I mean? So it was weird, but still, a lot of guys knew exactly what they can go do. I don't know.
It's just It's a
different game. It's a different game.
Going into tomorrow, noon kickoff, 3rd preseason game. It's a very different setup.
Yeah.
And so I did the Trap or Dive podcast last night. The Hogs Haven guys. I don't know if you know those guys like Dre and Jamal. I know Jeff knows those guys. I always enjoy going on with them. And we had a lot of the conversation was about B-Rob and kind of how it got here. A lot of the conversation was about Terry and kind of how it got there. But then, a popular topic right now, I mean, Landfill might even have this on the show sheet, right? Like roster cut downs are coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a surprise cut.
Really won't be none.
Unless you want to have a Luke McCaffrey discussion, which I would be surprised if Luke gets cut. He's a top 100 pick from a year ago. DQ yesterday talking with us talked about how much improvement he's seen from Luke. Cliff, who Cliff will call you out. Cliff is a no BS officer in the mold of the great Landini. Cliff doesn't talk as frequently as DQ, so he's not going to talk about as many people as DQ. But Cliff sounded really encouraged when he did talk about Luke, whenever that was, probably a week ago-ish, whenever Cliff spoke last. So the staff either actually really likes what they're seeing or is at least trying to encourage the young man. Like,
the difference is this. You and me and the multitude of fans that watch it, we're looking for him to be damn near a finished product. They have levels of what they're willing to see based off the fact that he had changed that position. And then they draft him because they see that potential. And I was talking to someone yesterday at the practice, and they were like, man, this is a quick one, huh? And I say, but you got to realize if they hit the things that the coaches have set, it's damn good for them. For us, some of us that still have the old mindset, and some of us who are looking for the team to be damn near where we want them to be week one, we go, they need to do a little more. And I think that's the disconnect, where the coaches have a level what they're looking for. We're looking for damn near perfection.
Agreed. I think we also get so like football hungry and football starved that we just want to see football. You know what I mean? And because of that, I think I was talking with a young person, not Jeff, a young person, about don't get caught up in the everyday nature of August football. And try to remember that, like, there's 17 games coming.
Yeah.
And every rep, every snap, every roster move, like a lot of these will have a very, very little ripple on what is a 17-game regular season.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they signed George Fant the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw some reaction like, oh, man, they must be worried if Cosme's going to be ready.
No.
One thing has nothing to do with the other.
Yeah.
Not to mention Fant's a tackle.
Yeah.
So it's just like we search for this like higher meaning in everything that's occurring on August 7th and August 11th.
People are always looking for something that's not there. And I think the ultimate thing is just look at it like this. In everything that you do, you prepare and you try to get as close to what the people that prepare for a marathon, they have training schedules and they're getting closer and closer to that 26 miles as they get closer to the race. But once they get to the race, they normally taper it back off a little bit. When you're getting ready to run the 100 meters, you never run the 100 meters as fast as you do on the day that you run and set those records, do you? But you get closer and closer to it. The NFL has come up with a mindset, well, we don't have to get close to it at all. We're going to just get ready to go do the season, and then we're going to play it. And it works, in essence, because sometimes most teams do the exact same thing. And if your team is better than that other team that's doing exactly what you're doing, you both get better in the next 3 to 4 weeks when the season starts. But if you're already better than them, you're still going to be better than them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the team that may be better than you and you trying to catch them, you don't seem to catch them. You get what I'm saying? So that's the thing you got to be careful of. And, like, you know, when you get a special quarterback, that changes things a little bit for you.
Changes everything.
But
that's why he's the best category.
When I talk to players individually, I tell everyone I'm the same. And I don't think this is stepping on toes of ownership. This ain't stepping on toes of coaches or front offices. I say the rules are whatever they are. But this damn game is still as hard as it was when I played it. I understand what the rules are. But guess what? Why do we have police officers when you're on the road? Because everybody don't follow the speed limit, right? So everybody on that damn football field, that's why they got referees. Everybody's not following the rules. So if you go out there half-stepping and you know you could have worked a little harder and you go around there tiptoeing and somebody hits you in your damn head, you're hurt. But if you go around there full speed and you're prepared for it, you may be able to drop the boom on them before they get the boom on you. So I tell every guy, make sure your body is where your body needs to be. The coaches, they design that stuff for the overall, everybody get to a certain level.
Ramp up.
But when Dan Riley was here, one of the best strength coaches in the history of the NFL, and he was like, you doing more than what I'm asking you to do. I said, what you mean? He said, I could just tell, because when you come in here, you're much more stronger. I said, yeah, I go to WorldGate and I do the routines and things for me that I like doing. He said, really? He said, well, look, to be safe, come in here. So we would have to lift weights like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. I show up at 6:30, and do all of the Olympic lifts that he wouldn't allow people to do. but I had the right technique, I would do them because I needed to be at that level. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I tell guys, keep doing it because if you fall in the line, I'm just gonna go get whatever they give me. You may not get where you need to be, and then you only person you can blame when you are at your house. And you're not on the team is you.
So it's interesting. Our guy Cody Betts just sent me an interesting tweet saying, if B-Mitch played in today's era of the NFL, would he have a better or worse career?
It'll be way better.
Why?
Because the other people ain't working as hard. And I wouldn't have to worry about practicing like I was practicing, but I can still get the level I was going to get because I'm going to go do it myself. But I didn't get hurt when I played back then in that rough era with all those two-a-days and all the pads. Today, I would have to do is be working out extra because from what I'm saying, I wouldn't have got what I wanted, but I was going to get it.
Well, I also think, like, you wouldn't.
And I watched defensive backs, and I watched people tackling who refuse to go to the ground. They just think you're going to go to the ground for them. That right there would have opened. It would have had me chomping at the bit. If I know you're not going to try to tackle me,
but I don't think you would have known the difference. Like, if you were just playing now, you'd think this is how you play now. You wouldn't have known.
I would not have.
Right.
In that era I played, it was crazy as hell, and I still was doing that extra stuff then.
Speaking of that era.
Think about that.
Yeah. So I started the Cowboys have a new documentary on Netflix of Jerry Jones first buying the team, and you can tell it's pretty Jerry sanitized. Like it'll be very interesting how they portray everything when it starts to go bad. But if you think about Jerry bought the Cowboys in '89, they were terrible. Terrible again in '90. 91, they really start to break through. Then 92, 93, they had that period of dominance for 5-6 years. One really cool moment last night was now granted y'all lost that game, but you were also undefeated. You 14-2 regular season. Mm-hmm. Occasionally teams lose. They showed this clip of RFK when the Cowboys come to town, and then they showed John Madden talking about the 91 Skins, team you won a Super Bowl with, team that in hindsight I believe kind of changed my life and put me on the path I'm currently on, just being obsessed with that team. And in it, they showed the 91 team was good, but they needed somebody else. Mm-hmm. And then that offseason, they traded for Charles Haley. Mm-hmm. I remember Charles Haley, the player. Mm-hmm. I had never heard him speak or heard some of the stories of him.
Yeah.
How crazy is that dude?
Charles Haley was my neighbor.
Where?
So here. So
he lived here?
Charles Haley is from, what was it? It was Lynchburg, whatever. And Charles lived, so my house, where my house is. Yeah. So if you go through the woods in my house, but directly behind my house was Charles Haley's house. Then directly across the street from Charles was Gary Clark's house.
He went to JMU?
Those dudes went to school together. Yes.
Damn. I did not know that.
Yes.
He's from Gladys, Virginia.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was a Gladys, Virginia. Mm-hmm. Gladys is a small town.
So those listen, bro. So I told the story.
Can we have a quick Charles Haley discussion, though, beyond his local ties? That dude seems nuts.
He is. I don't know if I ever told this story to you. So I come, when they were building my house, so I come up one day and the guy's like, yo, Mr. Mitchell, man, you got to talk to your neighbor. I'm like, who? I don't know nobody. I hadn't moved in here yet. The guy around the street. I'm like, what guy? So they will leave their backhoes like there. Pause. Charles would come get their backhoe and take it, ride it to his house, do work, and bring it back.
Just borrowing a...
I say, hold on. You telling me to talk to him. I say, that's yours. How about you talk to him, or you just go talk to the authorities about it? Man, you see how big he is? I was like, who cares? But I can't tell him what to do. I come back the next day, he got a backhoe and another piece of the equipment at his house. He didn't care.
The
dude's a fool, man.
The story as it was told in the documentary.
About the shoe?
No, about the
car.
Desk. So he wanted out of San Fran for whatever reason. He and George Seifert did not get along. Mm-hmm. So Bill Walsh built the Niners. Bill Walsh eventually retired. George Seifert took over and did a good job. I think Seifert probably has 2 Super Bowl rings, if I had to guess, at least 1. As a head coach, I'm saying. For whatever reason, Haley wanted out. And nobody was listening to him about his desire to leave San Francisco. And the Niners then were absolutely the gold standard of the NFL.
Yeah.
Montana, Rice, Roger Craig, right? John Taylor. To prove his point, apparently, Charles Haley walked into Seifert's office and peed on his desk.
Yeah, but he done the number 2 in somebody's shoe, too, in San Fran.
Maybe Gilbert Arenas was a big Charles Haley
He was
fan.
a different dude, bro. Listen, I chipped him in a game.
Dude, what was that like?
I chipped him, and I got him. Like, listen to me, dude. I'll be honest. When I played, I didn't care how big you were. We're all on this football field, and I got to come. I told you, I transformed. I chipped him coming off of Jim Lachey, and he kind of like crumbled. And maybe 3 weeks later, because, he lived in Dallas at the time. 3 weeks later, I hear, I'm like, who the hell is just knocking on my door like that? I said, what the hell is wrong with you, dude? Man, why the hell you hit me like that?
3 weeks.
He's at my house because he lives in the neighborhood. He's like, man, y'all paying him all that damn money. Why you got to help him? I said, my job was to chip, dude, and you kept coming off the edge. And I told you the first time, next time I'm going to get you. And I said, I got you. He said, if I do that again, what you going to do? I said, I'm going to hit you again. He said, well, I'm going to help him move me to the other side. I said, I'm going to slide over there, too. And he told me that day when I realized what I was doing, he said, man, you're crazy. Nobody ever do that to me. I say, well, I must be crazy. Because if you come around there again, I'm going to hit your ass one more time, homie. But he called me crazy.
What a great...
You at my house, banging on my door, and I got this arsenal in here. You don't know what can happen to you, dog.
God, that's a great story. That guy seems
But Charles,
nuts.
but the nicest, coolest dude in the world when he's not in that mindset.
So he talked about how he's Charles, he's Charlie, and then he's Chuck. And you never want to deal with Chuck.
Well, Chuck was the football player.
You talking about Keith.
Hey, man.
Gotta be a psycho.
Hey, everybody has to do something to be where they want to go.
Let's talk cuts. Let's talk, is there a surprise cut
Andrew could tell you
looming?
some stories.
I am sure.
This is Andrew.
I know Gil. I don't want to meet Andrew. Nobody go anywhere. It's B-Mitch and Finlay.
Longtime Nationals broadcaster Bob Carpenter will be honored during a pregame retirement ceremony on September 27th, and his name will be prominently displayed at Nationals Park underneath the broadcast booth. Carpenter will be the first ever media member to have his name showcased at the ballpark, but he is well worthy of it after 20 years spent as the television voice of the franchise. Fans in attendance at the game will receive a commemorative "See You Later" t-shirt and a special game scorecard in honor of Carpenter's signature home run call and his industry standard scorebooks. And some college football news: the SEC will play a 9-game conference schedule starting in 2026. Under the new format, the SEC will continue to play without divisions. Each school will play 3 annual opponents focused on maintaining traditional rivalries, and the remaining 6 games will rotate among the rest of the league opponents. SEC teams are still required to schedule at least one additional high-quality non-conference opponent from the ACC, Big Ten, or Big 12, or Notre Dame each season. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Listen, we responsibly celebrate Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday on this program.
We do.
So technically, Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday doesn't start till 11 a.m.
Huh?
But when Landville starts playing the bangers like
It's 5
this,
o'clock somewhere, dog.
should you decide to start a little early, I ain't mad at you.
I believe it's 5 o'clock somewhere. I just love it.
We got news all over the NFL.
Okay.
There's been a bunch of trades earlier in the week. How about this one from Schefter? Ready for one, baby?
All right, come on, Chef. What we
This
got?
is real Adam Schefter. The Vikings have inquired about trading for Panthers wide receiver Adam Thielen, per league sources.
Wasn't he there before?
Yes. With wide receiver Jordan Addison serving a 3-game suspension and Jalen Naylor dealing with a hand injury, Thielen could wind up starting opening night for the Vikings if they can complete the trade.
Bro, Thielen he still can play now.
He is,
See, this is
elite in the red zone.
And here we go. Here we go. How old is Thielen?
I'm pulling it up right now, sir.
Okay.
You want to guess?
I say over 30.
Dog.
And you know why they went and got him? Because he's a magician.
Today is his 35th birthday.
Okay. And I don't know how much they're going to pay him, but they're going to look for him because he's a tactician. In the red zone, as you just stated, and he can work you in those slots as well.
You haven't always loved the quarterback play of one Bryce Young. Bryce Young last year got hot in the second half.
He was throwing the ball at Thielen.
I picked up Thielen in both fantasy leagues. Won a title. Shout out to Adam Thielen. 2 seasons ago in Carolina, where you had bad Bryce Young and then probably a side piece of Andy Dalton.
Uh-huh.
Thielen went over 1,000 yards on that offense.
Okay. But see, the thing of it is this, and this is what I kind of despise when I hear people talk about the older player. Oh, he's not in his prime anymore. Okay, if you're in your prime and you're doing 1,500 yards, 1,300 yards, then all of a sudden now you're over 31 and you're doing 1,200 yards, but you're still making the same amount of touchdowns or closer, and you're always open and you're effective and you're moving the chain, did you really, really lose a lot, or did you just get smarter with it? You may not be the guy that ran past everybody anymore, but you still know how to maneuver and get open. We praise Zach Ertz every day. Why? Because Zach Ertz knows how to do stuff.
He's slippery.
Jeff mentioned him yesterday, Von Miller. Von Miller knows how to play the game of football. When I hit over 30, wasn't as fast as I was when I was at 20, but I seemed to still be able to make better yardage because I knew how to hit the hole and how to set people up. The smarts that you gain as you get older sometimes does not completely let you fall off the face of the earth when you lose a little athleticism. Because there are a lot of young people who are super
Wagner
young.
said it.
A lot of young, super athletic people can't do what the 31, 32-year-old can do.
Wagner said it earlier. He's like, I might not be as quick, but I know where to be in 2 steps while younger players are running around in 7 steps.
I watched, what was the guy, Cole Holcomb we had here? Everybody talking about how fast he was. You know what he did? Run himself out of position. Ran past the play, and sometimes had to come running full speed. He was late at the play. Why? Because early on, he didn't realize they were setting him up. He took the 2 steps the wrong direction, and then they had to run around that block that they were blocking him with instead of just, oh, I see it, boom, go. If your mental is not there, nobody care how fast you are.
Yeah, man, it's complicated league. One thing that's kind of fun is just the amount of trades happening all the time. It's just an interesting time with all these like back of the roster trades. Like I don't know what the compensation looks like for Adam Thielen, but it'll be interesting to watch. Yep. Certainly.
But the whole thing of it is this: they are trying to go get him because they know he has an effectiveness in the red zone that can help out who? Their young quarterback.
It's interesting with all the trades that are happening that B-Rob still hasn't been traded.
Mm-hmm.
And it does make you wonder kind of what that market looks like because the trade market is a-buzzing.
But we hear that there are people interested, but can they be asking for a certain level that people feel, okay, no. You're going to let him go, so I'm not going there.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing sometimes. We look at the non-trade and we instantly look at the player. No. It could be what the team that's trying to trade the player that they don't want anymore, what they're trying to get for him. That could be the problem.
It's interesting, too, because when you get to this time, everybody wants to talk about, like, oh, is there a surprise cut coming? And I think the surprise is the Robinson situation, right? And what I keep going back to is it was 2 weeks ago today, B. We watched that practice in New England. Or I guess maybe yesterday, 2 weeks ago yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
B-Rob looked great.
Yeah.
He was running with the ones. Like, everything looked good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, people want to think there has to be like a nefarious reason. If there is one, I don't know it.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the case.
I don't know what people make do stuff at certain times, but I hear a lot of people saying, oh, man, yeah, you can see it coming. No, I don't think anybody did that great to just automatically make this move happen. Maybe it's just something that they were thinking about doing, and they say, well, what if these guys start to show us something, then we'll move from him. But it doesn't – I don't know what it could be. But if it is, we'll eventually find out whatever goes down. It always comes out.
And so I got asked this question last night, and it was interesting. I hadn't thought about it. What, if anything, Brian, does it say that for the second straight training camp, the second year in a row, consecutive August, the organization is set to, now the B-Rob thing could be a trade or a release, but they are set to have a departure from somebody at the opening of training camp was presumed to have a real contributing role to the offense.
Don't have a clue.
It's interesting. I think the situations are different.
The different situation, and it's not necessarily interesting. It's just, for me, it's when the situation occurs, how it happens. They know people of his ilk may have more attention and more, desire at that moment right now, because people are going to be letting people go. They're going to start trying to build a team, and then they say, oh, I didn't know he'll be available. Then they think people will jump on it. I don't see. And then again, by letting him practice and you start seeing little stuff, and what we were saying, he was looking good, what does that do? It also builds up the clout.
I think the Dotson situation was different because they got back a real asset in getting a third. Like,
But, like,
B-Rob
Dotson,
compensation's not going to be
even
similar.
in the offseason, we saw that coming. Even in the offseason, you already knew that. Nah, they don't see it with him. Even in New England about B-Rob, they were still promoting and talking about good. Not with Dotson. Dotson, I knew this before the mini camp, before training camp came, and I've heard a lot of people talking about it. And then you start watching his body language, and you knew something was happening because he started to see it too.
I think they're not the same situations, but I do think it shows a commitment. Like when DQ talks about constantly pushing to get better, and Peters is in the same vein. Like, I think Chris Rodriguez has had a really good camp, and I think they believe in what Rodriguez can bring. I think Rodriguez has improved his speed. He talked about it the other day. He's like, man, last year, because they're measuring everything all the time. They wear those, what look like little sports bras. Like, everything's being measured all the time. And C-Rod said something. I might have to try to find this audio. He said, last season, I maybe hit 20 miles an hour 3 or 4 times, and I've already done it significantly more so far in training camp. Like, he focused on his conditioning, on getting better, and I think that as much as we talk about Bill all the time, was Bill in non-contact again yesterday?
He had on a black jersey.
I don't think he just randomly picked a black jersey.
No.
That's the non-contact jersey.
Yeah.
So,
but like I'm watching them all yesterday. Hell, all of them was in non-contact. To be honest with you,
there wasn't a lot of contact.
They wouldn't hit nobody. But like the thing about
the lines were.
But the thing with what you're saying about C-Rod, that can be looked at in multiple ways. Okay, and I'm a bit of devil's advocate. I hit 22 miles per hour, 21 miles per hour, whatever it was, one time or 2 times. And now this year I hit it more. Were you loafing them times? Were you not running as hard as you could? Or you just finishing plays? Or you getting the top speed?
It's a fair question.
And that's I mean, there are a lot of ways that stuff can go.
There's a lot of ways our guest at 11 a.m. could go. Brad Jackson,
Lord,
Super Bowl champion with the Baltimore Ravens, will join us. Nobody go anywhere.
Get the dumb button ready.
Shout out to Jeff.
Shout out to Gil. Gil been here for sitting down for 40 minutes now.
Yeah.
He already figured Jeff out.
The good part is that Jeff does all his own work on his own car, and in turn, he has to keep doing the work on his own car. I don't even want to get into Jeff's car. I'm rooting for you. There's a wacky thing going on here.
What's that?
This dude, Brandon, at J Daniels MVP, is a good Twitter follow.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I've seen some of his stuff.
yeah, dude. I feel like we use some of his stuff in the text thread. I feel like there's stuff he has pointed out that we then played the audio on the show. So I don't know if this is a joke, but he tweeted out 20 minutes ago, half hour ago.
Mm-hmm.
Sources, Commanders cornerback Mike Samerstill is expected to make the final 53-man roster. Huge news as the second-year rising star will be back after a productive rookie campaign.
That has to be a joke. That has to be a joke. Who thought Mike Samerstill wasn't making the team?
I think he's just joking around.
It has to be a
because
joke.
we're in like roster tweet.
Because the guy
season.
Was a starter last year.
Right.
And he's been unbelievable this year. And I think he's one of the guys when Dan talk about the leaders. That dude got off the plane in D.C. and was a leader instantly. Didn't have to wait for it. Nobody had to tell him. He knows his game. He knows what he's about. So I just say that's a joke. That was a joke.
I think it's a joke. But that got the jokesters out there replying and tagging me in this stuff. Like my man Luke McCaffrey Enjoyer says, Luke McCaffrey also expected to make the roster and sign a $100 million extension.
If that happens, I'm coming out of retirement. I will be trying to I just take 10.
Then I get my man, of course, Chris Russell, randomly dragging me into more random stuff on the internet. This is from Bama Proof Beast of Uptown, D.C.
Bama Proof Beast of Jay. Now, if you got to say, that's too long.
Where would even qualify as Uptown, D.C.?
That's too long.
Cleveland Park? That's where the Uptown Theater
That's too
used
long.
to be.
Isn't it?
He's Bama Proof. Should we just call him Bama Proof?
Yeah.
Me or
That'd
she,
be
I
better.
suppose. Or they. Whatever you prefer. This dude replied to me, and Russell tagged me in it. He didn't. The dude didn't call me out. Russell then did.
Wait. Russell over there. He say, okay, I got you, Jay.
Just listen. So, Bama Proof tweets at Russellmania. Luke McCaffrey is trash. He is a bust. They wasted the third-round pick of 2024. Monumental Sports, fat boys. You're a bunch of hypocrites. Statistically, Luke is the worst on any 53-man roster, a far worse liability than maintaining Brian Robinson. One, I kind of hope he meant Monumental Sports frat boys, because Monumental Sports fat boys is kind of offensive.
Who's the frat boys?
I assume me. He better not be talking about Alan May or he's going to kick your ass. I don't know.
But
you don't think
so? Why did he send that to Rooster?
Locker will put Bama Proof in a locker?
Why did he send that to Rooster?
I don't know.
So did he mistake Rooster for Mitch?
No,
I'm just asking.
Rooster then quote tweeted this and said, hypocrites. And wow, is Mitch Tischler and JP Finlay catching shrapnel here too? So Rooster brought this to our attention.
So Rooster brought it to your attention.
Yeah. Also,
all right, I got you.
Also, Roost, it'd be wow, are Mitch and JP catching shrapnel here? Not is Mitch and JP catching shrapnel here. The McCaffrey conversation, I think it's weird because, like, I think people are mad the production has not arrived, period.
Yeah.
The team isn't saying that.
The team isn't saying it, but people, just like certain guys come into camp and you instantly see things. You see big plays. You see, like, flash things. Like when Mikey got here last year, when Jaden got here last year, you saw it automatically. Now you see Trey and Jalen and Connolly they all come in and you see stuff. That's what they want to see, especially when you're a third rounder on up. Fourth rounder on up, they want to see that.
Bill showed up. Seventh rounder.
Bill, and so
what does DA say? I love DA's line. Show me why I drafted you.
There you go.
And we haven't had that moment from Luke.
Yeah, and I think that is what people look at. See, the technical side of it that the coaches look at and the front offices look at, hell, even me, a former player, I understand what they're looking at. I can see why they say stuff. I can also see why fans are where they're at. Because they're like, the fans don't know the technical stuff. They don't care. They're like, I don't see it.
Well,
I hear you talking. I do not see the production.
The other thing, this is no longer the case. And, I mean, to credit the boot, it might be LSU receivers that broke the mold. Do you remember? I remember not that long ago, there was this notion that third year is when receivers break out.
Nah.
That used to be a thing.
Well,
now they come in, bang, go.
Before Chase and all of them was my man, one hand grab, New York.
Odell
Beckham.
That's
showed
kind of
right
what I
up.
was thinking of.
I think, listen, man, what I've always said is when you give people time, like, oh, you don't have to show me, I expect it in the third year, and they normally give it to you in the third year. But people who live off that mindset of you show. It comes as soon as I step on the ground. It happens. People don't always wait years. And I listen, what I've learned over my time in the NFL, it doesn't make a difference what round you're in. I got drafted with guys in 12 rounds. And there were some 12 rounders who showed up the first day, and you like, damn, why was he drafted in the 12th round? Why wasn't he drafted earlier? You know what I'm saying? So with Matt Burke, I think I became Matt last name. He was a Mr. Irrelevant in a 12-round pick and made the squad. Why? He came off showing stuff immediately.
Fellow by the name of Monty Coleman played 17 years in
round,
the NFL.
Round 12, 15.
11
round.
Monty Coleman could play, baby.
Yeah, because they showed something. And I think that is the thing. Coaches have a right, and they're looking for certain things. Fans look for, show me now. I want to see it.
Brad Jackson was a third-round pick by the Miami Dolphins. No, that's a different Brad Jackson. No, that's him. I didn't realize he was drafted by the Dolphins, and then he played for the Ravens. Brad Jackson, Ravens Super Bowl winner, joins us next to preview tomorrow's preseason finale.
The rift between the Cowboys and Micah Parsons seems to grow by the day and by the headline. Jerry Jones is just not helping the cause. Jones had some very harsh words for Parsons' agent while speaking with Michael Irvin on his podcast. Jones said that Parsons and he were able to come up with an agreement on a new contract and the guaranteed money. But when the Cowboys sent the details to Parsons' agent, he was not receptive. Jones said that the agent told him to stick it, well, fill in the blank. Parsons' agent told multiple outlets that he never used those words, Jones's claims are false, and that he's never used that phrase in his life. After all of this came out, Micah Parsons took to social media, as you do, and tweeted out a Bible quote, removed the Cowboys from his Twitter bio, and then posted the Allen Iverson "I'ma win wherever I go" rant on his TikTok. So you can kind of guess how he's feeling right now. And some on-the-field NFL news, Steelers' first-round pick Derek Harmon was carted off the field after sustaining a knee injury in the team's final preseason game against the Panthers. After Pittsburgh's win in the final preseason game, Mike Tomlin said that Harmon had a knee sprain and is being evaluated. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Everybody. All right, folks, 11 a.m. I think that's a much better bet. Here, I'm going to show the stream. I tried to get my man Gil some headphones, and I handed him this. If you're looking at the stream, this is my media badge from last year's cap season, tied up with an IFB cord. B-Mitch luckily came through. Very excited right now to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in our friend, former coworker, Mr. Brad Jackson. B-Jack, what's up, man? How are you?
What's going on, fellas? How we doing? Thanks for having me.
We got to solve we have a very serious case we got to solve.
Wait. Hold on. JP, is that Big Head?
It sure is.
Unbelievable. They told me it was going to be me and you, and I wasn't going to hear B. Mitch's mouth. Now I'm good. What's going on, brother?
You lying, you little bastard. Come on. Hold on. So we were listening to, what's the kid name? Was on TV. He gave this little. He was on a podcast. Played with you, cornerback. He was the NFLPA president. Dominique Foxworth. Say a guy used to run around the locker room when the Ravens played against the back in the day Washington Redskins at the time, our football team. I don't know that when they were playing preseason games, it was the battle for the, I'm not gonna say the word. For the ladies, yeah. And they said a guy would walk around, and I immediately heard you saying that. Were you the one walking around the locker room saying that?
No, that wasn't me. No, that wasn't me.
When he said it, I said it sounded like something Brad would be saying.
No, that wasn't me. Right. we know I was a little loose, but
yeah, that's why I thought it was you.
No, that wasn't me.
Brad Jackson played linebacker with the Ravens, won a Super Bowl with the Ravens, one of the greatest defenses ever put together, truly. So, Brad, I ask you this, and I think I'm going to know the answer. How excited are you to watch the third preseason game tomorrow between the Ravens and the Commanders?
Absolutely zero interest in it. No, I mean, it's a different time. Obviously, it's great to see, you guys and your team down there. And I have family members, my aunties, Emily and mine are huge. They still call it the Redskins. I know there's some people down there that are Commanders. I know there's a push to go back to the old name, which should have never changed. That's a whole nother discussion for another day. But there is obviously the excitement that, Dan Quinn and the success that your team had last year in leading with Jaden Daniels and the pieces they put together and Adam Peters, putting that roster together and how far they went last year. I'm sure there's an excitement for the season starting, obviously, when we're just separated, by God knows how many miles, but basically the battle of the Beltway. And, with the, two-time MVP and the success that the Ravens have had, even though they haven't gotten over the hump to, as JP alluded to, get another Lombardi trophy in here, under Lamar Jackson, running the ship. It's still exciting, obviously. So, and there are a lot of guys, you guys know, that I spend time scouting for the Senior Bowl the last couple of years also, which is exciting. So there's some good players that have both rosters, that are probably at the back end, because we all know, you guys have been around long enough to know, and obviously B. Mitch and I played, that the roster is probably 98% set right now going into cut down next Tuesday or Wednesday. So, but there'll be some diamonds in the rough on both rosters that go out there and play hard, whether they remain with the Commanders or the Ravens, or, they find another home in the NFL because of the work that they'll put in the game tomorrow between the Commanders and the Ravens.
Right. We won't see Lamar nor Jaden. But have you had a chance to sit down and watch Jaden Daniels? And if so, what's your thoughts of it?
I have not watched him this year. Obviously, last year from afar, watching him and then breaking down some film, with him coming out, because there was a discussion, about, before the draft last year. And so, you always want to learn. I thought Jaden was a good player. I thought he was probably one of the best quarterbacks. I had him like 1, 2, you could flip-flop. I like the size and the athleticism. I'm just wary of those one-year wonder type quarterbacks, and you guys know what I'm talking about. And that's no knock on Jaden. I think everything you're trying to learn is the upside, and he was a phenomenal talent, obviously coming out of LSU. So I'm watching him from afar. It's going to be interesting for me. And B. Mitch, this. You played a heck of a long time, longer than I did. You should be in the Hall of Fame. I'll say that. You don't have to. And I'm not saying it because you're my friend and former coworker, and we used to bang heads, and when we would play each other, when you were in the NFC East, and whether it was a preseason or the regular season. So you're more than deserving to be in the Hall of Fame, and they need to put you in there before you reach your 118th birthday. What are you 116 right? What are you 116 right now? 114?
You're worse than last year, dog.
but it's going to be exciting, honestly, to see his progression, because that's what this league is about. It's about, all these defensive coordinators have sat there all off season, when they're not allowed to go home and be in the office for 12, 15 hours and try to figure out ways to attack, the Commanders' offense, and most importantly, Jaden, because he is such a phenomenal talent with his legs and with his arms. So it's going to be exciting to see how he develops and what he's added to his repertoire as a quarterback. And the same thing with Lamar. Obviously there's been the words on him, the lack of consistency, completing long throws and, hitting open guys. And obviously the turnovers in January have been a bugaboo that we all know about, and, that he's even self-addressed. So it's exciting to see. I went over and watched, the joint practices, because you get more in practices now than the preseason games, which is, far different from our time playing, B. Mitch. And so, watching those live practices, versus the Colts and all that, you saw whatever, a lot more than what you'll see on film. And so it's exciting to see that as well, because I think both of these rosters should be one of the Final Four. Both of them should be in the Final Four for both conferences, going into, at the end of the season next year. I mean, it'd be very disappointing, I think, both fan bases and both staffs and organizations, and, Josh down with you guys and Mr. Bisciotti with us up here in Baltimore, if these teams, aren't in the Final Four trying to head into the Super Bowl because of the amount of talent that they have and the success that they should build on from last year. But we all know it's a year-by-year league and week-by-week league, so it's going to start and stop with both of these dynamic quarterbacks that both rosters have right now.
Absolutely. Talking with Brad Jackson here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Brad is a Super Bowl winning former linebacker with the Baltimore Ravens. Brad, in a way, he's obviously rich beyond measure and has accomplished incredible feats in the NFL. But in a way, I kind of feel bad for Lamar and Josh Allen that they have landed in this place where until they can knock off the Chiefs, even get to a Super Bowl, but I'd almost argue win a Super Bowl, their resumes look incomplete. Is that – I don't know if that's fair, but do you think that's the perception of Lamar?
Well, JP, you know this. Y'all know I'm a big baseball guy. Go Dodgers, growing up in Southern California. And I was taught a long time ago from my very first football coach that the only thing in life that's fair is between first and third, right? So there is it is fair and it's unfair, but you're 100% correct. And you got to go back and, you look at Michael Jordan, right? And it's kind of like Michael Jordan kept so many NBA top 50, top 30, top 25, top 10 players from never hoisting that trophy, right? He was the one that basically beat them all back. And you're kind of getting that feel with Patrick Mahomes in the AFC. I mean, that if you don't beat Mahomes, like, you had a great career, you're going to make a lot of money, but Mahomes is basically keeping the trophy, the Vince Lombardi trophy out there in Kansas City. And Josh, like you said, he's a great player. And, I have friends up there, obviously on the staff and the scouting staff with the Bills and being up there. And I've been able to watch up close and see what they're doing. And there's real frustration because we all know there's only the window to win in the National Football League is so small and finite. Mm-hmm. And, whether it's an injury here or there, a couple years ago, we went through it, where Lamar had, a couple years of little soft tissue injuries and ankle injuries. And, you're out there with a backup quarterback. And then, the whole city and fan base and organization is deflated. And not putting that out there, but that is a real thing. And so the window for Josh Allen, as great as he is, and Lamar Jackson, like, you have to find ways. And I think for Lamar, JP, and B. Mitch, it's even more of a spotlight on it because they've went head-to-head. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, Josh kind of had a head-to-head, but those have been in regular season games. And of course, there was the one playoff opportunity that Patrick Mahomes let him down for the crazy comeback win, where they had to go 60 yards in 14 seconds or whatever it was a couple years ago. But Lamar has had Patrick Mahomes in his house in January in a playoff game to go to the next level, and he hasn't done it at home. He hasn't, Josh has had to go on the road to do it. Lamar has had the Kansas City Chiefs, and to your point, JP, Patrick Mahomes here. And Patrick Mahomes has came in and, sat on his couch, put his feet up like Dave Chappelle did, when he was Charlie Murphy. Yeah. And, F your couch. And, and he took the remote, and in your house. And that can't happen. So I think whether it's fair or unfair, it's realistic of football, especially it's how it is, especially when you're a two-time MVP. And especially when you're probably one of, if not the top 2, top 3 most exciting players that people want to see every week. And the league is full of great players, but you're tuning in when Patrick Mahomes is playing. And you're tuning in when Lamar Jackson is playing, Josh Allen is playing. You're tuning in, with your kid now, Jaden Daniels. He's exciting because you're going to see, oh gosh, the play breaks down, and all of a sudden, the young fella, as skinny as it is, he's out the highway like he's on 495 at 2 a.m. and there's no traffic, because we all know there's traffic every other time on 495, and he's just rolling, and he's got a 60-yard touchdown. You're like, I got to tune in to watch this kid because he's a matinee type of player. And so when you can't get over that hump and you're facing him, you're looking him right in the eye, and you've had him here in your backyard twice in the playoffs, and twice Patrick Mahomes is, basically said, F your couch. It's fair or unfair. You got to beat him to get over the hump.
And Ravens are normally a defensive-led team. Are they still there? And how does this defense compare to some of the past?
Well, I think, people were talking about it, and I saw it, and there was actually a thing that went around where a couple weeks ago where it was like, what would our 2000 – it went on social media, the 2000 defense versus offense. And, obviously with Derrick Henry and B. Mitch being a former running back, you know how impressive he is. And, they have Justice Hill, who's a change of pace guy. You have my former teammate from my Super Bowl team, Anthony Mitchell, his son, Keaton Mitchell, who is coming off of, tearing his knee last year. And, he's a 4-3 guy that has power, explosion. and then the rookie from Marshall is likely going to make the roster, Rasheen Ali. So you're talking about you have every type of running back that you need. You know, when you build a team, as Eric DeCosta and the staff has done in Baltimore, you don't have 5 point guards. And so they've done that well. You got wide receivers, obviously. It'd be interesting with DeAndre Hopkins, Rashad Bateman. He's been, up and down. Zay Flowers is back and put on some, some weight and stuff. And they drafted Wester from Colorado, who the first play of the preseason, he takes a kick to the house. And then Devontae Walker from UNC is another phenomenal talent. The offensive line, B. Mitch and JP, I think are still, Linderbaum and Ronnie Stanley, if he can stay healthy. Rosengarten are guys. Voorhees and Finlay will, they're big dudes. They're strong dudes. They're try-hard guys. And, so that offense is very good. But to your point, how good can this defense be, under second-year coordinator Zach Orr? The same thing I just said about defensive coordinators with Jaden Daniels is the same thing that offensive coordinators have been doing to figure out a way, to find ways to undermine Zach Orr in that defense. And, obviously one of the big signings that everyone is excited about up here is Jair Alexander, the corner. So now you have 3 corners in a division, as you guys know, where you have to see one of my favorite quarterbacks in Joe Burrow, who just spins the ball all over the place. And obviously we already know what that was wide receiver core looked like with Cincinnati Bengals. So you have Jair Alexander, Marlon Humphrey, and former first-round pick Nate Wiggins. You have 3 number ones that you can go out there to try to compete against any offense that's going to throw 3 wides, which is what this league is now. So I think Roquan Smith does a good job. The D-line, obviously they get after people. Ojabo, Owe, Anais Peoples, the kid from Virginia Tech, has shown really, really well throughout the preseason and training camp. And so it'd be interesting. I don't know if they're at our level. And I'm not one of those haters that been like we're the greatest defense that ever walked the planet in the National Football League. There's no debate about it. Obviously, you can talk about the 2002, 2000, whatever it was, Tampa Bay defense who played well. Obviously, the 85 Bears, which is one of my favorite teams growing up, watching or whatever. And obviously, I had the honor to play, for Rex Ryan, the son of Buddy Ryan. And then Buddy Ryan used to be at college when I played at University of Cincinnati. So I'm basically part of the Ryan bloodline. But I don't know how they can match that. And if they do, God bless them. But, for me, I think the offense is, going to have to carry the team early on. And then as the defense continually gets better with some of the new pieces that they've added. And then seeing how Trent Simpson, they lost 3 linebackers in the offseason this year. So you're going to have, next to Roquan, you're going to have some new faces, and we'll see how that goes. But, with Teddy Buchanan, Jay Higgins is another one of those Raven undrafted free agent linebackers that's likely going to make the team. Coming out of Iowa, who was Big Ten linebacker of the year and consensus All-American in 2024. So a lot of good players, but I don't – it's all about gelling. So I'm not going to obviously put them up there with their ability to do what we did, but God bless them if they do. And then if they do, then that should mean that, the Ravens, hoist the 3rd Lombardi trophy in franchise history.
The Ravens are so good, and the playoff struggles have been so real. That I was at that AFC Championship game. I covered that thing. That stadium had one of the absolute best atmospheres I'd ever experienced. When they played like Omar whistling, you know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
It was electric, and they just didn't show up, man. Brad, thank you for making time for us, dude. Great to hear your voice. We got to catch up soon,
Appreciate you, bro.
Maybe get a beer.
Hey, no problem, man. I appreciate y'all. Good luck to your Commanders fans and you boys. Stay healthy, stay blessed, and I miss y'all and love y'all, man. Be good, man. God bless.
All right,
Thank you, Brad. Great to hear from you, man. The great Brad Jackson. Man, there was some fun back in those old newsroom days.
Some people wouldn't say fun. Some people would say it was terror.
Some people would say it was terror. What is fun? Getting a new car. And if you're looking for a new car, there's only one place to go. The Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years, and with that kind of track record, they're doing something right. Seriously, there's an ad read, but I don't need to do it because I've bought 4 cars from these people.
At least.
B's bought 1,000. And Mitch Tischler just bought one. Our boy Danny Frank went and bought a
Tanner Man got one from over there.
Did he? Yeah, like we go to these guys because they take great care of you. You get to know them. They know what you're looking for. My guy Jaime Manassas, when he had heard me talk on the radio about Lauren wanting a new car, he texted me later that week with 3 different options.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a level of personal customer service you don't get anywhere. And in addition to the service, they've got every kind of car you want. Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Chevy, Buick, GMC. They got certified used vehicles. And right now, very, very importantly, they have great financing.
Yep. Well, yesterday I was sitting at Costco. Me and Gil was sitting in the car. Guy walked by, he came back, said, "Man, what made you buy that EV9?" I said, "Well, you know what? They got the lifetime edge, man. They up to $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance, and they have that lifetime engine guarantee. And there's great news. If you have a car to sell, they'll give you up to 125% of the Blue Book value, the Kelly Blue Book value over there, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Ordsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like they've done with me and JP. 2 beyond satisfied Ordsman customers. So let's ride together."
The Vikings need some wide receiver help, especially at the beginning of the regular season. Jordan Addison will be serving a 3-game suspension. Jalen Naylor is dealing with a hand injury, and the news came out that Rondale Moore is out for the year. Minnesota's looking for help, and according to Adam Schefter, the Vikings are calling about an old friend. Schefter reported that Minnesota is interested in trading for and reuniting with Carolina Panthers wide receiver Adam Thielen. Speaking of the Panthers, they have another headline. Carolina announced a 2-year contract extension for right tackle Taylor Moton on Friday, worth $44 million. $40 million of that is guaranteed. Moton has been with the team since they drafted him in the second round in 2017, and he's played in 129 games over 8 seasons. Talk about an Iron Man. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Girl, look at that body.
I work out.
Work out. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Enjoy responsibly. We're about to have a crab cake taste contest, I guess. We're about to have a crab cake contest in honor of Washington playing Baltimore. I'm fired up for that. I'm not sure how to react to something, though. The NFL Top 100, they roll it out over the course of August. And, it's player voted, which I find interesting. Now, I do think perhaps there's an assumption that players take the voting very seriously. I'm not sure they all do. But we've been waiting to see where Jaden Daniels would land.
Yeah.
And I think personally, I kind of expected him around 10.
I expected top 10.
Well, the news has come out today. Jaden Daniels lands at number 21 in the NFL Top 100.
There's not 20 players in the league better than him.
So I want to start. I'm going to open the phone lines up right away. 800-636-1067.
But I like it. You know why? He's going to quietly take it, put it in his little holster, and use it as his weapon.
I saw this tweet from our friend Michael Jenkins, another former CSNer out there in the wild. Jenks said, tied for most wins ever by an NFL rookie, most points ever by an NFL rookie, first rookie with 5,000 total yards, led Washington to NFC Championship for the first time since 1992. JD5 was easily in the top 20. Now, I think it's important to note, I was actually talking about this with Adam Kilgore yesterday. You might have been standing there with us, B. We were on the sideline watching practice, talking about the top 100, where Jaden will land.
Mm-hmm.
And Kilgore made the case he's number 5.
I said top 5, dude. I mean, top 10, and I expected top 10.
Like, I understand there's more to football than quarterback play. Fully aware of that. But at the same time, there's no more important position on the field than the quarterback.
Yeah.
And for him to land at 21 means there are 4 quarterbacks I think you can put ahead of Jaden. Lamar, Burrow, Mahomes, Allen.
And that's it.
I know the Mike Sando thing had Matt Stafford ahead of him. Like, I'm not here to get caught up in arbitrary rankings as long as the rankings seem roughly appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
What do they call it in political polling? The margin of error, right? Like, it's polling, so it could be 2 or 3 points off.
Yeah.
Like, if you told me Jaden was 11, I'm not opening the phone lines up because I can wrap my head around that. But I'm going to give you last year's top 10. Okay. Tyreek, Lamar, McCaffrey, Mahomes, Myles Garrett, Chris Jones, Trent Williams, TJ Watt, Travis Kelce, Max Crosby. Like, some of these people are going to be ahead of Jaden in this list.
I don't believe all those guys right there should be ahead of Jaden.
Now, this is last year, so it'll be different.
But I'm saying, you go this year, I wouldn't think they all should be in front of him. Not that whole list you just named.
Let's let people chime in. Rob is in D.C. Jaden Daniels lands at 21 in the NFL Top 100. Too high, too low, just right? What do you think, Rob?
For me, I would just say for selfish reason, just right, because I don't want him to be too high as of right now because, you know, sometimes you can get kind of caught up, you know, if somebody started to rank you and you think you may be a little bit, you know, thinking you're a little bit better than you are, but we all know Jaden seems like he have a level head. And so also this is still going to motivate him, you know, understand, by putting him at 21. Now he's going to say, wow, they got me at 21. I'm going to show him what I got. So I'm kind of cool with it, but we all know on a case-by-case basis, you would probably say Jaden of that, even that list you named of last year, top 10, you might take him maybe 9. You might put him first in front of 9 of those guys you named. So actually, he might be a top 3 player, but I like him at 21. That's going to give him motivation to even do better this year. Thanks, JP. And
thanks for the call,
That's
Rob.
a good way of putting it.
I think he'll see it and maybe scoff at it. I think Jaden is not a dude that is searching for motivation from lists.
No, he's not searching for it, but he doesn't shy away from it.
800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Jaden Daniels has landed on the NFL Top 100. We knew he was coming. We didn't know where he'd land. He's number 21. Jim is in Manassas. Jim, what do you think?
Finlay Aquarium boys, how y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Well, happy belated birthday to my fellow Brian Mitchell.
Appreciate it, brother.
Man, this ain't the most disrespectful BS I've seen in my life, man. I couldn't disagree more with Rob in the previous call. Yeah, Jaden, he said Jaden might look at this as, no. Jaden, we know him. He's not the type that's going to be looking at this for motivation. He doesn't have to be mad. I will, because I'm the fan, and this is disrespectful. And NFL players should be ashamed of themselves, and Jaden, go prove them wrong. Let's have ourselves another season. Let's win the Super Bowl, boys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Jim. Landfill, where are you landing? Jaden's at 21. I thought it'd be higher.
I kind of did too. I thought it would be around 15 or something like that. It's a little low. I'm interested in seeing who they have ahead of them because some of these guys shouldn't be ahead of them.
B, you know the league. You know how players are. One, I think it's important to note a lot of guys probably don't take this very seriously. And I would not be stunned whatsoever if a lot of like equipment guys fill out the voting for players.
More than likely.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
But
that happens.
Do you think there's some element of just maybe veteran players kind of hating? Like, man, he played 1 year. I'm not putting him that high.
Yeah, that's part of it. And they wouldn't call it hating. They'll say, well, he gotta prove the point. He gotta earn it. And so after this year, they may just go and vote properly. But you know, that happens. That definitely happens. I've sat in rooms and heard people say stuff like you're saying. You know, but I'll say this. I don't know why people think because Jaden is quiet that he doesn't take stuff and he's competitive about it. He's as competitive as anybody out there. And when somebody shuns you, you may not say a word, but it motivates you. It gets you more hyper-focused, and I believe he is that guy. So the first call, I just say, what if it's something that just motivates him a little more? We know he's already motivated. But what if something else pushes him to a higher level? So I'm cool with it.
I'm going to sneak one more in here. Mark is in Landover Hills. Mark, what do you think of Jaden landing at 21?
Top of the day, JP. Top of the day, B. Mitch.
What's up, man?
What do I think of it? I think that, in the words of Percival Sweetwater, you know him as Rodney Dangerfield, they're way off. And the reason for that is, guys, is just like the gentleman sitting next to you, JP, and a few others that I could name. Washington, D.C., Washington Redskins Commanders never gets any respect from other people because their subconscious takes over because they don't like Washington, D.C. B-Mitch should be in the Hall of Fame. Joe Jacoby should be in the Hall of Fame. And if they think he's number 21, like I said, they're way off.
I like it, Mark. Good call.
Appreciate it.
B should be in, Jacoby should be in, London Fletcher should be in, and Jaden should at least be top 20. If you're on hold, stay there. We're coming right back. It's B. Mitch and Finlay. B. Mitch and Finlay, 1067 The Fan. We've all been kind of waiting for Jaden Daniels to hit the NFL Top 100 list, and it happened today.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels has landed at number 21. Feels a little low to me.
Low.
And if you start looking at the list, I think this means there's going to be at least 5 and maybe 6 quarterbacks ahead of him on this list. You know 4, and there's 2 others that haven't made it yet that you wonder. I want to let folks react. Kevin is in California. Kevin, 21 for Jaden. Too high, too low, just right?
Oh, man. Personally, I think he belongs in the top 10, but the competitor that he is, kind of glad they put him there. I wouldn't rather have any other quarterback with his ceiling, with his skills, his poise. I wouldn't even trade him for Mahomes. But that's me.
All right, bro.
Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it.
He's also way younger than Pat at this point. Thanks for the call.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, I think we have to have the proper deference to Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar. But in my mind, I got one more year of deference. Like, if it goes this way.
If he keeps going in the direction he's going, then you have no choice.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, of the quarterbacks that have made this list, so Jaden's on there. Stroud is the next highest quarterback, and Stroud was at 39. Baker at 50, Herbert at 55, Stafford at 59. So there's at least Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar to go, and probably one other. I think Jalen Hurts hasn't been on there yet. Rusty is in Delaware. What's up, Rusty?
Fellas, how we doing today?
We're good,
chilling, dude. How are you?
So I was just about to mention, so you're telling me that there's one, possibly 2 quarterbacks in our division that they're going to put on this list higher than Jaden.
Yeah, man. It looks like.
I hope not.
I think it's total disrespect. I don't think Jaden reads his own press clippings.
Dak was 79th on the list, so I think only Hurts.
Okay.
Only Hurts.
So, again, total disrespect. Jaden doesn't read his own press clippings, but I'm reminded of that image of him sitting on the sideline. I think it was against the Ravens. He was super ticked off. He was sitting there thinking about what he was going to do when he got the ball next. That's the meme that's kind of playing in my mind right now. 21, it is what it is, like the other guy said. I remember when we had another phenomenal rookie quarterback. I think he came in the 70s, that 2013. And that was because he got injured during the season. So 21 is a good step for a rookie, but he ain't a regular rookie. There's no way that this dude's not inside the top 10. It's crazy. I'm interested to see the players that respond when they make the announcements, because they always have a little interviews with the guys that fill out the list or one, because every player I've ever heard has said nothing but great things about Jaden.
Sammer still said he was number 1. Thank you, Rusty. Appreciate you, man. I do have a question for Professor Landini. Leadville, should the entire list be nullified because Sam Darnold came in at number 72?
That's actually, that's a really good point. Sam Darnold's the 72nd best player in the NFL is ridiculous. The team he was on last year just kind of let him leave in free agency because they have so little belief in him.
To play a rookie that blew out his knee.
Right.
They played good, man. They played good last year.
He played good until the end of the season when he remembered he was Sam Darnold.
It was a regular season award.
But week 17, he was bad. Or
Awful.
week 18, whatever it was.
Awful.
Mac is in Warrenton. Mac, 21 for Jaden. Too low?
No, well, let me just tell y'all this, man. The reason why he's 21 is because everybody above him, if you think about it, everybody above him done one thing that he didn't do.
What's that?
All the people above him are multiple. They've done multiple years of good play. This guy has not done multiple years of good play yet. Not saying that he won't. It's just that he has not gotten there yet. So he will climb. Y'all just got to give him time. I don't understand why everybody want to put him at number 3, number 5. He hasn't earned it yet. That's my take.
Okay.
Appreciate you, Mac.
Mac's wrong. One thing about being good, you don't have to wait for time. One thing about being good is you show up and you play. And if you're good, you're good. Now, what Max stated is how players think. A lot of players think like that. Or, just like you said, I walk in, and we used to have Booger and Jay-Bird. That was our, hey, man, fill this out for me. I just hand it to them, they fill it out. That happens too. But I understand what he's saying, but he's wrong. Jaden's good.
Lists don't matter. Like, unfortunately, we all lived through list season probably like May to August,
And
right?
you can also now, you get ready for Jalen Hurts to be up there because what players will do. I know he's just sitting there with that team, but a lot of players are going to say, look, when he had to make a play, he made a play. And he won the chip.
Dude,
they'll probably put him there.
I am not in the Jalen Hurts is overrated camp. When a dude's two best games of his career are in the Super Bowl and has been in 2 Super Bowls in 5 years, like, winning matters to me.
Yeah.
That dude wins games. I was impressed by him going all the way back to the Bama days when Tua got hurt. After Jalen got benched for Tua, he stuck around. Then had to come in.
He didn't run. He didn't run away from it.
Like, he's not
like most kids today.
Right.
Can't compete.
So if you want to put Hurts ahead of him, I get it. I don't know if this is accurate. According to Uncle Sam on Twitter, he said someone said they did the voting in November. That would explain it.
Why in November? That's dumb as hell.
I don't know that that's
you
accurate.
got a whole month and you got a whole month and a week in January of regular season games.
I don't know that that's the truth. Maybe we could track that down. Jeff, maybe give that a look-see. Lists don't matter. NFL Top 100 is the closest one that kind of matters. 21's too low.
Yeah, it's too low.
It's too low. When we return, we'll ask Jason Lockenfor if he thinks it's too low. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Malik Beasley is no longer a target in a federal gambling investigation. A day before free agency was set to open in June, reports emerged that Beasley was under federal investigation as part of a gambling probe. He was on the verge of hitting the open market and saw all of his offers dry up due to that investigation. This was reportedly launched after a U.S. sportsbook noticed unusual betting activity involving Beasley's prop bets, which started in January 2024. At the time, Beasley was a member of the Milwaukee Bucks, but his attorneys said that he remains uncharged after investigators have looked into the situation over a month. And over in the NFL, New Orleans is home to the last unresolved starting quarterback situation in the NFL. Second-year quarterback Spencer Rattler will get the start in Saturday's preseason finale. Head coach Kellen Moore reported that, but he also said that Tyler Shuck will also get some reps in that game. This gives Rattler the inside track on the opening's regular season starter, but a good performance from Tyler Shuck might just convince Moore to go with him. This August only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points along the eastern seaboard. Fired up to get on the Rude guest hotline. Talk to Mr. Jason Lockham for JLC. What's up, dude? How are you?
I'm doing well. The Rude hotline. We got some Rude boys there. The specials. That's perfect.
Yeah, man. Trying to play what we thought you'd like coming in there.
Can't beat the specials,
dude. So with the full understanding that lists are largely irrelevant. The NFL Top 100 is probably the closest to being somewhat relevant. Jaden Daniels just came out that he landed at 21 on the NFL Top 100. Does that seem too high, too low, about right? What do you think?
I mean, I have not spent one iota looking at that list, so I have no context for who's around it because it's all just kind of a ratings ploy to me. But he should be in the top quarter, I think. I mean, we're talking about top 6 quarterback, maybe 5, maybe 4. I don't know. You don't want to go too crazy after 1 year, but it's a special talent, man. It's unique, and it's not just special and unique on game day. It's through the week and everything you hear about this young man and the reputation he already has. I did a piece recently in the Washington Post, sort of looking into this theory a lot of people have that this year's Commanders could be like last year's Texans for a lot of reasons. And, talking to head coaches, coordinators, GMs, personnel guys, advanced scouts, they all pointed to one reason, and this is no knock on C.J. Stroud, who's a really good quarterback, but they all think Jaden is special, a special leader, a special figure, a special galvanizing human being year-round, who there's just this gravitational pull from him that can really, in the eyes of, again, a lot of really smart football people, elevate that entire franchise and keep it elevated.
What are the things you hear, Jay, people talking about when you talk to people around the country about him?
Just how much he cares, his personality, how consumed he is by this, how he understands as young as he is, and as relatively inexperienced as he is, what that quarterback position means, and particularly what it means there, where they haven't had one, really, forever.
Been a while, bro. Been a while.
Yeah. What he does to bring guys together, the way he communicates with people throughout a long NFL, off season, the way he conducts himself, just his personality. He's a dude. He's a G. He has that reputation league wide already.
Mm-hmm.
He really does. It's interesting. I'm sure you know Brad Jackson from Baltimore and his time in the NFL. We had Brad on a little earlier in the show, and he said now granted, this is a preseason game that doesn't have much juice to it, right? But these two teams, the Ravens and the Commanders, in his mind are like Final Four teams in the NFL. And, the playoffs can be funky. A lot can happen in the playoffs. It's a oblong ball that bounces interesting directions.
Yes.
But when you look at Washington this year, have they inched into that real Super Bowl contender category for you?
No, not for me. And look, I don't think they're going to regress like the Texans did, but I also don't think they're going back to a championship game. I don't think they're going to be one of the Final Four teams standing. I think the NFC is getting tougher and tougher. And I think that the schedule looks different. Like, it's really hard to add, to go further in the playoffs year after year after year, even 2 or 3 years in a row, and to win more games. And I don't know. Like, I just keeping some of the older guys around and prioritizing that this offseason, seemed a little odd to some people around the league. I don't know that I love the offensive line. I know I don't love the pass rush, and scheming it up like they did last year, I think could prove tricky. I think defensively they're going to have a hard time doing what they did last year. So no, I think the quarterback is special. I think they'll be competitive week in, week out. I think they will certainly be one of the better teams in the NFL. I think they're a playoff team. Do I think they're a top 4 team? No.
The question I would ask about the Houston Texans last year, did C.J. Stroud really regress, or did he not have 2 receivers that he expected?
Well, the offensive line certainly became a huge problem. The offensive coordinator did not want to scheme up a screen game, did not help that kid nearly as much as he should have.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't lean into horizontal philosophies at all. They wanted to keep pushing the ball downfield. I think there's a lot of blame to go around. But, in his career, if you study C.J. Stroud, the road has been tough for him. And what really blew me away about Jaden is I just think about that Bengals game early on, that was not a thing, really. I mean, even to the first game in Tampa and how good they were. I don't get that same vibe from him. I don't think they have to recalibrate their offense when they go on the road, the way, the Texans kind of have. And that goes back even to Stroud's rookie year where he surprised a lot of people. So, they're not. The Texans, if they weren't in such a garbage division last year, could have really been in trouble. I don't think that's Washington. But I think the Giants defense is going to be pretty formidable, and the Eagles are still there. And Green Bay, without anybody noticing last year, with a rookie coordinator, were top 5 in the NFL in yards allowed per play. I just look like San Francisco. I don't love, but they're going to be better than last year. Seattle won 10 games with a rookie head coach. I just think the landscape of the NFC is going to be tough.
I hear that. We're talking with Jason Lockhamfor. You can read his work in the Washington Post. You can check out his show, Wanna Bet. It looks like daily on YouTube. JLC, I think one of the big things for Washington, I think Jaden, just having a star quarterback changes everything. I think the floor is so much higher for Washington than really it's been since B. Mitch was playing. But the ceiling is impacted by Terry McLaurin's availability. And I'm curious what you've heard in your conversations around the league with the Terry situation.
Well, I mean, again, we can go back to the early in the offseason, and there were people whose eyebrows were a little raised, well, wait a minute, they're worried about this Debo thing, and they're worried about paying, older guys who they brought in last year who outperformed their contract, but what are they going to do for this dude who's bled for them for years now? And again, a lot of that predates the arrival of this regime. So, this has not been as much as they've checked every box, and there's people in the league who think that not just the sort of intellect, but the emotional intelligence, sort of the understanding of culture and building, chemistry and all that. There's a lot of people who are lauding them around the league for a lot of that. But this seems to fly in the face of that. And you know, they do come from a place in San Francisco where they put prices on people's heads and they structured contracts certain ways, and they weren't, they by and large weren't budging. And maybe they feel like with this quarterback they don't need $35 million receivers. Like I don't know. I'm just judging it based on what they've done and how they've acted. And it struck me as odd, and it has even some people who again are super high on them as an organization have kind of looked at this one and said, man, there wasn't a way to build that olive branch and do something earlier in the offseason before, Cincinnati took care of all their receivers and before that market went bonkers again.
Yeah.
I do think they missed the mark a little bit there, and I think this one has gotten more personal than it probably needed to be. That's not to say that they can't still put the genie in the bottle, but I'm with you. This offense, as great as Jaden is, without a true number one receiver, I think you're putting undue pressure on that kid in year two.
Yeah, and in San Fran, they seem to always pay the guys in the end. I don't know what happens at this
Some of them, yeah. I mean, a lot of them, but it got ugly, and it cost them last year. It definitely caught up to them last year. That culture wasn't right last year.
Yeah.
Talking with Jason Lockenfora here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can always hear JLC on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Let's zoom out from Washington, right, and just look around the league. Philly remains loaded. That roster is loaded.
Yes.
But it's awfully hard to kind of go back-to-back. And that situation often seems volatile. Like, Week 5 last year, they wanted to run Sirianni. Then they end up winning a Super Bowl. What do you think of the Eagles this year?
Well, I think they're a team that's built to beat you up in the trenches, and they've got, I think they've got a lot of defaults there. They've got guardrails. Like, even if it's not a great day to throw the ball, we could beat you running our push. We could beat you running our quarterback. We could beat you running our feature back. We could beat you with a third down back. Like, I kind of think that like the elements don't matter. Like the quarterback being a little slump, like they can kind of overcome that. Adding all the chess pieces they did on the back end solved a lot of riddles for Fangio. I think there's a lot of understanding there about what it takes to win a football game, and I don't think they get caught up in aesthetics. And I don't think they get caught up in the box score, and I think that starts from the quarterback and sort of whittles its way down. So they're going to be a tough out. Are they going to be able to repeat? I think probably not. I mean, history tells you, the team that loses the Super Bowl really kind of has a fall from grace, and the team that wins it finds, that they maybe start running out of a little bit of steam right around when the playoffs start, if not sooner. So. Yeah. I think they're the class of that division. I think they will be back in the playoffs. And I think they'll be a tough out in the playoffs. But I love the offensive line and I love the defensive line. So it's hard for me to think they're going to fall that far.
Yeah, and then in the NFC East, the team that wins the Division 1 year don't normally come back the next year and win it again.
Right, that never happens, right? Nobody's done that since Andy Reid in 2004, right? So we'll see if they can buck that trend, yeah.
I think the Eagles are fascinating. I also think the Giants are interesting. The Jackson Dart mania up there is going to make it difficult for Daboll the first time Russ throws 2 picks in a game. Like, how do you see that quarterback room? I think all 3 of them will end up starting. Honestly,
it wouldn't shock me. And they built it that way for a reason. I think they know that all those guys. Well, I know they know. All those guys at this point in their career are probably 6 to 8 week guys, and so how do they shuffle through that? Now, what Dart's done, if we'd had this conversation 3 weeks ago, I would have said they'll go to Jameis before they go to Dart. I'm not positive that'll be the case now because of what Dart's done and because they haven't had a young quarterback. Daniel Jones was a thing for a minute, but obviously there's people fighting for their jobs. And with what Dart showed now, not just in closed practices, but in front of everybody's eyes, I think it'd be hard for them not to go to him second. So I think it's probably reshuffled the deck in that regard. But, Russ can't throw 2 picks. I think Russ knows he can't throw 2 picks. And with that defense, I think Russ is going to understand the assignment and just how we can win some games here 17-14 now. We can probably do that if our offense doesn't bleep it up. I think that front is legit, man. I think it's multiple. I think it's deeper than folks think, and it's definitely got blue chip talent in the starting core. And if the moves they made on the back end, those guys, like, I don't need Holland to be what he was, but like those guys are just above average NFL starters, and that's going to settle some things down in the back. I got a piece coming up on them pretty soon in the Washington Post. Like, I talked to a lot of people about their defense. Like, I think they're going to be respectable in large part because I'm buying the defense. And, you know, Jackson Dart, as from a personality standpoint, from sort of that, you know, that frat bro thing, like Dable dealt with that with Josh Allen. And Josh Allen matured under Dable's guidance, you know, as a person, as a leader, and obviously as a quarterback in accuracy and other ways. So maybe there's a little bit of a secret sauce there. I'm still not super high on the kid. I think there's going to be some hurdles, but he's had a hell of a summer, and it's probably got him, you know, to a point where if they do want to move off of Russ, kind of like Pittsburgh moved off of Fields for Russ last year after 6 games or maybe 8 games, then you know, I think Dart will get a run.
Let's round out the NFC East then. Dallas. I mean, what the hell is going on down there? The Parsons thing is clearly a mess.
Same old. Yeah, I don't fancy them much. It's about everything other than football there, and they know what they can do well, which is sell drama, milk reality television. You know, play the headlines, give the beat guys what they need, give the national people what they need, give the you scream at me, I scream at you shows what they need, like it, and all that. Just, you know, it keeps people running through the doors when they show those shots, right, of the standing room only seats, whatever, and people running in that stadium to see that god awful to mediocre football product week in, week out, and that's what really moves the needle more than anything else for Jerry. And I think the wins are secondary, and I think the wins will be pretty few and far between. And I think that head coach is being set up to fail.
We thought that from the beginning.
Totally.
Yeah, like I just don't buy that you can do it this way and it really be about building, a cohesive foundation to try to win on a weekly basis. There's just too much noise. It's a cacophony. It's like a wall of sound. Yeah. So I think they're going to get absolutely brutalized by the Eagles week 1. I looked at the first 5 weeks. Like I don't know, man. I could see them being. I could even see them being 1-4. I really could. Wow. And in that case, how would Jerry handle that? Like, how's Schottenheimer going to handle that? Like, I don't know, man.
You know, it won't be Jerry's fault.
Well, never, right. Of course, it never is.
Not according to Jerry.
Right. I think it's a house of cards, guys. I really do.
So going elsewhere around the league, do you have I think it's kind of silly because football seasons are living, breathing organisms that change week over week. But when you look out right now, are there teams you think are going to be in the Super Bowl? Like, do you have a Final Four, kind of where you think this season will go?
Well, I'm really bullish on the Green Bay Packers, and it would not surprise me if the Green Bay Packers are at least in a championship game. If Matt Stafford's back cooperates, I think the Rams pick up where they left off, and that's a team that really, probably should have beat the Eagles in that game. Like, I mean, if that game's not played in those conditions, I think they absolutely beat the Eagles. In the AFC, between Buffalo or Baltimore, I mean, one of them have to break through eventually, and I think it's probably this year. It would not surprise me if the Chiefs are a wild card team and not the division winner. And I still think the Chiefs would be really good, but I think Denver is a bit of a lagging, probably more than they're given credit for. Yeah, I mean, if you made me pick a Super Bowl right now, I might go Green Bay, Baltimore.
Ooh, I like that. I think Denver's going to be really good. Last thing, Kansas City has been dominant. Last season in the Super Bowl, they got throttled. What do you make of the Chiefs?
Well, I think it's going to be tough. I mean, that whole losing the Super Bowl thing, it's real, and it'll motivate them. And I'm not saying they won't get their 11 or 12 wins, but I mean, that division is nuts, guys. I mean, the coaches in that division, 5 Lombardi trophies, 10 Super Bowl appearances, 3 or 4 NCAA national championships. Every coach in that division has been a head coach, not a coordinator, been a head coach in the Super Bowl. Like, Carroll's going to make the Raiders respectable. It's going to be brutal, man. There's almost 700 regular season coaching wins in that division alone.
That's crazy.
That's going to be tough for Andy Reid. Like, he's got to go to Brazil to start. Like, I think they'll beat the Chargers, but that's not normal. They get the Ravens early in the year. You know, they're going to have to run a gauntlet. We'll see what happens with the Rice situation. But, like, yeah, I think Denver can win that division. I mean, Denver played KC head toe-to-toe last year. I mean, they had the crazy block chip shot field goal. I think that was in Arrowhead. They could have beat them in Arrowhead with Bo Nix as a stone-cold rookie. So Denver's defense is no joke. Sean Payton's no joke. The talent on offense has now reached a level that's pretty legit. And I think he knows exactly what he's doing with that quarterback. So, yeah, I'm definitely bullish on the Broncos.
Dude, I didn't even think about that. You've got 3, 4, 5 Super Bowl rings among 4 head coaches and another dude that barely lost one.
Yeah. One of them got 3, though.
Right. Andy's got 3. Peyton's got 1. Carroll's got 1.
Yeah, they've got 10 Super Bowl appearances, and the active coaches in the NFL outside that division have 12 combined. And, yeah, I'm working on a piece on this, and it'll be in the Washington Post soon.
Awesome.
But, yeah,
I look forward to reading that.
It's pretty crazy.
Thank you for the time, dude. Appreciate it.
You guys, anytime. My pleasure.
Okay, brother.
Jason Lockhamfora. You can give him a follow at Jason Lockhamfora, joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Damn, I didn't think about the AFC. I knew it was a good division, but when you think about just the coaches, Carroll has 1, been to 2. You could argue Carroll should have 2 if you just give the ball to Marshawn at the goal line. Peyton has 1. You wonder what happens if Bountygate never hits and they don't get all those suspensions and all that crazy stuff. Serious business, man. And I believe we might have some news coming your way. Quick break. It's P. Mitch and Finlay.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. We've got some pretty big breaking news. The Commanders are trading running back Brian Robinson to the 49ers. This is per Diana Rossini, who just tweeted this out. The deal is still pending a physical. Commanders trading running back Brian Robinson to the San Francisco 49ers. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finlay, 1067 The Fan. You heard the news. You heard Savannah McCann on The Fan. Brian Robinson is now a San Francisco 49er.
All right.
They get a 6th-round pick back. B, it was 2 weeks ago we watched B-Rob run in New England, and he looked good.
He did.
You know, life comes at you fast in the NFL. At this point, this is not a surprise. We've all been kind of waiting for it.
Yeah.
I'm going to open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Brian Robinson, now a San Francisco 49er. The second trade the Commanders and the Niners have made this year. Earlier in the year, they traded a 5th-rounder to get Deebo Samuel. Now they get a 6th-round back, send Brian Robinson that way. I think from a fit, B-Rob with the Niners as a backup to Christian McCaffrey, and they run a lot of multiple stuff.
Yep.
I think it's a good fit for B-Rob.
They need a grind out guy, too.
I want your reaction. Brian Robinson was shot his rookie year, played a month later. I like Brian Robinson. I know him. I've covered him. I wish him well, certainly. To me, you're pressing the gas on this. Like, B-Rob gave you a level of dependability that I'm not sure you have.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not to say what they have could not be better, but he gave you a level of dependability that you no longer have.
And coaches, owners, front offices, they move in the direction that they want to do. And maybe, just maybe, they feel that the other guys fit the whole bill better. We will see. It's nothing like at this point now, he's traded, going to San Fran. The guys that are here, you have an opportunity. But don't think that it could be solely done. It may be somebody else getting released from another team they may feel could come in here too. So all that stuff can come out and you got to figure it out.
Totally. It's a really interesting time right now. Taking your calls, 800-636-1067. Brian Robinson traded to the Niners. They get a 6th-round pick back on a personal level. B-Rob, rooting for you, man.
Definitely.
Garofolo saying now that the Commanders are going to own some of the $3.4 million they owe. They're going to take on some of that salary. So it'll be interesting when we get kind of the final results.
Oh, okay.
I don't think the 3.4 mil was the driving factor in this.
No.
We're getting callers coming in now. I'm going to take Telly is on the line.
What up, Telly?
Telly, B-Rob's a Niner.
Hail to the Redskins. What's happening,
What's
man?
up, brother?
Hey, man. Hey, I'm happy for B-Rob. You know what I mean? Like you said, man, he was a force, but he just wasn't put in the best position to take advantage of his strengths. But, you know what I mean, hopefully, you know what I mean, I think he's in a great system over in San Fran. I think their coach's issue, they don't stick to it when they get in the playoffs. But I think he's going to succeed, man. I'm happy for him, man. Hell to the Redskins.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Tully. Let's go to John in Fairfax.
What up, John?
John, B-Rob's a Niner.
I don't really like it. I don't think the trade should happen at this point. If you're going to trade a player, trade him before the draft. We're in a Super Bowl window. I don't think you should be trading good players at this point. You can't really do anything with them now.
It's done now. It's definitely done now. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I think Go ahead.
My bad. You got it.
No, your call is reasonable. I think if you're not happy about this, it's a reasonable stance.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I'm not mad at the trade. I'm just mad at the timing. There's no point of doing it right now. We can't really use the pick at this point. It's going to be for 2027 or 2026, my bad.
But they may feel that the people they have give them the same level and maybe more opportunity. So I don't know if the pick is what's the big thing about it.
No, it's valid, but I just don't think he's that bad of a player. I trust in Bill, but I'd rather have him work into the starting running back role instead of just giving it to him right away because he's a rookie. Anybody could not pan out to be who they are.
Thank you for the call, man.
All right, man.
Appreciate
Good
it. You're 100% right. The 6th round pick next year will not help them win a game this year.
No.
But that doesn't mean the guys they have currently, they must like more.
Mm-hmm.
You can draw that conclusion. I know Jeff's juggling the phones. I wanted to let Jeff weigh in because you seem kind of like your mind was blown by this, Jeff, even though we kind of knew it was coming, but where do you land?
Like I said on break, JP, it was kind of an eye-opener for me because me looking at B-Rob, I was like, okay, we maybe get a 3rd or 4th round pick for him. But, like, to see the rest of the league and look, and they be like, I'll give you a 6 for him. It just was shocking. I wish him the best. It's no, ill feelings towards B-Rob. I don't want him to go somewhere and fail. I want him to succeed. Thank you for your time in Washington, B-Rob. That's it.
See what happens once you show your hand. So a hole in one. Once you show your hand, the other teams know what you're not going to keep them. So you're trying to salvage something. And I think it drops a little bit. But the trade market is weird in the league, bro. You don't get what you get normally in other spots unless it's a quarterback.
One, you're totally right, B. The trade market are weird in general. 2, contracts matter a lot in NFL trades. B-Rob's going into the last year of his deal.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like a team feels like they have a long-term investment here. 3, and it's not fair, but running backs get devalued in this league.
Yeah.
That's just the reality. So that's why, honestly, I think getting a 6th is pretty good. I thought they might have to give B-Rob and a 7th to get a 6th back.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they actually did pretty well from the compensation side of this thing. Phone lines are lit up, so I want to let people weigh in.
And then they work with some friends, too, which,
doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Z is on the line. Z, what do you think of the B-Rob situation?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thank you for having me on. I think that, once they showed their hand the other day, it was pretty much inevitable. We knew he was going to be gone. To be able to get something back for him, I feel like it works. Just like you said, JP, in that moment where you look at it, okay, I was saying maybe we get a 5th, maybe we get a 6th. And, it was a good thing what you just said. If you thought you may have had to throw in a 7th just to get a 6th. So I'm happy to get something. He kind of fell out of the likes of, like you said, what we had around. Being out at training camp, you kind of see that, they're working into some of the other guys. And then Bill, this, emergence of Bill, and he just skyrocketed with the hype and everything. And, he's showing that, he was worth the pick. So it worked out in a way that where he can go somewhere and get a shot. Come from the Shanahan pedigree, they work great with running backs. So I think that he's going to a great situation. We get something for it. And then, the guys like C-Rod and Bill can kind of lead the backfield with the help of Eckler. And then, McNichols will fall where he falls. So I feel like it'll all just work out for both parties.
All right, man.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Z. Yeah, I think it could all work out for both parties.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm B-Rob, and the Niners run the hell out of the football.
What
And
do
you
you
got
do?
a good offensive line. And you
I'm happy.
might kind of be the backup, but like CMC has missed some games in the past.
Being the backup out there mean you be possibly the starter.
Well, the other thing we talked about the other day, sometimes the best role for a player going into free agency is to only get to show a little. And people want what you know what I mean? It's like, damn, he looks great.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if we give him this role. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And that
Exactly.
could be what he gets out there.
Very possible.
I'm
Very
gonna
possible.
take one more. Ryan,
But yesterday, he said it, but I don't know if people caught it. I don't know if it was when he was on with us or when he was in the press conference with the media.
DQ.
Dan said the situation with Terry and B-Rob are moving along, and then he kind of changed to the topic real quick. So this proves it's moving along properly, right? Because it happened today.
Right. Well, I mean, with all the trades going on in the NFL, I think it was pretty clearly about that time. You know what I mean? I don't expect that with Terry. Let's take one more call in. Warren is in Maryland. What's up, Warren?
Hey, I got y'all the first time you called this time. But
Appreciate it.
Hey, kudos to the Commanders. Kudos to Peters. I really feel like they took care of B-Rob. All this negativity around the whole affair, I think, is conjured up by the media. I'm going to say us, but I'm not included in that. But, we always looking for a nefarious reason for things. And I don't think it was that in this case. I think that Peters them had an ace in their hand, up their sleeve, and that ace was B-Rob possibly being traded, and they would get something out of the deal with San Francisco because of Peters' connections and everything. It made it all possible. People in the media was too busy painting this other thing. B-Rob is washed up and whatever, which isn't the case. He's going to fit great in their system. Hey, let me shut up. I'm talking too much.
Thank you, Warren.
Hey, thank y'all.
Appreciate you, bud. Thanks for the call, man. Phone lines are open. Brian Robinson is now a 49er. It's B. Mitch and Finlay. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. On Tuesday, August 26th, is FanDuel Futures Day, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. So take a flyer in the MVP race, or you can crown a Super Bowl champion. We just heard Jason Lockenford tell us who he thought was going to win it. You can go with those, or you can pick your own, or you can parlay your division winner, dark horses. Mark your calendars. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. You have to be FanDuel. Pay your game. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finlay, 1067 The Fan. Breaking news, Brian Robinson traded to the San Francisco 49ers. Second trade this year between the Commanders and the Niners. Obviously, Adam Peters came from San Fran. Commanders able to get a 6th-round pick for B-Rob. Pretty good haul for a running back going into the last year of his contract. Apparently, the Washington will eat some of B-Rob's $3 million salary. That's pretty much a non-factor in a league with $200+ million salary cap. I saw this tweet from David Aldridge and wanted to mention it. DA from The Athletic wrote, "We'll say this one more time. Brian Robinson came back weeks after being shot in a carjacking attempt. He did nothing but play hard, play hurt, and for the most part, play very well for Washington over 3 seasons. One of Robert Bear's best picks. Good luck to him in San Francisco."
Very good luck to him.
Well said, DA.
I'm with that. I like that.
All right, let's get to the phones. Darren is in Manassas. What's up, Darren?
Hey, what's up, guys? So, honestly, ever since this whole trade talk has been started, I've just been surprised. And now that it came through, I just think it's a little risky. There's probably a good reason why I'm not a manager or dealing with any of these things in the NFL. But, I mean, do you guys really think you've seen enough from Bill and Chris Rodriguez to trade away your lead back who has produced? I mean, I don't know. That just seems crazy to me.
For me to answer the question, I would say no. But I'm not the person that see him all day, every day, and have a game plan for him. So Adam Peters and Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury, they may see enough to believe that they can move forward. Just simply me answering the question, I've said it the other day. I said, I haven't seen nobody just come out there and blow me away and say they were better than him. But I also understand how the NFL works, and you may see a plan for something coming ahead that may work for you, and that could be what's going on. So I understand what's going on. I still, like JP just stated, and like a caller stated, I'm not going to be one. There are a lot of people here who love you when you're here, and they start hating as soon as you're gone. I'm not going to hate on him. I'm going to be hoping he'll go out and have a damn good career from this point on.
100%. Thanks for the call, Darren. I can't go as far as Darren as saying that this is risky. They clearly like the backs they have, but you are losing a level of dependability.
Yeah, and then that dependability could be the risk. Will the other guys be able to stay healthy or whatever? And look, that's what you have to do. When you roll your dice, you don't know it's going to land on 7-11 for you. When you roll the dice, you take a risk. So this is the same thing. You're rolling the dice.
Let's go to Larry is in La Plata. Larry, what's up, dude?
Hey, guys. Good morning. I agree with Darren. I'm puzzled on how all of this has unfolded and the rapidity that it unfolded. I suspect at one point Brian probably told Peters and DQ, play me or trade me. And, I'll start a drama. And that was the last thing that the Commanders needed was the second drama in that locker room. But here's where I'm confused, fellas. Typically, anywhere between 50 to 75% of players always have their best year when they're coming into a contract year. Why was it so critical to do this so quickly? He looked good in training camp, according to Brian. He was never really given a chance in any preseason games. Why not let the season unfold? Let's see what he does against the Giants, and then you go from there. Who's to say if Rodriguez or Bill gets injured in this final game? Where are we now? I find this whole thing puzzling, and I keep hearing what Jason said. Peters mishandled the McLaren situation. It's looking like he's mishandling this situation. That's my 2 cents.
I don't. You can't blame Peters himself. He talks to these coaches about what they feel and think, and they probably came to a understanding. So at this point right now, I know it looks like it's weird, but let's be real. We've seen things in the past that's been just as weird. And right now, we'll see what happens during the season.
I don't think it's weird. If I had to pick a word between weird and risky, I don't think it's weird. They thought they were probably going to cut him, so they tried to get something for him, and they like the guys they have. I think.
And the thing about a good football team, you have to make decisions like this.
I think another factor in this is B-Rob, his best asset is that he's a very physical runner, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you need him to, Debo could probably give you some of that.
You don't want to do that from Debo. Debo's gotten banged up over the years when he tries that.
But Debo's going to get some carries.
Yeah.
Like we saw it in the preseason game.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder how that impacts this.
But I love it being on the outside. Don't be inside.
C-Rod running better. They like Bill. They still like Eckler and McNichols. Like, I don't think this is weird. I think the football path to this is very easy to see. The risk involved, I find to be a little different. Just in Bill, you can look at it one of two ways. He didn't play last year, so maybe he's super fresh, or maybe it's going to take a lot to get used to a 17-game NFL schedule.
Yeah.
McNichols has never been the guy. Eckler dealt with the head injuries last year. And Rodriguez has never been the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Rodriguez has shown you some flashes and is having a really good camp.
Yeah.
But B-Rob has played his rookie season when he got shot. He played 12 games. 2 years ago, he played 15. Last year, he played 14. Goes for about 800 yards every year. I mean, the numbers are quite similar, really. 797 as a rookie, 733 in 23, 799 last year. Like, there's a level of dependability that you're losing.
And some people sometimes like dependability. Some people love explosion. You may get the explosion, may not be as dependable, but you may get those big plays every once in a while. And maybe that's what they're looking for.
We're keeping the phone lines up for the remainder of the program. Brian Robinson's now a 49er. What do we make of it?
After some trade speculation, the Commanders have sent running back Brian Robinson Jr. to the San Francisco 49ers in exchange for a 2026 sixth-round pick. The 49ers have dealt with a slew of injuries at the running back position behind starter Christian McCaffrey. Robinson sat out of the Commanders' preseason game against the Bengals on Monday in what was a mutual decision between Washington and Robinson. The move sparked additional questions about Robinson's future with the team, given that there was already trade speculation heading into the season. Robinson was drafted by the Commanders in the third round of the 2022 draft out of Alabama. He's currently on the final year of his 4-year rookie contract. Now, last year, he posted career highs with a 4.3 yards per carry and 8 touchdowns in Washington. But now he's going to get a fresh start with the San Francisco 49ers. And the Carolina Panthers have extended the contract of right tackle Taylor Moton through the 2027 season. Moton received a 2-year, $44 million deal with $40 million of that fully guaranteed. And sources told Adam Schefter that the Vikings have reached out to Carolina about trading for wide receiver Adam Thielen, who is in the last year of his contract. Thielen is from Minnesota and spent his first 10 seasons with the Vikings before he signed with Carolina in 2023. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
B-Mitch and Finlay, the big news that everybody's kind of been waiting for is what will happen with Brian Robinson. Now we know B-Rob has been traded to the San Francisco 49ers. Ben Stanek was the first one that brought this idea to us 10 days ago, a week ago. I said certainly possible. I don't really see the need for it. Obviously, Washington feels differently. They got a lot of faith in Bill and C-Rod and Eckler and McNichols, able to get a 6th-round pick back. I'm curious how the folks feel about the trade. Let's go to Ryan in D.C. Ryan, what do you think of the trade?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing good.
I feel good about the trade because I got full faith in Adam Peters and the guys, but I'm happy about it just because I feel like like JP said, it looks like we were about to cut him before week 1. I was just thinking about it as I was on hold. He's really the last guy from that whole Olave trade with Sam Howell, Dotson, Robinson, and then I think it was like Cole Turner or something like that. But it's just end of an era. But I'm cool with it.
Well, Cole's still here.
Full trust in our 4 guys. So
as of now,
that's true.
As
dude.
of now,
yeah, Cole Turner's still here.
That's a really good point.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Everybody was so hyped about that trade. Washington moved back, whatever it was, 4 or 5 spots. Took Dotson, was able to draft Howell, B-Rob. I mean, in the end, I think you'd rather have Olave,
it looked really promising at first.
Right. Thanks for the call, dude. Good call. If you could balance it all out now, wouldn't you rather have Olave? And I think Jamison Williams went after Olave, if I remember correctly. Zeke is in Southeast. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
All right. Hey, now I like the trade because I have, like the guy said, the previous caller, trust in Peters and that whole regime. Because remember last year we was uncertain about a lot of moves they made with the roster, but they took the 4-win team to 1 game away from the Super Bowl. So I don't question them. They probably think they have better talent. That's why they let B-Rob go, and they can work with what they have. So I'm looking forward to, pretty much getting the better results from that running back room. Yeah, you kind of, you don't know. Is it risky? Yes. but no what to say, no risk, no reward. So I think we probably are better off because of that. But I hate to see him go because he was a great player for us.
All right,
thanks, Zeke. He was a good player.
Good player.
Our guy Toothpick is on the line. What's up, Pick?
Hey, what's good, JP? What's up, B Mitch?
What up, brother?
Hey, listen. I'm not bashing B-Rob. I want to say that first, right? But B-Rob has not had a complete season with us. He's often injured. He misses games every year, right? And we lack explosion in the running back position. And for him to be in his last year, we got something back for him. So that's a plus for our general manager and our front office. At the same time, now I feel like we do have explosion in competition, and that's what they always preach is competition. So this is a good thing right here that we have competition in that position, and you got something for somebody. Whereas the past regimes, it just would have been, hey, we're just going to cut them. We're going to get nothing for them. So it's a plus. It's a plus. I appreciate y'all. Thanks for taking my call, man.
All right, man.
Thanks, Pick. Appreciate it.
I'll say this, though. I know we talk about the explosion thing and say, but not many people play a full season anymore in the NFL, to be totally honest with you. So when a guy plays 15, 14 games, that's a plus. None of these other guys have proven they could do that either. Just to question it. None of them have proven they could play that long.
Totally.
We'll see. We'll see moving forward.
Totally. I don't know what just happened there. I think I just accidentally hung up on a couple people. So if you're trying to call in, call again, because I think I accidentally just hung up on a couple people. Chris is in Arlington. Chris, what do you think?
Chris? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, I'm fine with it because I trust the people who are the football brains over there in Ashburn. But I guess I am questioning the timing of it. I think that they overplayed their hand by basically letting the world know that he was available, but also in the last year of his contract. So I guess in the end, I would rather have the knowledge that I've got an 8-touchdown running back on my squad for 1 year than take a chance on what a 6th-round pick could bring me over the next several years. It's probably nothing. So that's kind of where I am on this.
All right.
Yeah, man, it's people can easily be like, oh, B-Rob, the explosive plays, I remember hearing that going back to the middle of last season.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for the call, Chris. And then he did have the 2 fumbles in that Philly game.
Mm-hmm.
But
you look at him over the long haul, he rarely fumbles.
Over 3 years, 800 yards and 6 touchdowns per season, that's not nothing.
Yeah.
Like
100%. And let's be real. Yes, we may seem like we got more explosion. We showed that we didn't go get a 1,600-yard back.
Right.
So, listen, I'm with people who say that it's funny how people say, I trust Adam Peters. I trust our new people, but they question everything that they've done. So, but the thing for me is I understand what they're trying to do, but they also didn't send him to a trash heap.
Right.
They sent him to the 49ers with a legitimate offensive line, a damn good play caller, a good team. So, I see that as respect, a level of respect.
Let's keep the phones going. Josh is in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Joshua?
Hey, fellas. Thanks again for coming out to the Dad Games. You guys were amazing.
Oh, that was fun, man.
Josh, what's up, dude?
brother?
I didn't know it was you.
Yeah,
How you doing?
what's up, dude? You guys were awesome. That was a blast.
Yo, we had a blast.
Hey,
and I wanted to say, I thought the article in the Washington Post was really awesome. I read that and enjoyed
wasn't
it.
that cool?
Yeah,
man. And hey, we're bringing it around the country, so we're going to have you guys on the road for us, man, as we get bigger and bigger. So
let's go.
It was a lot of fun, man. But hey, on this one, I think 2 things can be true, man. I like the deal, and I really like B-Rob. I like the deal. 6th-rounders are not nothing, man. I mean, Terrell Davis, Tom Brady, Antonio Brown, like there were some legit 6th-rounders in the NFL that, history that, so that there's some real value there. And he just didn't. There was something different last year. I think all of us season ticket holders saw it. Like they're just the vision and the burst wasn't there. On the flip side, though, I just really like this dude. He was one of the nicest guys at training camp. He literally picked up my 5-year-old and signed his back. Like he took a bullet for this city, quite literally. And so I think as a fan base, we've got to be cheering him on wherever he goes because he just seems to be like a salt of the earth human being.
I'm with you. I never saw a guy that was better about signing autographs. I don't want to say never. Brian Robinson was among the best guys I've ever seen at signing for kids. He would spend hours out there.
Yeah.
Hours. Thanks for the call, Josh. And, we really enjoyed Dad
was
Games.
fun, man.
Keep us in
That
the
was
loop,
totally
man.
fun.
Happy to be a part of it.
We're going to run it back. Appreciate you guys. All right.
Take
Cool.
care. Jaime's on the line.
Jaime.
Jaime, what's good?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Happy Friday.
Same to you, brother.
I didn't like getting B-Rob. It's going to be a long season. We're planning to play 20-plus games. We have a trip to Europe. Maybe somebody's with a back pain, and it's not going to be able to make the trip. We don't.
I mean, that phone
I
acting
got
up
to put
today,
you on
brother.
hold, dog. We can't hear you. Let's go to Matt Stafford. Shouldn't you be worried about your back, Matt Stafford, not Brian Robinson?
I just worry about my old lady and keeping her happy. So my back is secondary. And all the talk of the message it sends the team to not sign Mr. Commander Terry McLaurin, I think this is the opposite. I think they probably had a lot of offers. They might have had better offers from worse situations. Maybe the Cleveland Browns offered a fifth, and they turned it down out of respect for Brian to get him in a good landing spot. That's what I'm thinking. So, I think it's a good look for everyone. And, hey, I'm stashing Brian Robinson on my fantasy team somewhere.
I think
all right, brother.
You're looking at the sunny side of life there. I think if you're willing to cut a player, you're willing to trade him to the best offer. But maybe you're right. Maybe if they were – like if it was a 6 from Cleveland or a 6 from San Fran, you're like, all right, let's do San Fran.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Maybe you try to leverage.
Okay, that
it.
might be closer. Right.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you, bud. Let's go to Dave in Woodbridge.
Well, from Cleveland, you've been closer up to the top of the round.
More work. Dave, what's up, dude?
Hey, guys. Hey, I'm feeling a little bad for B-Rob. I like this dude. He never had a line here. I feel like if he had a line, he's a 1,000-yard back, maybe 1,100 yards. Who knows if he had more holes? That's kind of maybe why he had so many injuries. He's getting hit as soon as he got the ball. I do wish him well. I'll listen to what y'all got to say. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Definitely wish him well. 100% wish him well.
I don't believe in just hating on somebody just because they're not on your team anymore.
I think it could work out well for B-Rob, too.
Yeah.
San Fran's good spot, good offensive line. Kyle Shanahan, that offense,
hell up there.
they run the hell out of the ball. Ricky's down in Chesapeake. What's up, Ricky?
What's up, Rick?
What's up, B-Mitch, JP?
What's happening?
I just want to say, man, that, we don't know how good Brian Robertson could have been running behind the offensive line that he's been running behind. I know y'all done touched on it, but right now, understanding that we consider this to be an upgrade with the offensive lineman we got now, we don't truly know how good Brian Robertson could have been.
Got a point there.
I don't know that I agree with that. I think we're 3 years in on B-Rob. Like, I think we know who he is as a player. I think he's a good back, tough runner, helps your team. But I don't think, if we're doing tiers or levels, like I think there's a reason they also moved on here because they don't think he's the game breaker, game changer type that you can't let leave your building.
Like I said to you the other night, if B-Rob was in the game on last Monday in them same situations and had them same runs, can't make this move.
Right.
And that's why you didn't play him in that game. So let's be real, man. When you're trying to make moves, sometimes it has nothing to do with whether they think a player is bad or not. He's just not in your plans no more. It's that simple with some stuff. These other guys we feel are better in our plans. This guy is no longer in the plans.
I think that's well
Gotcha.
said. Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate you, bud.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. We'll keep the phone lines open for the rest of the hour. 800-636-1067. A lot of reaction going on as obviously a big trade. Jeff walking in here with Lord knows what. I did want to credit our guy Drew Cohen, one of our most loyal listeners, a good friend. Drew brought us in some crab cakes.
Jay, I had a sandwich called the Fan.
So I have it here. I haven't tried it yet. Now the
sandwich is outstanding.
All right. So here's the deal. There were two different kinds of crab cakes, and we don't know whose was whose, right?
Uh-huh.
I liked the less ball version. I liked the one that was more like lump crab than the other joint, B.
Yep.
What was your
I like
Gil's
both of them.
voting
I
with
think
me.
both of
They
them.
were both great.
They both had lump crab. Just one of them was a little bit less firm because it wasn't like baked or cooked. The other one was a little looser. I like, and the thing about me, I like different types of them. I just don't like it when they fried and they got the the little stringy meat instead of I like lump meat.
Yeah.
So the lump got me on both of them. I like them both. Like for me, if I walked in the house, I grabbed one or the other, I wouldn't have a problem with either.
I'd be thrilled.
Yeah, so that's how I was with that one. But the overall thing that knocked me out the house was those right there. That sandwich you wait and eat. It's called the Fan. They got a crab cake, a soft shell crab. They got some tomatoes, some bacon on that thing. That is outstanding.
Fired up.
Yeah.
Looking ahead to next year, now that they have this 6th rounder, Commanders now have 6 picks in the 2026 NFL draft. Keep in mind, they don't have a 2nd rounder because they traded. That was included in the
They
Tunsil.
may end up with one. They keep getting these extra little picks here.
So right now, they have a 1st rounder, a 3rd rounder, a 4th rounder. They don't have a 2nd because that was included in the Tunsil trade. They don't have a 5th because that was included in the Debo trade. They have a 6th. They have 2 6ths now. Their own and one from the Brian Robinson trade, and a 7th.
Okay.
So if you keep track and there are people keeping track. If you're keeping track of the draft next year before they even play this year, 6 total picks. You mentioned a comp pick. I'm trying to think what player could get them a comp pick.
They release anybody?
If you release somebody, I don't think you get a comp pick. It's only if somebody's contract expires.
Okay.
Like they didn't get a comp pick from John Allen because they released him. If somebody's contract expires, I don't want to suggest this, but there's one very obvious one.
Who?
Terry.
Mm.
If Terry plays out his deal and they don't tag him and he signs elsewhere in free agency next year.
That's a lot of questions. So I don't much want to speculate all that. You say if they don't tag him, that's too much to think about.
Right. I'm just saying, like, I'm looking at people who have expiring contracts this season.
If somebody's thing going to expire and they don't know that it'll be a possibility of a tag, I can understand that. But this one here, that's too much to be speculating right now.
Sure. Ways to get other picks without trades and stuff would be comp picks. Now, comp picks come at the end of the 3rd round. They're basically 4th round picks. Duran is in. This is the last year on Duran's deal with guaranteed money, but they'd have to release him in the offseason, which would not lead to a comp pick. It's honestly almost the exact same roster, age, everything as it was with Allen last year. All right, we've had a significant Brian Robinson discussion. A lot of people, I tweeted out, if you look at the last 3 seasons, B-Rob has averaged about 750 yards and 6 touchdowns. There's a level of dependability with that you don't get with the other guys on the roster. And all these people are like, only thing you can depend on is not picking up first downs and fumbles. Like,
because they're stupid.
You have a very skewed
reality. They don't know. They just speak sometimes just to be speaking.
I don't know. I don't understand. You and I were talking about this early, like in April. There was a weird backlash to B-Rob among the fan base. And if you want to say like he left yards on the field. Don't disagree. But he also did a lot of good things here in Washington.
Totally.
When we come back, let's talk Ravens Commanders tomorrow and go around the NFL. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finlay.
The Commanders are trading running back Brian Robinson to the 49ers for a 2026 sixth-round pick. Robinson did not play in the preseason game on Monday against Cincinnati, signaling the end of his relationship with the franchise. The Commanders had planned to release him if they could not find a trade partner. They'll save $3.3 million in salary cap space thanks to the move. Washington had been shopping Robinson since earlier this month, in part because of the depth coaches say the team already has at the running back position. And we're going to get starters versus starters in the Kansas City Chiefs-Chicago Bears matchup. Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson's Bears offense are looking to build off their dominant showing last Saturday. Andy Reid, meanwhile, is no stranger to playing his starters in the preseason, meaning we're going to get Patrick Mahomes and company too. Number 1 overall pick Cam Ward is expected to play for the Tennessee Titans in their preseason finale against the Minnesota Vikings. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Time. We're gonna celebrate.
Let's have an exercise. Brian?
Let's exercise?
No, let's have an exercise.
Oh, okay. What you want to do?
Let's perform an exercise. I think I'm going to shock you, B. You ready for this?
I'm shocked by most things you do, Jay.
Brian, I'm going to pull something out of this bag that will shock you. For those on the stream, I'm in my backpack. Landfill, are you ready to be shocked? B?
You're not going to shock me.
I think I am. I have a pen.
Oh, Lord.
I put a pen in my bag because I never have one.
Man, if you don't hurry up and go to this phone line and see what the hell he's
There's nobody on the phone.
Well, do something other than telling us you got a damn pen.
Shout out to NBC4. There's a supply
you
closet
stole
there.
a pen.
I work there. I think I'm allowed to take a pen.
No, you're not. You're not allowed to just go in the closet. It's somebody that's in charge of those pens.
Nah, dude. I'm allowed.
I promise you it's somebody in charge of pens. And guess what? Now they mad because they don't have the right number.
Landfill, you don't think I'm allowed to take a pen? I think I am.
JP, we know you will do something illegal and then come on there and tell on yourself. We already seen you do
It's not stealing. I work there. The pens are for people that work there.
You're going to get fired like Craig and Friday.
Yeah, you can get fired for
I
that.
get fired on my day off.
Yeah, and then, like, we also know, like, you eat, like, candy out of the freezers. They're not yours.
That's here.
Yeah, and you come on air and tell people.
That has nothing to do with taking a pen from the supply closet, which are supplies for people to go to work.
Is anybody in charge of that supply closet?
No, it's just open. Like it's
so. In other words, they just
over
say,
by the
anybody,
IT
anybody can just take. So if I decide right now I want to walk over here to this copy machine, I'm gonna take these some packs of the paper and just take it home. That's I work here.
I don't think that's the same.
It is the same.
B.
It's supplies.
Yo,
I need to.
At the old CSN office, there was a supply closet.
And
We could go
never
to it.
went in it.
All right, but you were allowed to.
No.
Yes.
I can't just take this microphone home and say, well, I need it for work.
Because you work here.
You guys are such idiots.
No.
You're allowed to take a pen.
The idiot is the person who steals something, did go broadcast
It's
it to
not
the whole
stealing.
town.
It's a pen from the supply closet.
Is there a
sound like stealing to me?
Is there a sign or anything that says, I want to know if there's anything written that says you can just go get some pens?
Yo, it's open. There's no lock. It's not in a separate area. It's like you can access these supplies.
Now, did you walk fast away
Heather,
from?
I know you're listening, Heather, so text me and let me know. Can anybody just walk in there, because you work there, and just grab stuff and take it?
And don't put it behind a lock because most of their employees are trustworthy.
And you're not.
You're allowed to have the pens. And since we're doing it, people keep stealing the pens off my desk at Channel 4, which is why I have to keep going and getting new pens.
So you stealing, and they stealing it from you?
No.
Actually,
if you take it off somebody's desk, that's
no,
stealing.
they taking them off your desk and put them back in the place, and you just go and get the same one you stole the day before.
My point was celebrating having this pen. If anybody from Channel 4 is listening, Kerwin, anybody, Please call in and defend my ability to take a pen.
I
from
just
the
text
squad
Heather.
closet.
She'll hear me.
JP don't got 5 on it. He got 5 fingers on it.
Yeah.
The point here was we got this Ravens preseason game tomorrow, right? Ravens Commanders, high noon. B's going to be on the call.
It's early in the morning.
Yeah. What's your call time for that?
About 9-ish or earlier.
Okay. Let's just, because too many people will say no starters are playing. And I understand legit straight starters probably won't be playing.
Mm-hmm.
But there's going to be significant contributors playing. Let's try the exercise of making a 53, right? And because that will prove my point. So quarterbacks, 3, right? We know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Running backs, at this point, 4. We know who they are. Tight ends, I think it's 3, and then they try to get.
You saying they're gonna be? You saying? Oh, you trying to get down to the roster?
Yeah, because I think there's going to. Yo, Cody's got to relax.
No, he probably said something about what you're doing wrong again.
Cody just tweeted at the FBI and at the FBI's most wanted that JP stole a pen.
I don't blame him because you're a thief, JP.
It's not stealing.
That's stealing, dog.
No, you guys are upset.
Just like when you ate the people Twix. You said that wasn't stealing.
That was much more stealing than taking a pen.
No, it's just all of it is
supplies
stealing. It's not
closet.
yours, and you taking it.
These are meant to be taken. Like if you go to a restaurant and they got mints when you leave, you don't take a mint?
No,
That's after you pay for your meal.
I work there.
No,
complimentary.
Those mints are
These
there.
pens are complimentary.
They tell you to take those. They don't tell you to take
tell
pens.
you to take this.
They tell you to take the pen to work at the work.
So take a picture where it says take a pen. Then we will believe you.
They tell you to help yourself to work things. This is a work thing.
I guarantee you they don't tell you that. I put $1,000. They don't tell
What's
you
crazy is the two knuckleheads in there are just joking around. I think you're serious.
Are they going to let you walk off with one of them cameras?
You know why I'm serious? Because you will do something that totally you're not supposed to do, then come on the radio and talk about it as if it's okay. So I'm telling you, just one thing I hope you get out of this whole deal.
You're allowed to take the pens.
Stop coming on air and talk about what you do when it's not your stuff.
I don't think this is the same scenario. That's all I'm saying.
I just got a text. Heather, yes, he's stealing. I'm joking.
She did not.
She didn't say that.
I'm texting. Can one of you? I'm gonna text everybody, the whole damn company. One of you call and confirm I'm allowed to take a pen. Maybe Goldrick, if you're listening. He's the big boss. All right, I'm going to try to get back to business here. Tight ends, I got to keep it 3. I feel like we mentioned Yankoff last year, but I don't think he was on the active coming out of camp. I think he was on the practice squad, and therefore he was in the building. You think they're keeping? I think they're keeping 3 tight ends. Do you agree with that?
I think Yankoff make the team.
So you got him keeping 4 tight ends?
I'm thinking Yankoff can make the team, bro. It's a battle. That is a battle between Yankoff and Sennett.
Do you think Sennett could actually get cut?
Do I think? Yes.
Really?
When I hear coaches mentioning the undrafted player consistently, it tells you something about it. And Yankoff was here last year too, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Okay. See, the mindset that, we draft you, you got to stay on the team, that's not a winning mindset. So we can't in one breath talk about what Adam is doing to move forward if just you got to keep a guy just because he was drafted. You know what I'm saying?
We got people calling in about the damn pen.
I mean, damn, you stole the pen.
I did not steal a pen.
Yeah, you're a thief.
Richard, what's up?
Hey, what's up, JP and B-Mitch? How you doing?
We good, man. How you doing?
Good. Hey, B-Mitch, I think you're giving JP a little bit too much flack here. You know, ever since I was a little kid, my dad is notorious for if we were to get a beer glass that has a logo of the restaurant we're at, my dad would always pocket that and we take it home. We got them lined up.
Your dad is a thief, just like JP.
No.
You just tell me your dad is a thief,
no.
dude. Am I supposed look? If your daddy was lifting stuff that wasn't his, if they say you could keep a souvenir glass, then he's not a thief. But if he just walked out of it, he's a thief.
I'm saying if JP is out here outing himself as a criminal,
I appreciate you, Richard.
Do it with him. Yes,
so you ain't outing yourself. You outing your dad. See that's you a snitch and your daddy a thief.
Answer line 9, please. Snitches and thieves. No honor amongst
thieves. He called
thieves.
in and out his dad. He's a snitch.
Thank you, dude. All right. We got an agent on the line. Agent Harper. Hello, Agent Harper.
Yes, this is Agent Harper from the FBI. We're calling about the stolen pen.
It's not stolen, dude. It's a pen from the office supply closet.
Was it your pen before you took the pen?
It was nobody's pen. It's in a closet full of pens.
So it's a pen, it belonged to somebody.
Just don't answer no questions without your lawyer.
It's the FBI, Jay. When they call you, they already know all the answers.
We got a car downstairs waiting for you. Please get out, and we'll take you into headquarters.
I'm going to call my attorney. Thank you.
Goodbye, sticky fingers.
All right. Look, I am ready to set the record straight.
Huh?
My guy Bakari calling in to defend me. Hello.
Who the hell is Bakari? We don't know if he's a legitimate.
You've met Bakari. Bakari.
I don't know if Bakari is a legitimate.
Bakari, can you please state your name and occupation, sir?
We have to come to the court to speak
Witness.
on your
Witness.
I don't know if he's a good witness.
Birthday twins. We almost birthday twins.
I know we
Come on,
birthday
man.
twins, but don't lie for him because you're gonna be accessory.
Now, I will say I did see him. His car. At the back of the station. A couple boxes of things going out. But,
there we go. I believe you.
Usually he limits it to one pin a day. We can allow that. That's
Hold on,
fine with
BK.
us.
You can confirm that people are stealing the pens off my desk at Channel 4. So I have no
I will
choice but
say-
to go get more pens.
Yes, there is another unidentified pin thief.
So,
that we have yet to
but
catch.
just because another person is a thief, don't mean you have the right to be a thief.
This is not stealing.
Dude, I gave you pens.
I lost those.
Okay, so you shouldn't be stealing. You should own your own.
BK, you
Now,
also know
I-
somebody stole my cup.
Now that I did not know.
Yeah.
I did not know about that one.
What I'm
See, a
finding
new
out now,
investigation
BK,
is
he's
starting
a
out
liar
now.
too.
I did let JP borrow a pen once. Have I seen it again?
So if you've
we'll-
seen
we'll find out
JP,
next week if he brings it back.
if you've seen JP, and you had a pen disappear, he stole it.
It's not stealing.
You can assume that.
These are pens. BK, thank you for defending my honor. I appreciate you, buddy.
Of course, man. Like I said, limit those pin drops. Limit those, all right?
Yeah, just don't tell him on air.
Thank you, dude.
After you steal them.
My whole point.
He's still guilty. He admitted that you take a pen a day. So
Yeah.
Dog.
And then you got a dude gonna call in and tell my man, JP not a thief. You too hard on him. My dad's a thief. That dude's you a snitch.
My wife, God bless her, once we were at this bar that had these awesome beer glasses.
Uh-huh.
And there was a sign, please don't steal the beer glasses. And I said to her, I was like, damn, I'm not going to, but I love these things. We got home that night.
She had
She
it?
pulled one out of her purse.
You know what?
I knew
So
right
running the
then I was
family.
marrying
So,
that woman.
hold. Another snitch. He a snitch too. So here we go. So JP, I know when he gets a little inebriated, he starts to dance, and I
got flow though.
I meet Lauren, and I'm like thinking, why is she with JP? JP's a little wild, a little crazy. Yeah, I saw her at a wedding dancing.
Now who's
Birds
snitching?
of a feather flock together.
Now who's snitching?
I didn't say she stole it. I said she was dancing. I didn't call it and say she stole a beer glass like you just stole.
BK, thank you for calling in, buddy. I don't know if you're
Of course,
still.
fellas. We'll talk to you later.
All right, man.
See you, man. When we come back,
What we gonna call this segment right here on the thing? Snitchgate?
JP Finlay pen thief.
Thiefgate.
when we come back, we're gonna make some bets, figure out what college football we're watching this weekend. Before we go, though, got to tell you about our good friends over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Paul is an absolute stud. You work with the best. It's his family. They'll get you new windows, new doors. You might need extra secure doors if I'm coming over and you got good beer glasses or loose pens about.
Yeah, you gonna take them.
Seriously, working with Paul has dramatically changed my house. Temperatures are perfect because the cool air doesn't get out in the summer. The cold air doesn't get in the winter. The doors are functional, really, really just aesthetically pleasing. I mean, he built that sunroom that people see me record stuff from home on. Paul built that pretty much from scratch, man, and it is perfect. Changed my home. I know working with Paul Henry's window installation has been terrific for my family, and it can be the same for your family. B, I know how much success you've had working with Paul, too.
I've had a lot of success, been working for Paul for multiple years now because he comes in, he does everything at a fair price. He does it quickly, and he doesn't mess up anything. And once Paul does something, it's going to be fixed. So every time something goes wrong, I call Paul, and even beyond windows and doors, I say, Paul, can you do this too? He said, yeah, we can do that. So I get him to do it. It doesn't mess up like the other people. A lot of people come to my house and worked on it. So if you did, you know where the hell you are. You won't be coming back ever again. So if everybody want to get the same type of deal that JP and I got, reach out to Paul right now. You'll get $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Finlay sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
maybe. B. Mitch and Finlay, AAA poll of the day. What do you care more about? Preseason week 3, college football week 0. Votes are in. College football week 0, 60. Preseason week 3, 40.
Well, I'm going to add mine. I care about preseason week 3. Get paid to work at.
Sure, I get it.
More than I get paid for college week 1. Week 0. How much I get paid for college week 0? 0.
That's the B. Mitch Finlay AAA poll of the day. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. It is week 0, which means tomorrow we can gamble on football. Real football, baby. Hell yeah. I'll run through the slate, B. Tell me your side. The big one, Iowa State, Kansas State. High noon. Is that a neutral site, or are they playing that in the Little Apple? It looks like Kansas State.
I think it's in Ireland.
Is it?
I think so.
One of those college games going to be over there.
Kansas State.
You should go, Jake. Hang out with your peeps. You from Scotland.
Unfortunately, I got to work tomorrow, too. Which I guess.
I mean, if you're stealing all the pins, that's why you got to work all that extra time.
You can't leave the country.
Yeah, you can't leave the country because he's on probation, landfill.
You're right, Landini. That one's in Dublin. Bubbling in Dublin. Can't deny me. Iowa State, K-State tomorrow in Dublin. That should be a scene. Kansas State favored by 3.
Okay.
You want a little 4 o'clock action, B?
What you got at 4?
Idaho State.
What time is that game?
Noon.
Well, I'm working at noon.
I know. We're not going to get to watch it. Idaho State at UNLV. The Running Rebels are favored by 27.5.
Damn.
We taking the Fighting Mike Beasleys here?
27.5.
You got to lay 4 touchdowns, dude.
Dang.
6:30. Fresno State at Kansas. Jayhawks favored by 12.5.
Yeah, I think I'll roll with the Jayhawks on that one, dog.
I might take Fresno.
Yep. They got a lot of pins over there.
My kind of place. 7 o'clock. Sam Houston versus Western Kentucky.
Take Western Kentucky.
Favored by 10 are the Hilltoppers.
Take the Hilltoppers.
Okay.
I used to run through them like it was a hot knife through Sam Houston like it was a hot knife through butter.
What do you think the Sam Houston mascot is?
I don't remember. All I know is they lost.
Something tells me this has changed from what it maybe used to be.
In other words, you're trying to say they changed from the yesteryears? You trying to drop a little dig like landfill?
No, I don't know, but they're now the Bearcats, and cats is spelled with a K. Something tells me that's a more modern name than...
Either that or it's a misprint.
Dog, if Sam Houston used to be like the Rifles or the Revolvers or something, would that surprise you?
Nah, they wasn't that. I know they lost.
We got late game, 7:30. Stanford at Hawaii. What do you think the spread is for Stanford at Hawaii?
So Stanford is favorite?
No.
Hawaii is favorite.
Yes.
By 18.
No, slim.
3.
A little less than home field, 2.5.
2.5.
White Brian's not here. I assume we have no track record of who did what in our bet.
I won because White Brian not here.
I think we all win.
Not true. He sent me the results. I came in first. That's all you need to know.
That's a lie.
That's fake.
That's
fake
a straight
news.
lie. First of all, I'm starting to realize.
I think I took the Giants.
White Brian and
covered.
Black Jeff are probably the same people. I mean, they just decide to show up when they feel like it sometimes.
Who is at work more regularly, White Brian or Jeff?
Me, easily.
Landfill?
Easily. And I'm more on time than all of us on this show.
White Brian has more vacation than anybody I know.
Yeah, he might beat you, JP.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
No, he went on a week vacation, came back.
He's
couple
also
days.
only worked here like 4 months. Or
And
whatever.
he been on a week vacation, came back and went 5 days again.
Still the most shocking thing is why Brian has a podcast.
Good Friday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. We are out and about on the road. The Friday Field Trip Series back for 2025. And we are thrilled to be at Honor Brewing in Fairfax. You can come on out and hang with us. We will be here until 6:30 this evening. So as you get out of the office, as you're driving home, if you're in the Fairfax area, this is where you want to be. Rock your burgundy and gold. Come on out and hang out with fellow Commanders fans. Got a great show planned for you today from Honor Brewing, but Danny, feels awesome to be back out of the studio.
We are doing it again, my friend. The Friday Field Trips, they are back. They are back. And speaking of Honor Brewing and burgundy and gold, how about home? This is the home. Burgundy and Gold game day, 2-hour live pregame show for all the Commanders away games at their Fairfax location where you and I are seated right now. Our Tookuses seated right here in Fairfax, and also their Loudon location, little alternating type situation. We're Honor Brewing. I've already eaten devied eggs. I've had Old Bay wings. I'm hydrated. I'm ready to roll, dude. I'm mid-season form right now. Let's go.
Yeah, this feels good. Feels good to get the football season going, and the way that we do that is by going out to bars and hanging out with Commanders fans. At 3:30 today, we'll talk to Matt Mayoko, covers the 49ers in San Francisco for NBC Sports Bay Area. Want to know about Brian Robinson as a commodity for them. Why were they intrigued on giving up a 6th-round pick for B-Rob? Why did they feel like they needed Robinson as insurance for Christian McCaffrey? Speaking to the Commanders, defensive line coach Ryan Kerrigan, one of the top sack artists in team history, will be on the show today at 4 o'clock. Cannot wait to catch up with him. It's been a while since we've had him on, Grant and Danny. I think it might be the first time we've had him on since he went into coaching. So that'll be a good convo. And then we'll preview the Ravens preseason game tomorrow, a noon kickoff in Landover at Northwest Stadium. Jeff Zarebic covers the Ravens, stops by the show at 5 o'clock. So there's a lot coming up on Grant and Danny, but we got to start with the news of the day right off the top. Adam Peters, able to get a 6th-round pick in this upcoming draft for Brian Robinson. Feels like a job well done by the general manager. Danny, whenever the league knows that you're getting rid of a player, shopping someone for trade, and if you can't get a trade done that you're going to cut that player, getting a draft pick becomes hard. But I think two things became pretty clear in this process, right? Number one, Robinson wanted to try to get on the field and carry the football, and when Washington said, I don't know if that's going to happen here, he was okay with being traded. But number two, if you're the Commanders and you know that this is headed for divorce, you want to get something for him, they were willing enough to take on money from the $3 million he's owed. They're going to pay him a good chunk of his salary just to get a draft pick back. So I kind of view this as, you're going to cut Robinson, we'll pay a couple $1 million for a 6th-round pick. We're fine with doing that as a team trying to build, and they move him out to San Francisco.
Yeah, it tells me there might have been a little bit of demand. I mean, I put demand in quotation marks. This isn't, multiple teams bidding first-rounders or something to that effect. It's obviously, you set the stage very well. This is someone that was going to be off the roster or traded to, quote-unquote, the highest bidder. My guess, just, listening to some smart people talk about this, was this felt like one of those pick swaps. Like, you give us a 6th, you give us a 7th, we'll give you a 6th and sort of call it a day, right? Like a difference of 15, 20 slots, and we'll take on the player. But I think you said it. Like, he fits in. Maybe he's the backup. Maybe he's the goal line guy, or maybe he's a short yardage guy spelling Christian McCaffrey. Maybe moves ahead of Isaac Guerrero on your fantasy depth chart or whatever. But you pay the premium there. In other words, get some cap space that you can afford to give up to make sure you get that draft pick back. And it's another bite at the apple. It's a 6th-rounder. Nobody's telling you that a surefire Hall of Famer. For every Tom Brady, there's 77,000 guys that are not on rosters. But Kane Madrano's a 6th-rounder. Maybe he's a special teamer. Maybe it's a way to kind of, fill out your roster. It's throwing a dart, trying to find another crack at it for, some cheap fill-ins here as this culture gets built and they need more and more picks as they've assembled so many veterans. To me, it's a winning move. Like, that is a really good move.
When you're cut a guy and you can get a draft pick
and you get something back, yep.
It's a slam dunk. And by the way, a 7th-round pick would have felt that way.
Yeah.
Even if the 49ers are a Super Bowl caliber team and they plan on being a power in the NFC, they think they can make a deep run, which means all of their picks will be at the very back end of each round. So what? So a 6th becomes effectively an early 7th. A 7th is essentially an undrafted free agent. they have injury issues every single year. They have these years where they bottom out. There's some questions about the 49ers after losing Deebo Samuel. Brandon Ayuk is hurt. Christian McCaffrey is a guy that's really difficult and complicated to keep healthy, I would say. So, more is going to be on Brock Purdy's plate. We don't know exactly what the 49ers are going to be this year. But getting a pick back is the win when the secret is out. They did as good a job as they could. None of us knew 10 days ago, 7 days ago, that they were completely done with Brian Robinson. That's a huge deal. And around here, that has not been something front offices have done for years. When they hated a player, you knew it. And they did a really bad job at building up value. I don't necessarily think that they wanted nothing to do with Brian Robinson, but it is very obvious they liked Rodriguez more. They think Krosky Merritt will help them more. They were kind of getting out of and done with B-Rob. You didn't know it. This is what grown-ups do. This is what real general managers do. It leaks because the agent or someone around the league lets a reporter know, hey, do you know Washington's calling people trying to trade Brian Robinson? So you're not going to be able to keep a secret in perpetuity. I get that. But to your point, getting the draft pick back, when you think about it from San Francisco's perspective, tells you that other teams wanted him. We've heard the Browns were interested. The Saints have apparently been calling on running backs this week. The Dolphins were linked to Brian Robinson. I don't know if that was authentic or not. It wasn't from a reputable reporter, but it makes some sense to me. So I'll bet you there were 3 or 4 teams Washington was talking to, and if you're the Niners, you go, we're low enough in the waiver wire. If we want this guy as insurance for McCaffrey, let's just give up a late-round pick and get him. And for B-Rob, what a landing spot.
Yeah.
Shanahan running scheme. McCaffrey never plays a full season. Team that might compete for an NFC championship game appearance. He could have ended up in Cleveland or New Orleans, man. This is a huge win for him.
It certainly is. And I think Miami would have been a decent destination as well. Mike McDaniel can coordinate him some running games, and Devin Achan's already banged up, just to your point. But, yeah, I would say that's a good landing spot. And people would look at that and go, what are you talking about? Christian McCaffrey's the bell cow. He is. They're going to go.
Until?
Exactly. They're going to go as long as Christian McCaffrey can give you Christian McCaffrey. So they're going to be judicious with how they utilize him, right? I mean, this is someone that seems constantly banged up, and the offense suffers. I mean, the days of Elijah Mitchell or whoever's next up automatically being plugged in and getting 200 total yards because Kyle Shanahan's a genius, it may be behind you at this stage. So maybe McCaffrey turns into more of a 15 to 16 touch per game guy instead of 20 to 25. And even still there'll be games that he misses, et cetera. Brian Robinson went to a good place. The totals, I think, will be good. Again, playing in that effective of an offense, even though they can't find a receiver to stay healthy for more than an hour and a half, it seems like they're in San Francisco. But, yeah, I mean, there aren't many better offensive minds in this league. And if he wants you, that probably means there's good reason for it. What's your over-under totals for him in terms of rushing attempts? I thought right at 110 to 120, somewhere in there.
See, I think it's impossible because it's so different with or without healthy McCaffrey. If McCaffrey is healthy, he's a 3-down back that really doesn't come off the field when they're cooking. Inevitably, though, he's going to miss time, and then I think B-Rob actually will get a bunch of carries. So I think it's very possible he gets over 100, probably less than 150 attempts. But they'll play him for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then, let's face it, I mean, if Christian McCaffrey goes down, Robinson's like a fantasy stalwart.
Yep.
I mean, this is a 16, 17, 18 carry a game guy who's going to get goal line touches probably. Now, what's he going to do with those? I think it's probably still 60 to 80 yards. I think it's still 3.5, 4, and kind of, plodding, physical, bruising back. He's going to hit a lot of singles with those carries. That is what Washington is trying to avoid. That's the game they're trying to get out of, I think. They want explosiveness. They want some open field wiggle. They're looking for playmaking, and they are going to give Krosky Merritt an opportunity to become that guy. I also think just in the way of what Brian Robinson does, they feel like Chris Rodriguez can give them a little bit more. Have you seen any of the data on the speed that he was clocked at on his carry in the preseason against Cincinnati?
No.
So he had the 40-yard run, and he clocked at a time that was faster than anything he ran last year, which has apparently also been the case at practice with the chip data that they have. All these guys wear these, what are they called, stat score or something? It looks like training bras or something
right.
that they walk off the field with. And it's basically allows the team to really have all the information that they want on these players. But he's faster. He has lost weight. He is more slender. I think a big part of this that we haven't talked about while everyone's been throwing the Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt party, understandably, is they're fired up about Chris Rodriguez. They love what they saw all offseason from a guy who flashed last year. We'd be remiss, though, real quick, Danny, if we did not talk B-Rob for a second. This guy's done nothing wrong at any point.
This is the point I was
There
going
is
to bring
a
up.
little bit of vitriol, it feels like. I don't want to say celebrating, but there is a little bit of venom or hostility or something that I feel like, good riddance, see you later. What did he do wrong exactly? This is a guy as a rookie who immediately became a starting caliber player, overcame, by the way, being shot in the knee while trying to pick up takeout in Washington, D.C. as the victim of a violent crime, comes back 4 weeks later, runs out of the tunnel to 50 Cent, Many Men. It was one of the coolest scenes ever with the smoke all around him. He was a fan favorite. Now, since then, I think we've got enough data to say this is a very average NFL running back who was taken in the third round. But he's been a good soldier. He has run really hard. He has put together some huge plays and some big touchdowns for this team. I wish him all the best. I think he's been a pretty model citizen from what I can tell. Obviously, his marriage with the team soured extensively. Seems to me like he did not take this news well over the last several days. Because to go from on the team getting first-team reps to basically not a part of the team and my head coach is having to address my teammates to say I won't be around anymore, that sounds like something went sideways.
Tells you something, yeah.
Something was not good when they made the announcement to him. But he's not the first guy to take this poorly if that's what happened.
For sure. And again, this is, as you and I have gone back and forth and talked to so many invested fans and listeners and Twitter fighters or whatever about the Terry McLaurin situation, it's why one of my axioms is I do not blame anybody for trying to get as much or more in contract stuff. I don't. I will never be mad at someone that says I need to try to get more. Now, where I do get mad is when it's time to play football and you're not doing that. There's a push and pull there. But in terms of that, again, the example I always used to use was Marcus Washington. All he was effective until he wasn't, and they said, thanks, bye. Same thing here.
Tough league.
A physical downhill bruising runner was physical downhill and bruising, took on a lot of contact, got injured a little bit, may not be the fastest anymore. So they said, thanks, we got a bunch of much cheaper, younger players we're going to go with. And I'm criticizing the team at all. Because the point is to build the best 53 you can and try to win as many games as possible and get to a Super Bowl. So while I think it's a certainly defensible and even correct decision to a degree to not make him the feature back, and then if he didn't take that well, by all means move on from him. But it's a reminder, as you said, how ruthless and fast this league goes. And if he slipped in public or whatever, had some kind of injury and he couldn't play, the games still are going on. They're still going to take place with or without you. And it's always a reminder of how harsh and unforgiving this league is on all fronts. So, yeah, I don't begrudge a player trying to get more when they can. And, B, don't fault the team at all for making the team better today.
Well, I have zero issue with trading Brian Robinson. I would have had no issue with releasing Brian Robinson and getting a sixth-round pick, knowing that he's on his way out is value and is a win as far as I'm concerned. They've got a deep room. It's not a quality, star-laden room. It's a quantity room. Think big league rotation with fourth starters, basically. Austin Eckler in his role, if he's healthy, is an above-average piece as a pass-catching back. We had a lot of questions last year. I think a lot of us in this fan base did. How much does he have left? Can he still be elusive? Can he still make people miss? Yes, yes, and yes. Now, I guess he's a year older, and you can have some of those questions again. But I saw enough to feel really good about Eckler in his role. I wouldn't add a ton of work on first and second down if I could avoid it from a durability and age standpoint. But in his third down, 2-minute, 4-minute, passing at the end of the half, getting up the field, getting out of bounds, burning some timeouts role, I think he's going to be very effective. Then you draft Krosky Merritt in the 7th. They think he's a third or fourth round talent. If Krosky Merritt was a third rounder, would anyone have batted an eye about any of this?
No.
Right? Everyone's going, was the Bill, 7th round pick? They didn't think he was a 7th round pick. I've mentioned Rodriguez, and then at the back of the depth chart, I know that there's a Jeremy Nichols in a lot of buildings, that a guy like a Demetric Felton doesn't have a carry in the league the last couple of years, or even a Kaz Allen who's a prospect who's been around for years now as an undrafted free agent. Those types of guys are everywhere, but they feel okay about having a couple of them on the practice squad and still having 5 or 6 backs that they trust in their building. So this, to me, is a perfectly reasonable thing that they're doing. I know some are viewing it as a bit of a risk. that's only because you haven't seen Krosky Merritt do it. It's only because you are a Rodriguez injury away from struggling with some depth. And if that were to happen, they'd have some tough questions to answer. But I think that there's probably more to this than we know behind the scenes, and they're going to be classier than a lot of the previous regimes where we'd find out about those things, where I'm not saying he was a bad guy or anything, but he wasn't their guy. And as the year went on last year, you heard Chris Russell, some other people mention, they were having meetings, they were talking to him about how they wanted him to run and what he needed to do differently. This always made sense to me that they were going to go in a different direction at running back. The reason we kind of moved on was because they had an offseason to do it, and they didn't. And you and I remember talking as they were getting ready for minicamp. We're like, really? They didn't draft a guy in the first 6 rounds. They didn't sign a notable free agent. I guess they're Team B-Rob. We didn't think they were. We just then assumed they had to be if that was their offseason. But when you actually look at it now, Krosky Merritt, based on how he's performed, they never really viewed as just some 7th-round type player.
Mm-hmm.
And, Rodriguez, we thought they viewed as like a roster bubble guy. They viewed more as B-Rob Light, just another version of him. So no problem with what they did. Surprised they got a 6th, but obviously they're paying for it. They're literally paying salary to B-Rob to make sure that pick comes back.
And again, that type of stuff to me, I know it goes hidden under the radar. And the 6th-round pick that they get next year, in all likelihood, doesn't turn into anything. But that's not the point. The point is it's a process deal. That's why you hoard cap space. That's why you try to make smart deals. That's why you try not to overpay, whenever possible. So you can kind of keep your powder dry for moments like that where you're literally buying a draft pick. I mean, that's really what it is for a guy that you were going to cut that isn't part of your plan. You could spend a little bit of cash against the cap, which you have a cushion to do, where now you can buy that draft pick a bite at the apple. He may turn into a star, that 6th rounder, may turn into a special teamer, may turn into someone that we never think about ever again after he was drafted. Doesn't matter the process part. You just keep doing the right thing enough times in a row. You stack enough of those right things, right decisions, become right days, become right weeks, months, years. You got yourself a good organization. They are well on their way to doing that. I thought that was a really savvy, smart move they were able to pull off today.
Danny, we're live at Honor Brewing in Fairfax. Looking forward to seeing listeners as they get out of the office today.
This is an awesome spot right out here, right in the shopping center, plenty of parking. This place kicks all kinds of butt. Food is delicious. This spot right here, Burgundy Gold Game Day, 2-hour live pregame shows for all the Commanders away games between this location here in Fairfax and their Loudon location as well. Come see them. Come hang out with them. This place is awesome. So many beers, GP. Not that you and I can do that. We're working.
How many beers?
Point. Many. I've seen many.
The wife came with the kids. I noticed that she was enjoying a cold beverage that was like that kind of beerish color.
Like an alcoholic beverage?
I think it could have been alcoholic in nature.
Oh, my gosh.
Very possible.
What?
How did we get here with Brian Robinson? Let's get into that next. Also, let's open up the phones for you guys. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Do you feel okay about the idea of trading him? And how do you feel now about getting a 6th-round pick for a guy about 10 days ago that we all thought was about to carry the ball a couple hundred times as the lead back for the Commanders? We are live at Honor Brewing in Fairfax. We'll be here until 6:30. This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In football, the Commanders getting set to take on the Ravens for their final preseason game coming up tomorrow at Northwest Stadium at noon. Brian Robinson today was traded from the Commanders to the 49ers. The Commanders get back a 6th-round pick. The Commanders are also going to retain a portion of Brian Robinson's salary. NFL Top 100 quarterback Jaden Daniels finally checked in. He was ranked as the 21st ranked player after his rookie season. The other players featured on that list for the Commanders, Terry McLaurin was at 52, Frankie Louvu at 70, Bobby Wagner at 74, and Laramie Tunsil at 86. Soccer news, the 2026 World Cup draw is going to be held at the Kennedy Center on December 5th, ahead of the World Cup getting underway June 11th of next year, being hosted in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. And in baseball, number 1 overall pick Eli Willits made his professional debut for the Fredericksburg Nationals last night, had 3 hits in his pro debut for the Fred Nats. Nats and Phillies in Philadelphia tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Taiwan Walker. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Robinson walks in, touchdown Washington. And a really impressive answer for this young Commander team.
Generally speaking, when you gave Brian Robinson the ball on the goal line, he was going to plunge into the end zone. That was certainly a strength for him. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Got to say thanks to our buddy Kia Condori from Condori and Murrah.
We literally just saw him.
He just came through to say hello. We're about a mile from their offices. You can go to kmlawyers.com. They're the exclusive sponsor of our show.
Love those guys.
And so as they celebrate their 10-year anniversary, he was just telling me they're throwing a nice little get-together for some of their colleagues and a little celebration. But we were close, so he came on by in the break and said, what's up? I told him, I said, we're probably not in let's kick back and have a couple of cold ones mode just yet.
No, he's still in his 3-piece suit. By the way, you notice the 3rd piece? That's when you're thin and handsome, you can do that?
I haven't ever worn a 3-piece suit because of one of the words you just said in there that are important to that process. But I'd love to wear a 3rd piece at some point. That would be nice.
I also am too hot all the time. I'm always hot. And that 3rd piece is a layer. I mean, like when you're wearing the suit, you're already like not in a cool place generally, right? It needs to be like like a 40-degree day where I can be like, okay, I won't be inside too much where it's like in the 70s because I'll be schwitzing if I get a 3rd layer on there. I can't do it.
We are on site at Honest Brewing. You should come on by at Honor Brewing, and hang out with us. We are in Fairfax. Honor Brewing, they've got all the beers you could ever want. They also have delicious wings. They've got a great menu. They got some healthy options as well. So Honor Brewing, check us out. We will be here until 6:30 today. And we found this out during the break. We did not even know this. We have the opportunity for a listener to win tickets to tomorrow's preseason game.
Literally, we're giving away tickets to the game.
We have 4 tickets to the Commanders and the Ravens at Northwest Stadium to give away. So if you're on site listening to us in the bar right now, you can come fill out a form right up here, your name, your information. If you are in the area, you want preseason tickets for 4 tomorrow, swing by, say hello, and fill out one of these cards. We are giving away tickets today on Grant and Danny. But back to the news of the day, Brian Robinson traded to the 49ers for a 6th-round pick. Feels like a job well done by Adam Peters for a guy that we all knew was not going to be on the team. It's one of those where he's either getting traded or cut, and almost always that ends with a guy getting cut. Not this time. They got a pick for him, and a 6th-rounder no less. Let's go to Zeke in Southeast. Zeke, what do you make of how we got here with B-Rob? It all escalated quickly.
Hey, okay. How you guys doing? Love your show.
Appreciate you.
Let me just add another theory, okay? I think coming into training camp, they probably, said, okay, let's look at the other backs. And the way that C-Rod came on and then adding Bill to the addition, I think they could cover everything that B-Rob was doing. But I think the reason why, though, is different. I think they're looking at if he had a good year this year, he's going to want a bigger contract. Next year, maybe $5 to $10 million. And they didn't want to spend that when they got pretty much they can use a combination of the guys they got to get the same production. What do you guys think about that theory?
So appreciate you, dude. I would say this. If they thought he was going to have a big year, they would have dealt with that. Does that make sense? Like if he was in line for a good season, maybe his best year of his career where he goes over 1,000 yards, say he has double-digit touchdowns, and you don't want to pay him, you let him walk, you get a comp pick out of that, right? I mean, they certainly would have welcomed a guy in a contract year that they're not interested in long-term having a nice season. I don't think there would have been any obligation to then, turn around and give him a massive raise, $5, $6, $10 million, kind of what you're talking about. I mean, I understand the point, but I don't think that was in their line of thinking there, GP.
I think that if they were confident that he had something in the tank they didn't see last season, you'd wait till the year started to see what it looks like at least. The NFL trade deadline has escalated the last couple of years, not to the level of Major League Baseball or the NBA, but we do now see real markets get established. Look at just the last 72 hours in the league. You go back to Friday, there have been 7 or 8 trades. It's happening more and more as the GMs that were the old guard in the league, where you didn't really trade players that much, have left, and newer, younger guys like Adam Peters have started to take over. You're starting to see this league operate very differently from a trade market standpoint. So I think if they felt that Brian Robinson was going to be able to help them a lot, he'd be on this team. They're trying to win a Super Bowl. They were in the NFC Championship game last year. They're trying to maximize Jaden Daniels' rookie contract before he gets paid. They're not in the business of adding picks and getting rid of helpful pieces. See, the antithesis of that with Laramie Tunsil. The opposite of that with Deebo Samuel. They look at last year and they go, rushing DVOA, the per-play efficiency metric, based on down, distance, score, and opposing defense. And they go, in order, this is how our guys ranked. Chris Rodriguez, drop-off. McNichols, drop-off. Eckler, significant drop-off. And then at minus 4.2%, Brian Robinson fourth. I think we could be okay without him. And my guess is if he was Mr. Commander, if he was doing it the way that, behind the scenes, like whatever they label him, he's a commander, he's core, foundational, Jeremy Reeves type piece, maybe you just grin and bear it. He's not making a lot of money, but he's not your guy. You've had enough meetings with him along the way trying to shift the running style. He's probably not a great fit, as we've said, dating back to last year with Kingsbury. You're going to be okay moving on without him. Now I get a 6th-round pick. Decision gets a whole lot easier. Let's go back to the phones. 800-636-1067. You want to jump in. Mark is in Largo. Mark, we're out at Honor Brewing in Fairfax today. What's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy, how you doing? I kind of knew this was going to happen a week ago when you shot me down, and I said it was going to happen. Let me ask you this. Let me say this, though. Grant and Danny, everyone talks about the Commanders won games where they had one-score games, and I get it. But I look at this a different way. The New Orleans game, if Brian would have ran better in the New Orleans game, it would have been a 2-score game. I think the Atlanta game, if he runs better in that game, I think it's a 2-touchdown win for the Commanders. In both games, I don't think they're close. I don't think it's an overtime game. I think when you look at his running style and how Jaden had to do everything, he made the games closer than what they should have been. And I kind of knew coming into the season, I don't know why they didn't do it this offseason, to be honest with you. But I kind of knew coming into the season that they were going to move away from him because, in a way, if you really, really look at those games, those one-score after the bye, really look at them.
Yep.
The New Orleans game shouldn't have been that close. And the Atlanta game shouldn't have been that close either.
Appreciate the call, buddy. So a couple of things on that. I'd have to go back and watch really closely to see, does another back get more? But I know that his yards over expected in that New Orleans game was really bad. And he went 21 for 65. You rarely see that line.
And let me add, a 22-yarder is mixed in there that was really a reception, but they called it a run because it was just backwards enough.
Right. So it's basically 20 for 40.
It was worse than even that.
It was one of his least productive, efficient games here. And then he mentioned Atlanta. I didn't have as big an issue that night particularly. But the point is the point. And it was that way for the second half of the season. I remember ad nauseum we were talking about what he was averaging after he missed a couple of games in weeks 9 and 10 at the Giants and against the Steelers. From really that point forward when he came back, his season average was down around 3 yards per carry, and the stretch of the year was barely over 2.5. So Mark's point is correct. Had they have run the ball better, had they have gotten more from the position, those games aren't as close. He's kind of putting it on B-Rob, and maybe that's fair. I'm just saying it's true that they need to get more out of running back. And I've said for a long time, singles aren't good enough in today's NFL about chunk yardage. He was 89th. That's what he ranked. 89th in the percentage of his runs that turned into 10-plus yards since they got him. I'm sorry. I need guys that can hit that crease and turn it into 14 to 17. That was not his skill set.
No, and we're kind of, we're saying things in a nice way here. You put the data points out. He just wasn't that good. You know what I mean? And there's probably a system and a scheme where it would favor him and his numbers and some of those intangible things or metrics for judgment would look better for him. This is not that. Running out of the shotgun from flat foot, it's just not his skill set. And it's not as if he's got so much juke and vision and ability to make people miss and wiggle. And those things just aren't there for him. They need a different style runner. They needed a more effective version of what he is, in fact. And I think they found that in Chris Rodriguez, which is why I happen to believe still Rodriguez is going to lead the running back group in carries. But that remains to be seen. That's a fun sports debate to have.
What about the other point he made? I want to get to this. That Mark, I thought, made a really good observation. He said, I wish they would have done this earlier in the offseason.
Me too.
Or maybe he was surprised they didn't. This is kind of what I was getting to in the first segment. At the end of the season, I would have told you there was like a 10% chance that Brian Robinson is their lead first and second down back at the beginning of next year. But what I would have said was they will be drafting a guy early. I really liked Travion Henderson. There were other backs in the draft.
Yep.
You and I argued about, can you take one in the first round or not? I would have been perfectly fine doing that, by the way. But take one in the first couple of rounds who's explosive and hits home runs, can strike up the band, or sign somebody. I'm okay with that, too. Now, I'm not giving them Saquon Barkley money. I don't need to go sign a superstar, but sign an upgrade, which they also didn't do. So then you fast forward to the start of camp, and it's the same group with Krosky Merritt. And I think most of us just said, well, they chose not to. It's B-Rob again.
Yeah, so that's why I've been surprised by all this, because their offseason told me, here we go again, we're just running B-Rob back, and the fix was the offensive line.
But
that
is
was
it
the main
weird
tweak.
that they didn't do anything at some point?
Yes, it is to me. So what I always try to do, when we talked about this a million times with Rivera and the Marty and Marty and Martin and Marty and Marty, and Marty running the team, was I try to think along with you. Like, if I see what you're doing, and then A leads to B, which leads to C, whether I agree or not is a fun sports debate. But I need to understand it. And there were too many times where I go, I just don't understand. I don't get it. I think you made one move, and then the next they go, well, let's try this. It just felt like it was never planned. This kind of feels that way to a degree. And I know in the first segment I did a lot of complimenting of them, and I do, by the way. Now that he's out of favor, great job getting something. This move is very, very good. But 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 2 here. You had a whole offseason to look and address and upgrade. And again, I'm not saying you had to go out, to your point, and do a $12 million a year running back or win the bidding for Najee Harris or Javonte Williams or J.K. Dobbins or whatever. You could have done something more than a 7th rounder who played 1 game last year. Now, it turns out he might be the real deal. And if so, you could pat yourself on the back, say we were geniuses, we knew it all along. But if you really knew it, you wouldn't have waited to the 7th round because anybody could have done that. And
also, we don't know anything about Krosky Merritt. We all like what we see, but he hadn't taken a carry in the league yet.
No, of course not. And I guess and that's my point is everybody's kind of putting the cart before the horse there. Again, I like him too. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is their fix for their running game, which last year was Jaden Daniels or bust in the second half of the year, was to improve the offensive line. 3 new starters when you count one guy moving to another spot. So that, to me, was, okay, that's what was wrong with the running game. It's that we couldn't get a push. So now we'll have a new right tackle, a new left tackle. Our old left tackle is going to go to guard. That's going to fix it because that's what it looked like the fix was. And not only is that not the case, but they moved on from the guy that, they were going to give 220-plus carries to last year.
In 20 minutes, right at 3 o'clock, an AI generator put together predictions for the entire NFL season. I want to go through those to see what we feel like the computer thinks a lot differently than human beings on. So that's coming up at 3. Next, though, Qadri Ismail was a 10-year NFL wide receiver who caught over 350 passes in the National Football League. He was on with the Junkies this morning, and they asked him about Terry McLaurin and how much time he needs on the practice field to get ready. What he said was really surprising and, frankly, might worry you a little bit. You should hear this. We'll play it for you next. We are at Honor Brewing in Fairfax on the Fan. At 3:30, you'll hear from Matt Mayoko, who covers the Niners in San Francisco. Why were they willing to give up a 6th-round pick for Brian Robinson today? What are their plans for B-Rob this season in Kyle Shanahan's offense? That's coming up at 3:30. Top of the hour, we'll look at what an AI-generated bot, I don't know, what do you call these things, went through the NFL and made predictions for every team. What do they think of Washington? What do they think of the other clubs around the National Football League? There's some big-time surprises in there we'll get into. But today, Junkies had Qadry Ismail on. He covers the Ravens, has been involved in their preseason broadcasts, played in Baltimore for several years as a 10-year NFL wide receiver. So you would imagine, Danny, he's got good insight on how quickly a wide receiver can ramp up and be ready, how many days on the practice field it might take for a guy like Terry McLaurin to feel confident to start a season at full speed.
Yeah, certainly. He played the position. His son is trying to make the Las Vegas Raiders right now, by the way. He's been an analyst for a long time. That's a pretty good mind when it comes to what's it like in the locker room, what's it like then, what's it like now, what does it take, etc. And I heard this morning, and I went, oh, no.
So he did not go as adamantly against the idea that, like, McLaurin can't start fast as I thought when you originally told me to listen to this. But he certainly made the case over and over again that the amount of time McLaurin has missed and how deep we are on the calendar now on August 22nd is going to be a factor in his season. Like, there's no way that you just won't notice it come September, which seems jarring. But let's play this clip again. This is a chunk of Qadry Ismail on with the Junkies earlier today here on The Fan.
I think the endurance as the season goes on, maybe week 4, he'll be like full go, no worries, let's get it. But I think 8 days just to like get him involved, however many snaps that looks like, but those snaps are going to be critical. So if it's 20 snaps, then that's all he needs. Go ahead, he's going to show out.
So you'd say if he comes in, let's just say with 2 weeks or less, that's just basically where we're at. You wouldn't expect him, no matter how great a shape he is, to get a full load of snaps in week 1 already.
It's not that I wouldn't expect it. I think it's a scenario where do I put all my eggs in one basket for week 1, or am I looking at the long haul of the season? I want him to ramp up into the season. I need him later in the year where that's when it matters. I think that's the issue you run into with contract negotiations that have gone too far into training camp / now.
So it's already gone too far.
Season.
It's already going to impact the regular season now.
Agreed. You're absolutely right.
So that's what he said. This is what I heard. He needs 8 days or so of practice time to get on the field. And when he does, after 8 days, you probably are going to have to put him on a pitch count to make sure that he is not overextending himself. It could be a month before he's all the way back to being himself. You're talking about 4 weeks, 4 games into the season at that point. And then lastly, what I heard was they're not going to be able to put too much on him too fast. You have to be really careful, or else you're risking some type of injury or not having him at his peak late in the year when it matters the most.
Exactly right. So the year is already affected. And this is kind of the drum I've been beating. I'm not Qadry Ismail. I don't know exactly. It's one of those floating things. Some guys need 9 days. Some guys need 21. I have no clue. I know this. To that point, it's already too late for Terry to be Terry in week 1. It's already too late for him to be Terry in week 2 because week 2 is only 4 days after week 1. So you're now talking about a diminished version, and that's if he's able to avoid some of the injury pitfalls that have claimed other guys who have gone through these holdouts that have lasted through the preseason, training camp, et cetera. And you're now at risk of derailing something. I mean, again, you're looking at their schedule, and you'd go, as good an opportunity as you have to get off to a decent start here against a Giants team that is picking in the top 5, I think they'll be better, but at the same time, the whole world expects them to win. Well, you don't have Terry McLaurin. Let's say the offense isn't particularly good. Weird samples, weird things happen in week 1 anyway. Now you're talking about games where you're trying to harvest some things. Giants, Packers, Raiders, Falcons, whom you'll be competing with likely in all likelihood for a playoff spot down there. If Terry not himself for those games, how sure are we the offense is good? I'm hopeful that Kingsbury's got enough designs, that Debo Samuel's enough of a factor, that Jaden Daniels is incredible. I'm aware of all the factors and all the different things, but it's something I would rather not have to see. And according to Ismail and kind of my gut feeling, without any of the experience, we're already going to see it. We're not going to have, if Terry McLaurin plays, it's in name only. It's not Terry, the 100% version.
So that seems intuitive to me, and not to say common sense, right? Because I don't know that is the common refrain. But it would seem obvious that when you haven't done anything all August, basically, there's no way on September 7th you're just going to be yourself. I guess the only thing I would push back on or offer is I don't necessarily need him to be Terry McLaurin right away, as long as he can make an impact in whatever limited reps he's getting. So in other words, Danny, if they're giving him a pitch count of 20 snaps, does one of those turn into a huge conversion on like a 3rd and 13 where he makes a catch and breaks a tackle and picks up 15? Does he go 2 grabs, 39 yards with a 26-yard touchdown? If he's making a significant play, if he's making a really helpful contribution on a 15, 20 snap basis where he's still the most important player on the outside on the team, pretty obviously, and he's taking some attention away from other things, he can still help you. But yeah, we are unequivocally at a point where if you're hoping for 6 grabs and 110 yards in the first game of the season where he just looks like Terry McLaurin from last year in the playoffs against Detroit running through arm tackles, that's not the betting favorite anymore.
Right.
It's probably very, very unfair to expect that or ask that of him based on what he has done to this point. Speaking of whether or not the Commanders offensively can start fast, they're going to have to put some hay in the barn early this season with their schedule to get where they want to go. What does an AI-generated prediction for the Commanders look like and for the rest of the NFL? I want to go through the divisions and see what we agree with and disagree with most. We'll do that next. We are out and about in Fairfax at Honor Brewing today. Honor Brewing is where we're going to be doing our post-game shows for 2 hours before kickoff all season long on 106.7 The Fan. We're giving away tickets today to the preseason game with the Ravens tomorrow, raffling off 4 tickets, in fact. So if you are in the area, come on out, say hello, fill out a card to get these tickets, and one of our listeners is going to the game on us. Grant and Danny with you on The Fan, taking you up to 6:15.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Cars for Kids, cars with a K. In the NFL, Commanders and Ravens tomorrow, final preseason game. That'll kick off at noon at Northwest Stadium tomorrow. Brian Robinson today was traded to the 49ers. The Commanders getting back a 6th-round pick. They're going to retain a portion of Robinson's salary, according to Spotrac, around $1.25 million being retained of the $3.5 million owed to Robinson. Other news in the NFL, the Panthers extended offensive tackler Taylor Moton, 2 years, $44 million, $40 million guaranteed. NFL Top 100 continues on. Jaden Daniels finally popped up on the list. He's ranked at number 21. He joins Terry McLaurin, who is at 52, Frankie Louvu at 70, Bobby Wagner at 74, and Laramie Tunsil at 86 as the other Commanders on the list. In soccer, the 2026 World Cup draw is going to be held at the Kennedy Center in D.C. on December 5th, as the World Cup is going to be held in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico starting on June 11th of next year. In baseball, number 1 overall pick Eli Willits made his pro debut for the Fredericksburg Nationals last night, had 3 hits in his pro debut. The big league club, the Washington Nationals, going to be in Philadelphia to take on the Phillies tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli looking to replicate his performance on Saturday against the Phillies of 7 scoreless innings. He gets the ball for the Nats. Taijuan Walker goes for the Phillies. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your unused car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We are live at Honor Brewing all over the DMV on 106.7. Of course, you can listen to us wherever you are, coast to coast, internationally, on the Odyssey app. Take it with you. It's free and available wherever you are. You can watch us on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream. A few hundred strong in there. Hello. Thank you for watching us in high definition today. Danny, we come everybody's way via the good folks at Condori & Murad.
Oh, we just adore them. We want to know, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori & Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The show is live at Honor Brewing in Fairfax. We've got 4 tickets to tomorrow afternoon's preseason finale with the Baltimore Ravens. We're raffling those off, so if you're in the area, swing on by, say hello, grab a beer, and enter to win. Again, 4 tickets to Commanders-Ravens tomorrow. We are raffling off today. We'll be out here until 6:15 on Grant and Danny. So I told you I wanted to get into this AI prediction on the National Football League season. What's your general take on how smart AI is on the NFL?
Philosophically, there have been folks that have done this before. Prediction Machine or some of the other really smart guys, the Warren Sharps of the world.
It's kind of my thought. It's been around forever. Yeah. Like, you could plug a lot of data in. It should be pretty good.
Yeah, have put in a lot of data points into the model. Now, what it never accounts for, and it can't, it's not fair to the machine, is they got that wrong, is, let's say, God forbid, the first play of the season, you have what happened to Aaron Rodgers. You have what happened to Tom Brady all those years ago with Pat Mahomes, and they're scheduled to go 14-3, and now it's, I don't even know who their backup quarterback is. Elvis Gerbach comes back from the football grave of the past. So that's where it's always really, really hard, is when something dramatic happens and no one knows.
When we make our season predictions, we don't know if an injury is going to happen.
It's not at all, and that's the point. Is everybody is harsher on the machine that's supposed to be perfect. It's like, I remember, and again, this is all anecdotal, we're going into the weeds here, but I remember when, like, the auto driving software thing where it's like, see, it bumped into something, it sucks. There's a lot of traffic stuff that happens a lot of times. Like, every day we're slowed down by a traffic thing. So I don't know. It's, to me, I think it's generally pretty good because they're incorporating data and they're taking emotion out of it.
Yeah, for me, I think a lot of the times the computers are smarter than the humans. There's not emotion They punch in a lot of numbers. They don't look at it through the same lens where we do, where we use a lot of anecdotal evidence or we take into account, well, teams don't go back-to-back in that division as if that matters. Or it's really hard to get back to the Super Bowl 2 straight years. Sometimes that information that is kind of human and learned is smart. Sometimes it doesn't matter as much as the robot who's putting all this together saying they are good at quarterback position, they are good on third down, those are the things that matter, whatever that looks like. But I wanted to go division by division here to see what we think the AI gets right and what we think the AI gets wrong. So we'll start in the AFC East. They've got the Buffalo Bills winning the division at 12-5. The Patriots finishing second at 9-8. The Dolphins third at 8-9. And then pulling up the rear, the New York Jets at 7-10. So first blush for me, that is essentially the order I have the division going. Whether New England or Miami finishes second is kind of up for grabs. I think the idea that they'll be within a game or two of another.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Makes sense. New England over 500, I know a lot of people will bristle at, but they are favored for what it's worth on look-ahead lines in 10 games right now. And I do think the Bills are really good and the Jets are really bad. So my biggest gripe, I would say, with AI on this division, the Jets winning 7 games. I don't see that. I don't know how they get there.
I wonder if that defense is still good enough to keep them in the games, and it's 5-6 times a year that Justin Fields makes a runaround crazy play. Maybe, and I'm with you, maybe it's also the division isn't particularly good. You sneak a win or two out of there. I would have everybody that's not the Bills down a win and the Bills up a win. But in general, that's kind of my prediction too, is sort of that order, right? I think we also underestimate how hard it is to be truly that bad in this league that rewards parity, that incentivizes it. For the teams that, we had a bunch last year that are in that 3-4 win range. It's just so awful that generally you're not very good. You can win 6 games. So that's not the craziest thing in the world that they could fluky get to 7. I don't have it, but I could see it.
Not crazy, but in that division with a really good Bills team, I think a very solid Miami-New England tandem. 7 is hard for me to find on their schedule. Gemini, this chatbot here, when they look at the Jets, according to the write-up on USA Today, it says the team has limited upside in its imaginary eyes, but likes the defense and is unsure about Justin Fields. Maybe the intelligence isn't that artificial after all.
Super quick, first blush. Stop me when I get to a win for the Jets. Steelers, Bills, Bucks, Dolphins, Cowboys, Broncos, Panthers?
Maybe,
Bengals.
like, let's say 1 or 2 so far in there.
That smelled like 2-6 to me, what I just did. So we're getting to 7 after that?
Keep going.
Browns.
All right, we'll give them 1.
Patriots, Ravens, Falcons, Dolphins
Say
again.
they win 1 or 2 of those.
Yep.
So 5 maybe.
Jags, Saints, Patriots, Bills. 5 or 6.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I
5
think
or 6.
7 is bullish. All right, let's go to the AFC North. Again, this is this Gemini AI predicting the NFL season and every team's record. They go Ravens division champions 11-6. Bengals right behind them with an elite offense and a poor defense 10-7. Steelers, everybody's all jumbled up a game apart here. 9-8. So they keep the Mike Tomlin winning streak alive, where he's never had a losing season. And then the Browns at 5-12. First reaction to this would be, I kind of like it.
Yeah, to me,
honestly.
exactly.
This is almost lock it in on point. You could tell me you don't think Pittsburgh gets to 9 wins because, I'm down on Aaron Rodgers. I don't know how much he's got left in the tank. But that team without Rodgers, with guys like, who was the quarterback whose nickname was Duck a couple of years ago? They have these random dudes or create a player on Madden quarterbacks that played at Directional Texas that lead them in week 14 with their terrible defense and still win 13-12 somehow. So I guess I could see him getting to 9, but 11, 10, 9, Ravens, Bengals, Steelers, Browns being awful. Hard to argue with much there.
That feels exactly right. And again, I think the Bengals will not be a disaster for the first half of the season. You win a game or 2, especially with an easier schedule, that's where they'll end up. They've played their best football as the season has progressed. I think they beat up on each other a little bit in that division. Pittsburgh always does this. They punch above their weight class. Now, they can't go truly do anything special anymore. I mean, that's been gone since they refused to rebuild at any point in time, and they're just kind of limping along, and they do this 9-8 thing. But they've done this 9-8 thing enough times, I'm kind of going, it's not the craziest thing to predict.
Duck Hodges.
That's who I was looking for.
Do you remember him?
I do.
He played his college ball at Samford, and then he played
And Son.
for the Ottawa Red Blacks in the CFL before he got to quarterback the Steelers in prime time as they were trying to make the playoffs. That's kind of been to me, you could go Russell Wilson last year if you want to. That's how I'd sum up Steelers football for
It's
the
the Duck Hodges era.
Like at some point, you just got to get this right. All right, let's go to the AFC South. What does Gemini think here? AI predicting the NFL season. Division champion Houston Texans 11-6. Don't have a problem with that. Still ultra talented. They like the Jaguars more than most. I love that because I'm in on Jacksonville with Liam Cohen. They've got them 9-8 over 500. The Colts, who just named Daniel Jones starter, 7-10. And then they have the Titans with another really bad season after taking Cam Ward 1-1, going 4-13. By the way, if that happens, I think Brian Callahan, after 2 years, could be fired because he'll have had 6 wins through 34 football games. But Texans 11-6, Jaguars year 1 with Liam Cohen, and Duval. Colts 7-10, Titans 4-13.
Go up and down, just for fun, that Jacksonville offense. First-round pick Brian Thomas in 2024. First-round pick Travis Hunter in this year. And that's a little bit of an asterisk because he's going to play some defense too, apparently.
But he's primarily going to be wide receiver 1.5 for them.
Yeah,
You know?
Anton Harrison, 2023 first-round pick. Trevor Lawrence, 2021 first-round pick. Travis Etienne, first-round pick. You can tell where they've been focused in terms of player acquisition through the draft.
They also have a new general manager this year, so they've got a completely different philosophy. But, yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of talent on that side of the ball for sure.
Yeah, it is, and add an offensive mind in Liam Cohen. If it doesn't happen for Trevor Lawrence, it's just not going to happen. Let's recast him as, backup Billy with long hair. So defensively, they were reprehensibly bad last year. If they're just okay, I don't think that division's any good. Houston's the best team in it, but so what? Again, I don't think they're a juggernaut. So I could see them jumping up. I just don't trust them enough to have a winning record. And that's why I'm not AI. It's my own bias in there. I still feel like this feels 7-10 to me. Better than before, but not good.
I want to go back to your Trevor Lawrence hot take there. You think he's a backup if he doesn't play well this year? I mean, it's an NFL starter.
How many? Someone don't you have to play well?
Well, I mean, he's got a Pro Bowl season under his belt where he had 25 touchdowns and 8 picks.
He had a really good season, which he did.
2 4,000-yard seasons out of 4 in the league when he hasn't been completely healthy. I'm not telling you he's top 10, but the normal knock on him for people like me that need to see more is if he doesn't have a big year, he's probably a middling NFL starter in that kind of 14 to 18 range. You're saying he's a backup. That's a very big difference.
If he does what he's done 3 of his 4 seasons, then, yeah, he needs to be reclassified. I mean, he has a really good season. Otherwise, it's Daniel Jones production. And now Daniel Jones is a starter in Indianapolis. But this is, I think, what? You're talking, again, outside of his 2022 year, which is really, really good. I'm not telling you it wasn't. They won a playoff game. They came back against the Chargers that year. But outside of that, I think he's got 3 or 4 more touchdowns than interceptions over that time. I mean, and it's not like it's prodigious numbers. It's not like Rex Grossman type stuff either. He has been really bad. And there's reasons for it. Obviously, not a very good organization. They've had 7 different head coaches, numbers approximate down there. But at some point, the number 1 overall pick has to do a little bit more positive before we just keep trotting him out there for his whole career.
Yeah, so I guess we agree to some extent on him. We'll just disagree on how bad it's been. Like, there's no ranking I could do where he's lower than the early 20s as a quarterback in the National Football League. So that's not a backup, but I guess we'll see differently on that. All right, so the rest of the AFC South, though, really quickly, before we move along, any other issues? Texans 11-6 doesn't feel too rich?
No, because, again, that's a doink away. That's a fumble recovery or not away from what they were last year.
I kind of think that the winner of that division is a 10-win team, but as you said, we're talking about a player or two there. All right, let's go to the AFC West because I'm actually intrigued by how good Denver could be.
Mm-hmm.
And the Chargers, I was super high on, and then they lost Rashawn Slater. The parade has begun with all their injuries and the guys to the IR. So now I start to worry about the Chargers. So my prediction of the order of that division is actually Chiefs 1, Broncos 2, Chargers 3, Raiders 4. But I think Denver's going to be super tight with Kansas City. Like, I could see Denver winning 10, 11 games, and I could see Kansas City winning 11 or 12. But here's what AI Gemini said. Chiefs 12-5. Chargers 10-7, Broncos 9-8, Raiders 6-11. So the two big stories here are they hate the Raiders a lot more than most. Year one of Pete Carroll, Tom Brady breathing over everybody from the top of the practice field, and Ashton Genty in the backfield, veteran quarterback Geno Smith. I think a lot of people feel like the Raiders are trying to be a 500-ish type team. But the other thing is Chargers over Broncos after the injuries with LA, I think is surprising. Denver's defense could be the best in football. Bo Nix looked great last year. Sean Payton drawing up plays. If they go 9-8, that would be a huge disappointment.
I would say so, right? And again, I always try to think along with it. I'm wondering what the logic is there. I mean, again, the Chargers still have a lot of pieces that I like. I've always been a diehard, adamant Justin Herbert fan. I think he's excellent. And, last year he kind of played the role of caretaker a bit more in Harbaugh's offense. But, yeah, to me, that group is always beset by injuries. You're counting on, Keenan Allen again at this point in the passing game. They've moved on from a lot of pieces that were really good. I don't trust them, A, to be healthy, B, defensively. I really, really like Denver. So that's kind of maybe causing me to pump the brakes a little bit on them. Again, I don't think they challenge Kansas City because Mahomes and Andy Reid are Thanos getting all the Infinity Stones. They're inevitable. But I feel like Denver's the team that's going to push them the most, and them being third kind of has me scratching my head a little bit. I wonder why.
All right, Dad, I want to get to the NFC East here. Do you have a drum roll on what AI, who's very, very different, it seems like, than most humans, thinks about the NFC East this season, this Gemini chatbot, what they think is going to happen in the division? Eagles 11-6, win the division. Cowboys finish second, not Washington, 10-7. The 8-9 third place team, the New York Giants. They have the Washington Commanders coming off the NFC Championship game with a more talented roster this year, going 6-11.
Oh, no. Frank, hand my hand.
6-11.
Oh, no, Frank.
AI. This is not because I'm sitting in D.C., not because we're at a little bit of a watch party here with some Commanders fans rocking jerseys. This is the first thing that I've heard where I go, what the hell's the computer doing? Somebody spilled coffee on the keys. They imported the wrong information. USA Today's write-up. No matter what, Washington has always been a city that disappoints 50% of people at given moments in time. Oh, funny.
They got politics, you guys. It's the seat of government. People don't know that.
You won't believe it. There's a capital there. In the case of the Commanders, this might be closer to unanimous. An unheard-of conclusion in the district. Barring an injury to Jaden Daniels, it seems impossible for the Commanders to finish 6-11 after making a trip to the NFC Championship game a season ago. The chatbot points out that Washington is going all in and could struggle to integrate new pieces. Color us skeptical. I think also from reading, sounds like it didn't like the age of the team and maybe the idea of some injuries because of that, which reasonable enough. Sure. But 6-11 is a plane into the side of the mountain kind of season.
I'd like to call the chatbot down for a little chat. I don't think so. Now, it is not crazy to me that they could fall short of expectation. I know that's not what anybody wants to hear, but that's not falling short of expectation. That, as you said, is the plane crashing into the mountain. Right? Everyone's assuming they'll sleepwalk to 12 wins again, et cetera, and I think that the hype train has left the station on this thing despite some of the hanging clouds over them. Again, I've argued a lot, and I still believe this, actually, and I'm gonna, as we get closer to the season and more data becomes available, I think they're going to be a better team than last year and not win as many games. And I know nobody really wants to hear that. It's not that exciting. But I don't have that all the way down to the 6-11 range. I don't have that down to the 7-10 range. I just think Daniels is too good. I think there's too much positive there for them to have that kind of bottoming out, barring catastrophic injury.
I mean, come on, 6-11. There's not one thing so far that I've seen that seems like this was just thrown into a blender, or I could have asked my 5-year-old son to come up with a record for a team.
Yeah, let a turtle pick between two different kinds of food for the record, and they get 6.
The dog's going to eat out of the bowl of the record, and it goes to 6-11. This is dumb. Now, I'm not saying it can't be, but that is the worst-case scenario, and then you add another catastrophic game.
Like, they have a worse record than the Jets, according to this. Do they?
That's tough.
Does that feel right for you?
NFC North, they're high on the Packers. They've got them overtaking the Lions and winning the division. 11-6 Green Bay, 10-7 Detroit, 9-8 Chicago, 7-10 Minnesota. What I like here is how close they all are, because I actually think the NFC North is going to be awesome. I would put the Bears in last at 7 wins, and if they had the Vikings third, 9-8, I would feel great about this. But because the Vikings are 7-10, I'm higher on them. I don't think the Bears will be 2 wins better than Minnesota.
I got Detroit and Green Bay right there at 11. So whoever gets the tiebreaker among them, and I would flip Minnesota and Chicago.
And then lastly, NFC South via the AI, they've got the Falcons overtaking Tampa.
Here we go.
To win the division after drafting a couple pass rushers, maybe finally fixing a fatal flaw. 10-7 Atlanta, 9-8 Tampa Bay, and then they've got 7-10 Carolina. And correctly, I believe, the Saints with the worst record in football.
That's what I got.
At 4-13. I like Tampa more than 9-8. I think they're probably 10-7. I could see the Falcons getting to 10 wins if Penix plays well. My sneaky theory I'm working on right now, that Carolina is going to be better than people think, and that the South is actually a lot better than the punching bag that people make it out to be.
How much better for Carolina than this? Do you have it in that range?
I think 7-10 here is probably reasonable, but I think most people look at them and think they're like a 5 or 6
Yeah, I think they're frisky. I think them and the Giants are in that same boat of better than people think, but not good.
The old Brian Burns bucket.
The Brian Burns bucket.
He's played for.
The Brian Burns tier.
All right, next, Matt Mayoko covers the Niners in San Francisco. Why were they willing to give up a 6th-round pick for Brian Robinson? We'll ask him that question. That's the big news of the day here on The Fan. B-Rob to the Niners for a 6th-rounder. Grant and Danny from Honor Brewing in Fairfax on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for their final preseason game coming up tomorrow against the Ravens at Northwest Stadium. Kickoff at noon. Brian Robinson today traded from the Commanders to the 49ers. The Commanders getting back a 6th-round pick from San Francisco. The Commanders going to retain $1.25 million of his remaining salary. Other NFL news, the Panthers extended offensive tackle Taylor Moton, 2 years, $44 million, $40 million guaranteed. And Jaden Daniels finally appeared on the NFL Top 100 list at number 21. In soccer, the 2026 World Cup draw is going to be held at the Kennedy Center on December 5th, ahead of the World Cup coming to the United States, Canada, and Mexico next year. That'll get underway on June 11th, 2026. In baseball, number 1 overall pick Eli Willits made his professional debut in Fredericksburg for the Nationals last night. He had 3 hits in his debut. The big league club, the Nats on the road in Philly tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Taijuan Walker. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In moments, we'll be talking to Matt Mayoko, who covers the San Francisco 49ers, to get insight on Brian Robinson being traded. Why were the Niners willing to give up a 6th-round pick for a player Washington was on the precipice of releasing? We're going to find out. That conversation will be presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. The show is coming your way today from Honor Brewing in Fairfax. As you get out of the office, coming out and say hello. We'll be here until 6:15. And right now, we're still taking entries for 4 tickets to tomorrow's preseason finale with the Ravens. We've got a raffle coming up. So come on out, get a beer, enter to win 4 tickets for the Commanders and the Ravens game tomorrow. We will be joined in 30 minutes at 4 o'clock today in lieu of a double play by our buddy Ryan Kerrigan, who coaches the D-line up in Ashburn with the Commanders. Kerrigan, a team legend, at 4 o'clock right here on the Fan. But let's go to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome onto the show, Matt Mayoko. When it comes to the Niners, there's nobody I trust more and get more content from than Matt from NBC Sports Bay Area out there. Matt, thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Great,
doing
buddy.
Very well. So get us up to speed on the Niners' interest in Robinson. Seemed substantial for them to give up a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the 49ers are getting a little bit of help on the salary with Washington paying a little bit more than $1 million of that salary for this year. But the 49ers, just in the last week, they lost 2 guys that were making bids for the 53-man, and there was a chance that both of them were going to make the 53-man. Patrick Taylor out for the year with a shoulder injury, a fracture there, and then an undrafted rookie who had looked pretty good, Corey Kiner from Cincinnati. He had a high ankle sprain in the game Saturday night against the Raiders, and he was going to be out several months. So this was a time where, they have Christian McCaffrey. You know that the injury issues that he had last year, only playing in 4 games. Now, he's been healthy, but, at his age and just the history of what he went through last year, 49ers felt like they had to insulate themselves a little bit more at that position. They do have Isaac Guerendo, who was a draft pick last year and played pretty well, but also a guy that's had a difficult time staying healthy. So in bringing in Brian Robinson, the 49ers get a guy who, is a starter caliber running back and somebody that they can mix in there, and whether it's short yardage or however they use him, give McCaffrey a break or two of, take this series off, whatever the case may be. I think the 49ers just felt like with all the injuries that they've had in the past at running back, that they just needed a little bit more there because 2 guys just wasn't going to cut it, I don't think, for their planning for this season.
Yeah, Matt, with McCaffrey's injury history, in 23 played 16 games, and of course did Christian McCaffrey things where he was incredible and, a top-flight fantasy pick for everybody. What's the prognosis here for this year, both health-wise, and is there kind of a different plan? Maybe you don't give him 280 touches or something like that. Is this more of a pitch count kind of year to make sure he's effective for 17 weeks?
Well, that's a good plan until they start playing games and they're trying to win those games. And, they've always kind of thought, let's limit his touches. Let's do this. Let's do that. But when it comes down to it and they're trying to win games, it's just very difficult for them to take Christian McCaffrey off the field. But, in training camp, they've limited his practice time. He loves to be out there, but, they've kind of cut him back as far as practice or two on, a day or two off. He's made it through training camp, looking good. He's been healthy, has not missed a day of practice due to any kind of injury or any kind of ailment. All of his time where he hasn't practiced have been planned days off. So, I think they're planning on riding with a fully healthy Christian McCaffrey, and what how they can enact something in order to keep him fresh and healthy through the course of a game and certainly through the course of the season. That'll kind of play out. But, they do feel like they just needed more depth at that spot.
Matt Mayoko is with us. The news of the day we're tracking here on Grant and Danny. Brian Robinson shipped to the 49ers for a 6th-round pick. San Francisco is a team that I find really hard to project this year, Matt. I was heavy in on the Rams. Now that Matt Stafford's back is acting up and he can't stay on the practice field, I'm kind of back on the Niners to win the division. But it felt like a turbulent offseason for a team that a lot of people still feel like has a good chance, according to odds makers, to come out of the NFC. What's the state of the union there going into the season?
Well, there's an injection of youth, and it was, I wouldn't say necessity, but the team felt that way. The team felt like they had to get younger. They had to get less expensive as far as the salary cap goes and projecting out. So you're right. When the offseason started, it was all about the players who were leaving. Some guys were cut, like released, like Javon Hargrave and Malik Collins and Leonard Floyd, 3 starting defensive linemen. They didn't make much of an effort to re-sign some of their own guys. They did try to re-sign Dre Greenlaw, but it's basically too little too late after the Broncos came to the table and made him a nice offer. So the plan all along was to accumulate draft picks. They had 11 of them. They made those 11 picks, and so there is a great deal of uncertainty. When the 49ers, made those cuts on the salary cap, they knew that there was going to be other guys that they wanted to keep around and that they were going to have to pay big money to keep. Top of the list, Brock Purdy, who goes from being one of the lowest paid players on the team to one of the highest paid players in the league with that contract that he signed. So there is this injection of youth with it, with your setup to this question. There's a lot of different ways this can go, and basically everyday practice. When I look out there, I'm thinking kind of the same thing that you said is like, can they win the NFC West? I think they can. And then maybe the next day, like, boy, they're just so young and they make so many mistakes. I don't see how they can win the division. So it is definitely going to be a work in progress. And, the thing that they have going for them, the biggest thing they have going for them is, yes, in addition to all these young players who are going to have to take on some vital roles, specifically on defense, they still have like high-priced, quality star players at darn near every position group, going from, and I'm putting Brock Purdy in this category because I just haven't seen very much negative at all from him in the time that he's been the quarterback. So let's go Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Diamador Lenore, who signed a nice contract as a cornerback last year. So when you have, and that's not even to mention Brandon Ayuk, who signed a big deal a year ago, but will miss maybe not quite half the season, but right around there as he comes back from an ACL. So the point being, they still have a lot of really good players that they'll be leaning on to carry them over the finish line.
What are team sources telling you about what they think Brian Robinson is and how good he could actually be?
Well, I think Brian Robinson is a starting caliber running back that maybe wasn't viewed as a starter anymore by the Commanders. And so, he's seen as a guy that, they weren't going to be able to get anybody better to come in for the final cuts. The fact that the Commanders are eating some of that salary helps them out. And they feel like they have a reliable guy who's a big body, short yardage back for sure, that can help them get those tough yards, third and goal, fourth and goal, third and short, fourth and short, that they weren't able to pick up last year. So, a big guy who's 230 pounds. Is he a breakaway guy? No, but they do have now 3 different style running backs as their top 3 runners. Garendo's more of a home run hitter, good straight line speed, catches the ball pretty well out of the backfield. It seems like Robinson catches the ball out of the backfield pretty well. I know the one year with Sam Howell there when he did a lot of checkdowns, Robinson had 36 catches. So that's kind of the common denominator, is they feel good about the versatility and the ability of whomever they put out there running back, whether it's McCaffrey, Garendo, or Robinson, to also be a factor in the passing game.
Matt, quick one for you before we let you jump. Deebo Samuel plays here now. Last year, just, quick summary, why didn't it go according to plan, and what do you expect from him this year in Washington?
Well, it's a lot of it depends on what kind of shape, Deebo Samuel is in. We saw he was kind of defined in a lot of ways this era of 49ers football with just the versatility. He was you just couldn't not watch him because you didn't know where he was going to line up. Going to be a running back on this play. They're going to find a way to get the ball in his hands. And when Deebo was running hard and fully motivated, I shouldn't say motivated. I don't think he ever needed any issues with the motivational part of it. But there were times where his conditioning maybe wasn't where it needed to be. But man, there's nobody that you want to put the ball in his hands more than him for those yards that matter, because he does have this certain way of just a determined running style that for many years with the 49ers kind of set the tone both offensively and also the defensive guys. They often would remark about how watching Deebo would get them fired up. So, at his best, and we'll see how much he has left in the tank, but at his best, he is an absolute tone setter. But he's taken a lot of hits, through the years. He doesn't shy away from contact. So it'll be really interesting and fun to watch him play. But I would say this, that, he was a very popular guy in the locker room. Head coach Kyle Shanahan really, really liked him. But I think that it's kind of hard to define, but it was just kind of obvious and clear that it had run its course and it was time for a change. And so I think they left on amicable terms, or, Deebo leaves the 49ers on amicable terms. And I think, in retrospect here, everybody views him as a really good 49er who gave this organization a lot of good years.
Matt, we appreciate the insight on a day where the two teams linked back up in yet another trade. They do this a lot. We've got your number on speed dial, it feels like. Thank you.
All right, no problem at all. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Matt.
NBC Sports Bear is Matt Mayoko. Grant and Danny from Honor Brewing today in Fairfax. Next, in lieu of a double play, let's get you winning off the field. If you want to call us and tell us what little thing has made you smile today in honor of Bruce Allen, we are here for it. 800-636-1067. Plus, as soon as we return, I want to tell you guys how you can join our Grant and Danny Fantasy Football League. You have until Monday to sign up for a chance to get in the league. You'll find out on Monday if you're in the league. And then come Wednesday next week, we are drafting in Springfield together. Danny, myself, our producers, and a dozen or so of our lucky listeners. So if you want to be in the league, you better be listening to find out how you get in next right here on The Fan. What's up, guys? It's GP. FanDuel Futures Day is coming up. In fact, it's this coming Tuesday. It's a new holiday for football fans, and this is going to be an amazing day for people like me who like FanDuel and the sports book and who like to make a better too. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. You're taking a flyer on the MVP race. You're crowning your champion in August. You're parlaying division winner dark horses together for good odds. Mark your calendars. It's your day for hunches and hot takes, predictions, and the best odds. Visit the FanDuel app today. Start planning your future bets now because Futures Day is one day and one day only, and it's coming up on Tuesday. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21. Present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back, live on site. Honor Brewing in Fairfax. Grant and Danny coming your way on the Fan. This is quite a venue. It's packed today, and it's fun. This is good vibes out here. The station's going to be out here quite a bit as the season goes on.
Pre-game, couple hours for all the away games at this location, Fairfax 1, where we're at right now, as well as the Loudon location. They're going to alternate. So, yeah, you're going to see a lot of us here. This place rules.
Today we're polling a winner. So if you're in the area, come on by, get a beer, say hello. 4 tickets to tomorrow's preseason game with the Ravens. It's a raffle. So if you have not yet put your name in, Ali, that might be you. Come on up here and fill this out. Toby's going to pick the winner.
Toby will pick the winner.
And we're going to let Toby pick the winner because we don't want people mad at us when they don't win.
Right, they'll be mad at Toby. And we're just trying to get Toby to use his arms a little bit. He's still kind of sore and constricted and having some problems, so it's to help loosen him up to actually use his arms some.
Yeah, as far as winning off the field goes, Toby is still alive, despite
that's a big win.
You forcing him to work out so extensively that he vomited all over the place at work.
That happened.
Now it's been 72 hours and he still can't lift his arms up to his shoulders.
So other than that, I feel good about
Other
myself.
than that, you're a great physical trainer.
Yeah, I'm a great friend.
But Toby's alive. Therefore, he is.
Winning off the field.
Before we get to winning off the field, really, really quickly, 2 things to tell you. Ryan Kerrigan on the show, 4 o'clock, 10 minutes from now. We're jacked up about that. It's been a long time since we talked to our sweet prince, Ryan Kerrigan. One of my favorite bits in show history involves Kerrigan.
Yes.
Reading Valentines for a few straight years to female listeners who wanted Ryan Kerrigan to serenade them with lovely...
It was weird. They didn't want us to do it.
No, they didn't.
They were like, can Ryan Kerrigan do it?
So we would send him like
all right.
lyrics to love songs or Valentines, and he would read them to ladies in a sexy voice. Then he got into a serious relationship, and he's now married with children. So we stopped doing that.
He's Al Bundy.
But until then, it was really, really fun. So he'll be on the show. We're not going to be having him read any Valentines, though. The other thing is, if you want to be in our Grant and Danny Fantasy Football League, you've got to go right now to sign up at our Facebook account. It's really actually easy this year. There's no quiz. There's no test. We're not doing anything like that. The annual Grant and Danny Fantasy League is back. If you want a chance to join, we got a live draft on Wednesday. You can come hang out with us and draft with all of our P1 listeners. Go to facebook.com/Grant and Danny right now for all the information. You're going to have a link there. You click it, you put your name and your contact info, and then we're going to randomly select participants. Monday is the deadline to sign up. It's also when we're going to pick the participants, and you'll hear from us. And then 2 days later, this is Wednesday, about 5 days out, we're going to draft at Pupatella Pizza in Springfield. It'll be a 7 p.m. start, so we want people to be there if they make the league.
That is the idea, right? Most of this league really is about the camaraderie of that evening, hanging out with listeners and eating some Neapolitan pizza at Pupatella in Springfield.
All right, without further ado, though, it is time to win off the field. You're not doing it for me. You're not doing it for Danny or Dad or Toby or Corporate Clary. You're doing it because Bruce Allen once said these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
I feel good about mine. I was here today, and I was surprised by the wife and the baby and 2 of the 3 older children. One is in school because why wouldn't she be? It's August 22nd after all.
Am I right?
But the 2 little ones were here, and they behaved themselves. You know, we're at a restaurant bar. I was worried to be running around. They sat there, and they colored. They were barely noticeable. My wife got to have a burger and a beer. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
I hate to rain on the parade. You're talking about good behavior. Your son webbed me.
He
You know
did
what I
web
mean? Like, he shot me with webs like he was Spider-Man. I don't know if you're encouraging that, but...
Lots of webs.
Yeah, I was Alan Webb.
He also hung from your arm, he told me, for 48 seconds.
49 seconds,
All right.
our new Truman record. I'll do mine super quick. Stand up tonight, Roadside Grill, Arlington. I used to go to Roadside Grill in Arlington pretty much every weekend to eat hungover brunch because I loved it. You could either do an omelet station or the waffle station. Sometimes I did both because I was a fatty, fat.
They had a waffle station?
It was a station for waffles.
Wow.
And it was great.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it was awesome. Bloody Mary bar, the whole 9 yards. But I'll be doing stand-up there tonight. And tomorrow night, I'm in Lorton, Workhouse Art Center in your neck of the nape, GP.
No, you're not.
Hanging out at the Workhouse Art
How have
Center.
you not told me this?
I kind of forgot that I was doing it. No, I'm kidding. I was
super excited about it.
No, thinking about Roadside tonight, and then, of course, Lorton tomorrow. So, tickets available
Where is
for
that?
tonight. I forget what it's called. It's like whatever the main strip is. It's the old prison that they turned into a place called the Workhouse Art Center.
Very close to me.
Yeah, like seconds from you. Steps, as they say.
What time is that show?
Tomorrow night, 7:30. Tonight, 8 o'clock. Go to @FunnyDanny on the Twitterverse. It's my latest retweet for tickets for tonight, and Workhouse Arts Center. Easy to find those tickets for tomorrow night.
So as long as nothing crazy happens at the Commanders-Ravens game, I think I'll be there tomorrow.
You can come by. You don't have to come by. I always feel everyone's so busy. I don't want to pressure you.
I'll be in your neighborhood.
All right.
I was going to bring a couple hundred people. You don't want me to do that?
No, it'd be fun.
All right, I'll do it.
It'd be fun if you want to come by.
Andrew's in Damascus. Andrew, how are you winning off the field?
Hey, guys. So I have a dryer, and the setting for drying is there's no timer. It's just whenever it feels like the clothes are dry, it beeps. But Danny, I'm like you. I live in a house with kids. I can never hear anything. I've never heard the dryer beep in my life.
Right.
I'm doing laundry the other day. All the time, I go downstairs. It's not done. I go back upstairs. I come back down. I check again. Yesterday, both times I went to check the dryer, it beeped while I was going into the room. So I did not have to do a second up, down the stairs, and therefore I was
Winning off the field.
I mean, for it to happen once is amazing. Twice.
2 times?
That's pretty good.
That's incredible.
You're now on a heater. I think he now has mastered the time subconsciously.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Anthony and Calvert on the Fan. Hello, Anthony.
Anthony.
Morning, guys. Sorry, good afternoon, guys. So before I get into my winning off the field, Toby needs to go to his local tractor supply store. I know you guys may not be near there. Get horse liniment. It's basically Bengay for horses. Lube him up. He won't be sore. Good to go. And then he'll be winning off the field.
I'll rub
However,
Toby down with a little Bengay.
We got a little horse Bengay
like
for Ben.
I was giving a little
for
arm
Toby.
massage during the break. Let's do a little
horse
Bengay.
liniment is what it's called. Horse liniment. It works for horses. It works for him.
All right.
So I personally am winning off the field because I went into a national establishment on a hunger strike, basically, and I was looking for a sliced pizza. So I go up there. They got them stacked double, telling them the price on top is one price, but they don't tell you it's a double stack till you get to the register. I was like, listen, I just wanted one slice. I didn't want two, but you got them all separated into 2-piece segments. So I didn't want to purchase one. Just give me one. I'm sorry, I didn't want to purchase two. Just give me one. He said, well, we got another one coming out. No big deal. I got 2 pieces of pizza for the price of one. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
Yeah, that's the way the game is played.
You got
That
2 for 1.
is how your day gets a lot better. Ours is about to get better. Ryan Kerrigan,
Here
one
we
of the
go.
great sack artists in team history, now a coach on the staff, joins us live on the Fan in moments.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Final preseason game for the Commanders comes up tomorrow at noon. Commanders and Ravens at Northwest Stadium. Today, the Commanders traded away running back Brian Robinson to the 49ers, getting back a 6th-round pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Commanders are going to retain $1.25 million of the remaining salary for Brian Robinson. Number 21 on the NFL Top 100, quarterback Jaden Daniels. He finally checks in on the list, joining Terry McLaurin, Frankie Louvu, Bobby Wagner, and Laramie Tunsil as players on the NFL Top 100 from the Commanders. And today, the Panthers extended offensive tackle Taylor Moton, 2 years, $44 million, $40 million guaranteed. In soccer, the 2026 World Cup going to be in the United States, Canada, and Mexico starting next year on June 11th. The World Cup draw coming up December 5th, going to be held at the Kennedy Center. In baseball, Nationals and Phillies tonight, 6:45 first pitch right here on The Fan in Philadelphia. Cade Cavalli takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 1-0 with a 2.20 ERA. His last time out, he went 7 scoreless against the Phillies to earn his first career win. Taijuan Walker gets the ball for the Phillies. He's 4-6 with a 3.34 ERA. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Attaboy, Topes. Honor Brewing in Fairfax. We got 4 tickets we're raffling off the Commanders-Ravens preseason finale tomorrow at Northwest Stadium in Landover. Come on out, grab a beer, get something to eat, say hello, and put your name in our raffle box here. Someone is going to the game with 3 friends or family members tomorrow. Ryan Kerrigan's going to be on the show in just a couple of minutes. He's wrapping something up, and then he's going to give us a call. Looking forward to talking to one of the great pass rushers in team history, one of the most prolific sackers in the history of Washington football, now a member of this coaching staff. By the way, in 1 hour at 5, we'll scout the Ravens. A lot of questions about Baltimore, including the health of Lamar Jackson all of a sudden.
Yeah.
There's been some veiled reporting, and they're saying everything's fine, but yet they're praying about it, results of tests coming back. There's a lot of different reporting, so we're going to get to the bottom of it with Jeff Zrebiec to see exactly what's going on with Lamar. Obviously, wherever the Ravens want to go this year has got to go through number 8.
Without a doubt, a perennial MVP candidate. Had his best year last year and didn't win the MVP, just to kind of give you an idea. Yeah, they've been knocking on the door for a while, and his health is paramount. And he's been able to be healthy, and when he is, they win a lot of the games that they play.
I do think they're probably the most talented team in the NFL, top to bottom. If they're not, they're very, very close.
Yeah, top 5 at minimum.
You think about the Ravens almost through the same lens as we do the Chiefs and the Bills. AFC teams that have a great chance to win the Super Bowl, that every single year are going to be in the conference championship game mix. Baltimore and Buffalo just haven't been able to break through yet. I think a lot of people look at it and say, well, they're not going to because Mahomes is inevitable and Andy Reid is still there. I don't really view sports that way. Hasn't happened yet, very different than won't happen. I talk about this in the way of like players not hitting in October and in playoff baseball. A-Rod before the 09 postseason was Mr. Terrible.
Yeah, Barry Bonds wasn't clutch, you know.
And then A-Rod goes on the tear and the Yankees win the 09 World Series. So it could happen this year for Baltimore, but they obviously need Lamar Jackson to be on the field. So we'll take a deep dive into the Ravens ahead of tomorrow's game when we are joined by Jeff Zrebiec coming up at 5 o'clock. Going back to the news of the day, though, Brian Robinson traded to the 49ers. The Commanders getting a 6th-round pick back. I still find myself wondering what this is going to look like, who leads them in carries, who their traditional bell cow on 1st and 2nd down is. I've asked around about this a lot, and the answers I keep getting from smart people around the league is they don't think Washington's really going to have a guy. Like, they think the Krosky-Merritt hype, barring him going out and having just a monster first couple of games, is a little bit overblown in the sense that it's going to be plenty of him, plenty of Rodriguez, plenty of Eckler, maybe some McNichols or whoever else makes the team. They think it's so situational, right? It's scheme. Who are we playing? What do they do well? What back combats that best? Starter, people care about that word, or backup or whatever. 1st and 10 it's just on that play who has the best chance to pick up 6-7 yards. And that's kind of how they're going to operate.
That's kind of the drum I've been beating here. Again, you look at the math on this, right? When you have a quarterback that runs as effectively and often as Jaden Daniels does, last year 148 carries, I'd expect that number to be around 125 to 130, somewhere in there, right? That's going to be scrambles. That's going to be a couple design things. And that skill set is invaluable. So you automatically take off 100 some odd carries from last year's total of right around 500, right? They were in for 526 or 526 attempts last year. I think that number, will probably be right around that same window. So then once you do Austin Eckler's 100 touches or so, because he needs to be in the football game, and he will be, rightfully so, you just subtracted 230, 240 from that total. So right away, there's no bell cow there. That's what a bell cow does. That guy gets 240, 250, 260 carries. I mean, sometimes guys go north of 300 if he's just killing the thing. So all of a sudden, right there, right away, you've negated the idea that you need that bell cow. You split up between those couple of guys. Maybe it's 55-45. Maybe it's 51-49. But, yeah, I think it's a committee approach.
I'm shocked, by the way, by how much ink this is getting today. Like, we've got a high-definition flatty right in front of us here at this bar. There were plenty of them at Honor Brewing where we're hanging out in Fairfax. But all day long on a loop, ESPN's just talking about Brian Robinson. It's one analyst after another coming on. It's Jeremy Fowler and Bill Barnwell and Ben Solak and this guy and that guy. And they're all coming on to just give their thoughts on this trade one after another. Mina Kimes will be next. Respectfully, seems like we're overdoing it just a little bit. He could become a really important player this NFL season in San Francisco if Christian McCaffrey gets hurt. But this is, for my money, and I don't mean this in a belittling sense, I'm just evaluating the player based on what we saw last year when he was fourth on the team among 4 ball carriers and DVOA as a rusher. And this is a replacement level fringe starter who the 49ers are bringing in to a running back friendly scheme. It's a great landing spot for him. But the idea that this has been the lead on everything ESPN's done for a few hours
seems strange to me.
Probably just an indicator that the NFL is king and that there's not a lot going on around the league today, maybe. Those would be my takeaways.
Yeah, we've already done the Jerry Jones said some words to Stephen A. Smith thing. We did that for a pretty hardcore news cycle, and now kind of this is the latest and greatest.
What does that mean?
You didn't see that?
Oh, the YouTube interview?
Oh, whatever it was, the Stephen A. Smith show where Jerry Jones it's between the outhouse and the signal tower. And you're like, I don't know what that dude's talking about, but Stephen A. Smith's like, And they had an interview.
Here's what happened for me. I heard that Jerry Jones was doing an interview with Stephen A. Smith, and I said, I'm out. No, thank you.
For those reasons, I'm out. Yeah,
I will not be consuming that content.
Well, one of those highlights where he's like, I don't want to talk to the agent anymore. I'm like, well, that's kind of the gig. And
seems like a you problem, my friend.
Man, that's really
kind of
tough.
how players get signed.
You're supposed to do that, and it's actually a violation of league rules. But anyway, I'm sure nothing will happen because
Maybe
Jerry
you
Jones
should
runs the
hire
league.
and empower general managers, executives to do that. Maybe Steven they actually have a good executive there that's been there for a long time that acts as the GM. Maybe just let them do it then. They could run your team.
Different ways to go about it. Different ways to go about it. But, so we've done that news story, and now we're doing Brian Robinson 24/7 as kind of the new pan to watch. But I get it, man. You already said it's the treatment of that is like it's a marquee player kind of in his prime getting moved, and I don't think that's where the rubber meets the road. Honestly, a starting running back for the NFC Championship team moving on, and that being a news story isn't crazy. But for those of us here, we kind of know. I mean, we love Brian Robinson because of what he went through, and tough as nails, but has not been particularly productive. And short of a few fanboys that have been incorrect arguing with me on the Twitterverse, everybody kind of gets it.
Speaking of other teams in the division, Jackson Dart looked really good again last night in the preseason. Ended up leaving with an injury scare, was dragged into the blue tent against his will after getting hit pretty hard. He completed only 50% of his passes. He was taking some shots down the field and then taking some shots in the pocket. But 6 of 12, 81 yards, touchdown, played 4 series against the Patriots. He's not going to start the year. That goes without saying. They're going to do the Russell Wilson thing for some reason. But his preseason was so good that he had to have changed the eye line of Brian Dable and Joe Shane on when he might be able to play. I saw some of the quarterback analysts that are the loudest on social media that played in the league, guys like Chase Daniel, who were coming out saying he should be starting. This guy's good enough. He's ready. Look at the tape. I'll leave that to them. 32 of 47 passing, 3 touchdowns, no picks, about 8 yards per attempt. His 32 completions in the preseason were the most without an interception by any quarterback who threw this August. Now, you're mostly playing against some softer defenses that aren't showing you a whole lot, and I'm not trying to make his preseason into some referendum on like the other guys on the roster or an endorsement that he's going to be great. But you're either going to look like you belong or you're going to look like, why did they take you in the first round? And if you're a Giants fan, you've got to be elated with how well he played.
You should be. I mean, they're nervous Nellies. They think anything good that happens is a precursor to the other shoe dropping. But he looks the part. I mean, it wasn't even just that, the way he's thrown the ball against whether it's second teamers or, unserious schemes or whatever. The way he moved around was better than I thought. Again, I said the same thing about Shedeur Sanders, where I just think of Sanders, stand in the pocket, taking whatever comes, delivering the football, and that's the idea. And he moved around really well in that first beginning of that first start. And I saw the same thing from Jackson Dart. Again, he lost the fumble and left with the injury after cutting back when you should never cut back if you're Jackson Dart in that circumstance. But I think he learned that lesson the hard way there. But he looked really impressive to me, and that's kind of what I would do right now. Now, to me, that when guys are fighting for their jobs, and Joe Shane and Brian Dable, it's the lever you pull for excitement, where you save that, which I think is disservice to the football team and the player.
Ryan Kerrigan's scheduled to join us here in just a couple of minutes. We're told he'll be calling in just a few. So let's break early and be back in time to talk to Ryan Kerrigan, one of the all-time leaders in sacks for Washington, now a member of this coaching staff on the defensive line. Want to talk to him about Von Miller, the defensive front they're putting together, the importance of Javon Kinlaw, and so much more. Grant and Danny live from Honor Brewing in Fairfax. Kerrigan on the show next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. I'm a Ted Britt Ford guy. Here's why. They won my business all those years ago. The wife and I were looking for a new ride. We needed something bigger. We had the baby. We had 9 pack-and plays and cribs and all sorts of stuff. It seemed we needed every time we moved 10 feet, we had to pack all that stuff in. We needed an SUV. So we test drove the Edge, the Escape, test drove an Explorer. Decided, hey, we like the Edge. And we braced ourselves for that sales pitch. You know exactly what I'm talking about, right? That hassle, that miserable buying experience. Except it never came. This was the best buying experience, bar none, either of us had ever had. I couldn't believe it. Got a great deal, got in, got out, and it was awesome. It gave us great value for our trade-in, and that's when I knew. On the way home, I said to my wife, this is where we go now. We are Ted Britt folks. I'm a Ted Britt guy, have been that way ever since. They've been in business for more than 60 years doing just that, making folks just like you and me really happy with their new rides. Peace of mind for life. That's what Ted Britt for life means. That's what they're going to do. Right? Ted Britt for life means lifetime coverage, powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loans, Virginia State inspections, and so much more. Go see them in Fairfax and Chantilly and tell them Danny sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Commanders getting set for their final preseason game coming up tomorrow against the Baltimore Ravens at Northwest Stadium. Kickoff set for noon. Today, the big news for the Commanders, running back Brian Robinson traded to the 49ers. Commanders getting back a 6th-round pick. Commanders also going to retain a portion of Robinson's salary, about $1.25 million. Other news around the NFL today, the Panthers extended offensive tackle Taylor Moton, 2 years, $44 million, $40 million guaranteed, and Jaden Daniels has finally popped up on the NFL Top 100. He was ranked as number 21. Soccer, the 2026 World Cup draw is going to be held at the Kennedy Center on December 5th, getting set for the World Cup being held in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico next year starting on June 11th. In baseball, Nats and Phillies, first of 3 in Philadelphia tonight, 6:45. Right here on the Fan, Cade Cavalli takes the hill for the Nats. He pitched 7 scoreless against the Phillies on Saturday, looking to recreate that performance. Taijuan Walker goes to the hill for the Phillies. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Wentz, pressure coming, drilled, ball is loose, it's on the ground, picked up, Washington, Murphy, the Redskins are going to win it. Ryan Kerrigan did the work and Murphy finished it off.
Back live at Honor Brewing in Fairfax, a field trip for Grant and Danny. Thank you for listening to the Fan. Always means a lot. Come put your name in our raffle. We're going to give away 4 tickets to tomorrow's exhibition finale with the Ravens at Northwest Stadium. We'll pull the names in just a bit. Come on out and have a pint and say hello. Try to win 4 tickets to Commanders Ravens. On the Rude guest hotline right now, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We've got a gentleman who finished with 95.5 sacks, the most in team history in his NFL career, and then became an assistant coach. Time flies, by the way, because it feels like Ryan Kerrigan's entering his 2nd season as a coach, and now he's been a mainstay on this staff, coaching up the defensive line for years. But our buddy Ryan Kerrigan is back with us on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Ryan, thanks for the time, man. How you been?
Doing great, man. Great to be back on with you guys. And, you guys got a great venue there. I mean, it's a hell of a place, man. So, thanks for having me on.
Oh, we're excited. Yeah, it's been fun. We got a lot of fans out here excited for the start of the season. Now we have to refer to him as Coach Kerrigan.
That's Coach Kerrigan to you, man.
As of 2022, assistant defensive line coach, and he's worked his way up now into the linebacker and pass rushing specialist roles. So how has the transition gone for you? Initially, I wonder if it's like, your buddy who graduated 2 years ago is like your substitute teacher back from college, where guys are like, dude, I just played with you, and now you're yelling at me about hand placement. What was that like?
It's surprisingly, I kind of had that thought in my mind, like, how is this going to be coaching guys that I played with? But honestly, I think that really helped not only give me some credit at the same time, because guys, trusted me, and they knew that I had been in the fights with them before, so they knew that what I was saying was legit, and what I was saying, was what I really believed would help them. And so that's, I feel like that, gave me some credibility, at the get-go. And then, as time's gone on, it's just, gotten better. So I'm enjoying my role, and, hoping I can keep, helping guys get better.
What's the hardest part about actually becoming a coach? I mean, doing it at such a high level like you did for so long, Ryan. So many different players have heard that calling and have gone and become coaches, good, bad, kind of everything in between. What was a hidden challenge maybe that you didn't realize how hard that was going to be?
I'd say, it's you got to coach. Different guys have different skill sets and different strengths, and so you can't be, cookie cutter or one size fits all, especially on the defensive line, because you got different body types that play the same position, and so. Some guys are, a little stronger. Some guys are a little faster, or some guys might bend a little bit better. So you can't just try to make everything, cookie cutter and this is the way we're doing things. You got to kind of adapt to what the guys do best. And so I think that's been, one of the biggest, that's been not necessarily a challenge, but just something that's allowed me, I think, to grow, as a coach and in my understanding of football.
Ryan Kerrigan with us on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. pumped to have him on for the first time, really, as a coach on this staff to get to pick his brain on what that transition's been like. He joins us on behalf of the new Old Spice NFL collection, available now at Walmart. You may not play in the NFL, but you can smell like you do. I'm also an Old Spice guy, Ryan. I've been an Old Spice guy. Initially, in like middle school, they give you that red tube with
give you the first stick.
blue stick, and it burns your armpits like you're putting acid under there. But then you go transition to Old Spice, and it actually doesn't hurt anymore, and it smells really good. I'm a Fiji Old Spice guy, just so you know.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I was telling some of the guys earlier. I remember my dad. When I was a little kid, he had the Old Spice. He had the original Old Spice, and I'd always be like, "Oh, Dad, let me put some on. I want to smell good too, like you." And he'd act like he's rubbing it on my armpits, even though the cap was just on. But I didn't know any different. I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I smell great now." But no, it was great working with Old Spice today. Got to meet Cedric, who is doing a lot of great work with Big Brother, Big Sister in DC, and really helping out our community and doing that on behalf of Old Spice and their NFL collection was really fun today.
So, Ryan, this is a philosophical question for you. As you go on in your coaching career, I think there are two distinct paths a coach can go, right? There's the forever in shape coach, like think Sean McVay, can't wait to be seen with his shirt off, kind of a deal. You were known for being chiseled, ripped, super jacked like an enormous Superman. Or do you go like mustache potbelly one day? You know what I mean? Like, you've earned that right with all the deposits you put in the bank. Where do you think you're going to be? You wake up in 10 years. Is Ryan Kerrigan like overweight coach back in my day, or are you still like first to work out among the position group?
If it's up to me, I'll be in shape. I mean, I had a coach way back when that said, when you're done playing, you go one way or the other. You either go up or down. You don't really stay the same. And he looked at me. He goes, Ryan, I think you might go up. And I just at that point I was like, no. I was like, nope, not gonna be me. And so, yeah, it was. And so I was like, not gonna be me. And so, if I can have a say in that, I'll stay in shape and try to be healthy in that way.
Well, you definitely haven't. What's your difference in your weight from your playing days? Because when you see pictures of
it's
how
unbelievable,
gigantically swole you were to now, not to say this probably isn't what you want to hear, that you look slender, but like you're a different looking body.
Compared to that monster you were before, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I'm about probably 45 down, when I played. I'm about 220 right now. I was 65, typically tipping the scales. And, I always kind of had that in my mind. I was like, if I don't have to be, super big, I don't necessarily want to be. And so I, worked hard to get the weight off, and, hopefully I can keep it off. But yeah, definitely you see old pictures and it's like, yeah, it was fun. You got to eat just whatever the hell you wanted, as much as you wanted. So it was fun getting to that way. But now it's got to keep it off now.
Ryan, as a pass rushing coach for the team, you guys have this super raw pass rusher I'm intrigued by.
Young kid.
You got to work with this kid, this Von Miller guy. I think he's got something. You got to work with him on a few things, though. What has that rapport been like, and what do you see from Von? How much does he have left in the tank?
Yeah, he's a young guy still trying to, cut his teeth in the NFL and still trying to figure it out. But no, Von's been awesome, man. And it's so cool that a guy with his kind of accolades, his kind of background, we're talking about a Super Bowl MVP here. And he's in the meeting rooms taking diligent notes, he's and about everything, about, our install, about our mindset, about just everything. And he's really, I think, rubbed off on guys in that way. In that, you see guys, seeing this guy who's got 130 career sacks, taking notes, asking different questions, asking about technique, asking about the scheme. They see that and they all kind of want to up their game and be like him. And so it's been great. He's been a great presence, and he's definitely a guy that I think and I believe still, is playing can play at a high level, and we're hoping he does for us this year.
Ryan Kerrigan with us here on Grant and Danny. Ryan, give me kind of the vision for this defensive line. Obviously, Von Miller is the name. That's a future gold jacket guy, a superstar. But, additions this offseason, guys like Dietrich Wise and Eddie Goldman and Javon Kinlaw and, Dorrance Armstrong back, Deron Payne returning. How do you see this Is it hockey lines kind of keeping guys fresh? Is it first and second down we're stuffing the run, then unleashing on on passing downs? Like, how do you see this defensive line working together as a unit and maybe individually some of the roles?
Yeah, we got a big physical group. I mean, you mentioned Wise, you mentioned Kinlaw. Those are some heavy-handed physical players. Deron Payne's had a really great camp as well. DA, Dorrance Armstrong, he's looked outstanding. And then, Vaughn's come in and, like I said, been a really great presence and he's had a really strong camp too. So, we definitely have the pieces there. We just have to prove it each day. And it's not, about just proving it at one game or proving it for 2 games or proving it for one practice, but just consistently building our habits, which I think we've done a great job of throughout the off season, not only training camp, but in the springtime as well. Just continue to build the habits and trying to lay the foundation for what we're hoping is, a successful defense and a successful season.
So, Ryan, I do this podcast with our mutual buddy Logan Paulson, who you played with, Take Command, and we were talking about this D-line as one of the more intriguing areas where, really good players that are going to play elsewhere are going to get cut because there's so many talented pieces and just not enough seats in the room, essentially. But I bring this up to say, we were talking about the shift from even, it sounds like now we're acting like you played 20 years ago, but the prime of your era to now. I feel like I'm old enough to remember you would get 4 defensive linemen that were your starters that played every down until they retired. Then they came off, and then the backups went in. And now it feels more like a bullpen in baseball, right? Where, all right, this lefty gets lefties. This righty's got to change up, so we like him in these matchups. I feel like that's kind of what you guys are doing, and that's analytically how the league is trending. This guy's really good on pass rushing third downs. We could get this guy in running downs. And it's all kind of situationally based to maximize everybody. Is there something to that as an actual trend, or is that more just what you guys are leaning into because that's what you need to do right now?
Well, you certainly want to put guys in positions where they're going to succeed the best. And that's, priority number one, not only for the player, but for the team as well. And that's going to, that's going to help them and it's going to help the team. But I think too, there's a big emphasis now, we know and we have depth, and we want to be able to utilize that so that guys are fresh, not only in the fourth quarter of a game, but also, throughout the season, so that they're not, feeling worn down and, and tired by week 7, week 8 of the season. And they're look up at the calendar like, oh my gosh, I still got halfway to go. And so, it's definitely, it's different in that regard. You're right. From when I played, and I still remember when, I first got there, position coach looked at me and he said, there's no tapping your helmet, man. When defense is out there, you're out there. And so I just kind of took that mindset and went with it. But it's different now. And I think it's good for guys, not only for the team and for us being able to, roll fresh bodies in there, but, for the guys in their careers, not only this season, but going forward.
What are metrics for success for you guys on defense this year? I mean, any idiot like me can go, they gave up 7 yards a play. That was 15th or whatever. That sort of stuff comes and goes and can be so situationally dependent. What do you look at? What are you guys talking about this year for kind of the way we say, hey, if we meet this, we'll be successful?
Metric-wise, not really anything specifically metric-wise. We just know we have to be sound in the run game. That's where it's got to start. I mean, for as much as the passing game became sophisticated throughout a lot of my playing career, the running game's becoming that way again in football. I mean, you're seeing teams that do a lot of, exotic motions and different shifts to, to try to, gain leverage and, get guys out of gaps. And so we got to be really sound in the run game. And if we can do that, we got some guys that can really, affect the quarterback and really cover in the back end. So, that's what it comes down to. Everyone has to, do their jobs, and really it starts in the run game, like I said.
All right, Ryan, a couple of things before we let you go. Off the beaten path here for a second. So yesterday on the show, we found out that Danny took Toby, who's with us right now, to the gym, okay? Toby's one of our assistant producers. They did like a Fitness Wednesday thing. Toby, when was the last time you were in the gym before that?
An embarrassing long time.
Okay. So Danny takes Toby to the gym. He's willing to go. By the end of it, he is vomiting in the bathroom, and his arms are still tired right now. I'm telling Danny, he should feel terrible, and he overdid it as a physical trainer.
Yeah.
As a gym rat like yourself, what level of bad should Danny feel having put together the workout for Toby?
I mean, I feel like Danny should feel like a good friend. I mean, if he took him to the gym. I mean, he put him through a workout that clearly was working him out. You know, I think that's a good friend. You're a good friend, Danny.
Well, thank you, Ryan Kerrigan.
Ryan, I tell you the line that I told him, it said he feels bad that it made me throw up. I said he should feel bad if he didn't make me throw up because I'm so fat and out of shape.
Well put.
All right, so Kerrigan's team you?
Team me. So excuse me, Coach Kerrigan. I want to make sure we keep the formal here.
That's true.
We did an imam. So 10 exercises
Coach
going around.
Kerrigan, please, if you please, sir.
Coach Kerrigan, if you please, sir.
Yeah.
Your lordship, Coach Kerrigan. We did it. So the first round we go through, and he's not even breathing hard. It's like no problem. And I'm like, oh my God, I undershot it. Midway through the second round, he all of a sudden, and he's Filipino, he turned white. Like he was whiter than me. And he's like, I got to stop. And a guy came out. This is the part that gets bad, is a dude that we don't know came out of the locker room and was like, hey, is that other guy with you? You might want to go check on him. I think you pushed him too hard. And I walk in as Toby is calling dinosaurs. It was tough.
Well, now I will say an imam for a workout that for someone that hadn't worked out in a while, that might be a little aggressive, but I stand by what I said. You're a good friend,
Yes.
and you did the right thing.
Yes.
Second thing, Trey Hendrickson has to owe you residuals, right? This guy's number 91. He has
what's
the
he doing?
same haircut as you. You guys are both white edge rushers. Like, I look at him and I see you. Do you ever look at him and be like, wait, I'm still playing?
You're still in my act.
My wife said the same thing the other night. She goes, they showed him on TV, and I'm like, and she's like, and he looks just like you, and I'm
He
like,
really
I mean,
does.
I saw him, before the game, and I was like, yeah, you're kind of right. I mean, we do have a lot of look similar. I mean, similar haircut, similar build, all that, So I mean, I got nothing to say. I just
It's
you guys
wild.
are right.
If at the end of your career they put you with the Commanders or the Redskins gear, and then the Eagles, and then they just put Hendrickson with the Bengals, I think there's plenty of people 20 years from now that won't stop and go, that's not him.
I know it sounds like we're being kind of you guys look like brothers.
They really do.
Like in your headshots on Pro Football Reference or whatever, it's like
Dude,
you're the
Kerrigan-
same size.
Coach Kerrigan.
Coach
please.
Kerrigan, if you please, your
If
lordship.
You please, lordship. He walked
Yeah.
so that Hendrickson could run.
There it is.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Last one, serious football. Be remiss if we didn't ask you this. Obviously, Terry McLaurin's not there yet. I know you're not the head coach or the GM, and that it's not your job. But what has that been like for you guys? Is it a distraction as we're chasing him around the facility, and so many people are talking about it outside the building?
That's not something I'm going to really talk about or comment on. I just, I'm just focused on the defense and defensive line and trying to think of ways we can, get better, stop the run, and get after the Q.
He's a coach.
Coach Kerrigan,
Look at
if you
that.
please.
Head coach next stop. Let's
Tell me
go,
that.
Ryan Kerrigan. He's got this thing
Perfect.
down. By the way, Danny, another guy with 4 kids, all named after presidents. Although I think we only have one crossover name, right? Lincoln's the only one. We both are using. We're looking at different name calls.
Yeah, I think you have a Truman, right? I have a Truman who's a dog. So
Okay, that's different.
So we
yes.
got that.
We got the
Yeah,
crossover
we got
dog
that.
human. So I've got Reagan,
Right.
Truman, McKinley, Lincoln.
Now, Grant's Truman's got that dog in him, so that's kind of similar.
Very similar.
Right?
Yes.
No, well put, man. That was well done. Well done. Yeah, I got Lincoln, Hayes, Carter, and Ford. And so we got Lincoln crossing over. That's the crossover
Good
name
Venn
there.
diagram. Well, I will tell you, if you guys have a 5th, you win, because I am tapping out right here at 4. So if you want to win the competition,
It's all you.
Next one seals the deal, my friend. It could be all yours.
Next point wins.
Right on, man.
See you, Ryan. Good catching up with you.
Good
Thank
to
you
catch
for
up with you,
hopping
buddy.
aboard.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Love talking to Ryan Kerrigan. What a great player he was. Good
The
dude.
best.
And now helping the team on the coaching staff. And a lot of guys could take some time off, like a year or two, downtime. I'll just go put my feet up, drink some Pepsi, and watch some football. Not him. He got right back into it.
Yeah, seriously. You could tell, too, there's a love for it, right, that you have to have. And sometimes guys, think they want to coach but don't understand kind of the grind to it. He's kind of always gotten that. It seems eyes wide open. on that front. From the last time he took a snap in the NFL, shortly thereafter, right back, helping develop young players and getting the most out of guys, using all the tips and tricks and things that made him such a standout player. Really, really good dude.
Good having him back on Grant and Danny. As we continue on the show, we're taking you up to 6:15. Jeff Zrebic in 20 minutes helps us scout the Ravens. We do have still a raffle. We're pulling a name to win 4 tickets to the game tomorrow. It's a day game at Northwest Stadium. But next, Jaden Daniels tells Diana Rossini that he's very comfortable and confident in Terry McLaurin coming back in time for the season. We'll play that audio for you next. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Jeff Zrebic covers the Ravens. He'll be with us at 5 to scout the opponents. We are live at Honor Brewing. We'll be out here throughout the NFL season. You and I have a couple of our field trips at Honor Brewing as well as pregame shows for the station.
Yeah, that's right. Away pregame shows. So when the local 53 is not local, when they're out of the country in one case or out of town in the others, this location here in Fairfax and the other location in Loudoun, you'll hear hours of 106.7 The Fan pregame show right up.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic has a podcast, Traveling Roadshow through training camps. They've been doing their show on site at different venues, and they were out at Commanders practice, and she caught up with Jaden Daniels, and she was asking him about Terry McLaurin and whether or not he'll be back on the field soon. This is what Jaden Daniels had to say to Rossini in Ashburn today.
Do you still feel really good that you're going to get your guy?
Oh, 100%. I feel great.
Yeah.
I feel great.
Why do you feel so good about it?
I just know that it's all going to work out. That both sides going to come to an agreement, and Terry's going to be back out here. We're going to be throwing some passes to him.
So I would say this is probably the 4th or 5th time that I can remember Jaden Daniels being asked about Terry, not even in a press conference. Interview here, interview there, whatever. And the answer is always pretty similar to that. I'm very confident he's going to be back, or we're about to see him about 2 weeks ago, he said to somebody. And every time fans go, see, it's happening. See, I'm telling you, the deal's almost done. Jaden knows, he's talking to him. I don't take this to mean anything other than he's just saying that he's hopeful, and he assumes, like the rest of us, that there's no path to him not playing because the team is way worse off without him. Terry is not going to benefit from not playing football. He needs to put up numbers and get paid. So I just think there's an assumption from him that this is going to work itself out. I don't take this as him having just texted with McLaurin and trying to break news, with all due respect, on Scoop City. I think that he is probably just answering a question in a harmless way and being as positive as possible, which he is a positive, optimistic guy.
Would you ever, in a million years, see our special little Jaden Daniels, who I love so much, turn to Diana Rossini and say, yeah, he ain't coming back. Ship has sailed. That guy has quit on us. Would he ever say the alternative?
No,
of course not.
But he doesn't even have to say that. He could just say something like, look, we just had Ryan Kerrigan on. I felt bad even asking him because the guy's a D-line coach, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you have a member of the coaching staff on. You have to address what's going on with Terry McLaurin. And so I had to bring that up and just ask, hey, I try to even couch it in a way where he could provide insight. Like, what is this like in the building? Is it a distraction? What is going on? And he is well within his right to answer however he wants to. And he basically said, yeah, I'm not going to go
Not going
there,
into
but you guys can kick rocks on that one, but appreciate you having me on. That's fine. No harm, no foul. Like,
Totally.
You got a gig, I got a gig, we all got gigs, everyone can have gigs together. But what Jaden Daniels could easily do is that.
Sure.
He could easily say, I don't really know what's going on. I'm not trying to get into his pockets. I'm not trying to get into his business. We're all players. We're in this with our brothers, and we hope he gets paid. And that's all he has to say, but he isn't. He's actually going farther the other direction to basically, I don't want to say guarantee, but he's, hey, calm down, everybody. He's going to be back soon. But that was what he said a month ago, and then 2 weeks ago, and then a week ago, and now today. And every time people go, it's happening.
Right.
He knows it. I just don't think there's any information behind the comment.
No, and where I was going with my previous statement is not to imply that it is or isn't imminent. It's the point is the optimistic football player speaking optimistically about his friend and teammate should be treated just like that, right? Again, Jaden Daniels, you know, when asked about the 57th guy on the roster who probably won't make it, oh man, he's great, he's a baller, he's an awesome dude, great teammate, whether he's on the roster or not. If you went up and down the lineup and asked him about any player, anybody that he's gotten to know over these several months as this incredible leader, this positive person, this $1 trillion smile having, superstar in the making here in town, he would say, the kind of gregarious, other-centered, beautiful things about that person. I have no doubt about that. And that's all that was to me. And so I saw that same reaction that you did. I saw that same reaction that you did, by the way, a month ago, whenever the hell it was, 2 weeks ago, when he was like, yeah, he's coming back, I got no doubt. The same kind of deal. Everyone's going, I'm dunking on you. Here it is. It's coming. He's signing tomorrow. LOL. I have no idea. I want it to happen too, but I don't read that as anything other than Jaden Daniels is wonderful.
It might have been at his last press conference, I can't really remember, where he said something like, it's going to happen real soon or something. And those were the words I think that got everybody kind of worked into a little bit of a frenzy, and we're frothing at the mouth that because everyone's just waiting for a morsel. Like everyone's like, this has to end soon.
Mhm.
So everything's got to be something. Whenever Quinn talks at the podium, we're reading between the lines. The agent has kind of gone dark, not saying much. McLaren hasn't spoken in weeks now. So we're just looking for whatever information we have. And we all know Jaden Daniels is communicating with him. But I think we've got enough proof in the pudding now from the last several comments and the lack of movement thereafter that there's not a whole lot to see here. What I'm really interested in on the McLaren front, and we'll talk about this next hour, is he going to be at the game tomorrow? He was not at the game on Monday night. And since then, one of the things that's come out is maybe the team asked him or suggested not to come just to avoid distraction. I don't really buy that.
I don't buy that at all.
Like, Trey Hendrickson was not a distraction for the Bengals as he was on the sideline cheerleading with the pom-poms and, high-fiving guys after they got pressures and sacks. Even though he was all over national TV, Monday Night Football, they're showing him. That's not a distraction.
Yeah, Jamar Chase is being asked about him in real time. Yeah.
But if it's true that the team didn't want him there because he was a distraction on Monday, why would that change on Saturday? So I am actually fascinated to see if he shows up again. Because can you imagine if in your third and final preseason game, where we're now just 3 weeks away or whatever it is, less than that, from the regular season, if Terry McLaurin is still not showing up for games?
Let's say he doesn't. Will that change any feelings you have about the near future?
Well, Monday's my day. I've said all along, like, if you're not now doing things to get ready for the season Monday, that's when I have to go full, like, Zero Dark Paulson on you.
Okay.
That's when it's like, season is more accomplished. God bless you. You had all offseason to figure this out and to put up your fight. I've been listening to my kid throw a tantrum about going to bed.
Yep.
And I'm just chilling. I'm like, yeah, I understand.
Totally, buddy. It ain't
Bedtime's
fair.
not
Yeah,
fun,
bedtime,
man. Yeah, I know you need a water. Oh, come on, Dad'll get it for you. Oh, you need that? Dad'll get it for you. We're about 30 seconds away from me screaming at the top of my lungs, get in your room! Like, that is coming imminently. And Monday is the day that I will start screaming and slamming doors.
So it seems like I take the not going to the game as like way more, I think, than everyone else. Everyone else is kind of like, it's like a data point where it's like, yeah, he's working on the side.
So for me, Sam Cosme was not at the game either. So, like, there is a little bit of it. Now, Terry was off pup, but two guys that physically unable. Obviously, Cosme's...
Yeah, like one guy's actually rehabbing an injury.
Literally coming back from a torn ACL. But if it was Terry McLaurin and Brian Robinson, who's not on the team anymore, who's already been traded, that's very different than those guys and Sam Cosme. One of these is not like the others. So it didn't work me into the same anger you had. Would I have liked him to have been there? Sure. Is it somewhat alarming, annoying to me? Am I vexed by the fact that he wasn't, and this is all still a big game of checkers to him, and he's going to prioritize that over the team possibly? Yeah, I'd like him to be there. But like it was like a personal affront.
Yeah, you can't do that.
How you feel about him as a person changed?
It's just not ever the right thing to do. So, but if he doesn't go again and the team excuses it or whatever you want to call it, I mean, again, to me, it was pretty clear to me is the team decided we're not going to fine you because now we start getting so deep into your pockets that it becomes irrevocable. And there's no point to that. We don't need your $890,000, whatever the hell the total is. That doesn't really help us do anything. It doesn't mend the bridge between us. It doesn't mend this divide. It doesn't help us get a deal done. It doesn't help you play football this year, which is what presumably we all want you to do. So there's no incentive for them to start finding people. That's if you want the person gone, right? Let's see, Trent Williams and Bruce Smith. I'm sure Bruce Allen. So there's no reason for them to do that. So them agreeing to it is kind of, that makes sense to me. So if they agreed to this next one too, like, I mean, this to me is like way worse than I ever would have imagined. If he's not at the game tomorrow, like, oh my God.
I mean, I've felt that way for 5 weeks, though. I thought this thing would have been wrapped up in early July. Jeff Zrebic covers the Ravens. Let's scout Baltimore ahead of tomorrow's game. This hour, I want to get into whether or not Daniel's only throwing, 0 passes, only dropping back once this preseason is going to be an issue come September. And also, will McLaurin post against the Ravens tomorrow afternoon? You're listening to The Fan. We are live at Honor Brewing.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. In the NFL, Commanders and Ravens final preseason action tomorrow at Northwest Stadium, noon kickoff. Today, the Commanders traded away Brian Robinson to the 49ers. The Commanders get back a 6th-round pick. The Commanders going to retain a portion of Brian Robinson's salary, $1.25 million. The Panthers extended offensive tackle Taylor Moton, 2 years, $44 million, $40 million guaranteed. And Steelers rookie defensive tackle Derek Harmon has a sprained MCL. He was the 21st overall pick out of Oregon. He's expected to be out for a month. NFL Top 100, Jaden Daniels finally popped up on the list at number 21. In soccer, 2026 World Cup draw is to be held at the Kennedy Center on December 5th, ahead of the World Cup next year in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. That'll get underway in June of 2026. In baseball, number 1 overall pick Eli Willits made his pro debut in Fredericksburg last night. He had 3 hits and was 3 for 4. The big league club, the Nationals, head up to Philadelphia to take on the Phillies for the first of 3 tonight, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes the hill for the Nationals. He'll take on Taijuan Walker. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Toyotas. Each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
From Honor Brewing in Fairfax, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Toby just pulled the winner of the 4 tickets to the Commanders-Ravens preseason game. He's got dozens of people here looking lovingly at him, and I'm pretty sure he pulled a winner that was not here.
That's what we think at this time, is the winner is not in the room, and everybody here is thrilled about that.
It's not Toki's fault. Don't blame Toki.
Who am I going to blame,
He dug
though?
around there. He did everything he was supposed to do.
Certainly can't blame me. I mean,
no, it's definitely not
one
me.
person pulled
I just
it.
got this text from my wife. We'll revisit this in a minute. What did you do with Truman's money? Now, I'm guessing that means the $7 that was on top of my wallet. There was $7 in cash today on top of my wallet. I was like, this is weird. I guess it's my money. I said, the money on my wallet? I grabbed it. She said, that's his money. You just caused a big ice cream truck meltdown.
Oh, no.
That's tough.
Oh, no.
That is tough.
Oh, dear.
Poor guy. Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And let's scout the Baltimore Ravens. Jeff Zrebic covers the Ravens better than anybody. Joins us now on Grant and Danny. Jeff, preseason finale, week 3 preseason football. Feel the excitement as you hit the road to come down to Northwest Stadium. What are the storylines right now for the Ravens outside of the Lamar Jackson injury?
Yeah, that's pretty much where it stops and ends, where it starts and ends. Excuse me. The kicker has been a big story this year after what happened with Justin Tucker and then his release. And, this is a team with Super Bowl aspirations that's, going to be running out a rookie 6th-round kicker after having so much stability at the position for a long time. So that's a big storyline. They have a couple roster spots they still have to fill. But, yeah, it's been a rather business-like training camp for them. They added DeAndre Hopkins and, they get back a couple other guys on offense, but there's not a whole lot of roster spots to win in this camp. I mean, they returned back 10 of 11 starters on offense. So it's kind of stability this year for them. They're hoping to pick up where they left off and just rewrite a different ending this time.
Yeah, stability is great when you win, 12, 13 games a year, but, they haven't gotten through the big bad monster at the end of the level yet, as most teams haven't, quite frankly, in Mahomes and Kansas City, et cetera. What's going to be different this year, Jeff, or will something be?
They have to figure that out, and I think if there was an easy answer to their string of disappointing playoff performances, I think it would have been figured out by now. They just haven't been at their best when their best is required, and that's been a problem because I think a lot of these years They've had arguably the best team in the league. I mean, their performance in the regular season suggests that, or at least one of the best in the league. And they just have this, habit of getting to the playoffs and getting away from what they do best and just making mistakes and kind of being unrecognizable from the team we see during the regular season. So, I mean, you keep giving yourself a chance. You hope that one of these times you're going to knock down the door, but they have done a few different things. I mean, one of the interesting things they've done is they've introduced this grading system at practice where every day every player is getting graded, and certain characteristics that they feel like are paramount to winning in January and February are given a certain amount of weight. And it's gotten real competitive. They have the results on monitors throughout the building, and they're hoping not to hide from this. It's not like when you ask, they deny it. They understand what is out there. They know there's plenty of scar tissue there. So they've hoped to attack it that way by really putting a focus on some of these characteristics that they think are the reason why you win or lose games in January and February, and hoping they put a focus on it now that it'll pay off down the stretch. But look, you don't know until you get there, right? And, as I said earlier, there's plenty of scar tissue with this team based on, some of their past failures in January.
Ravens reporter for The Athletic, Jeff Zrebiec. Ravens Commanders, Northwest Stadium tomorrow afternoon, a matinee preseason finale. Hey, Jeff, what is the deal with Lamar Jackson? Is that injury more serious than was originally let on?
I don't think so. I think it's serious in terms of missing time in the regular season. No, I think he'll be fine. We were all at practice, and he threw a pass, and I was watching where the pass ended up, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw him go to the ground. And, there's a bunch of really big human beings in front of him, and we weren't particularly close. Our vantage point wasn't particularly close to the field. So I didn't see how he got to the ground. But he got up, and he looked a little uncomfortable, but nothing serious. He played a couple more plays in there, and then he just sort of walked off with the strength and conditioning coach, and members of the training staff followed. And he had x-rays, and they say he's fine. To me, it looked like a wrist injury. They say it was stepped on the foot. I mean, he looked like he was shaking his wrist out when we saw him after the play. Now, maybe that was independent of that, and he just got his foot stepped on. But, I think he'll be fine. I've yet to hear any significant concern in that building. I mean, this is kind of the dog days. He's been at it all, the entire summer. As long as they have him for the start of Bills week, which is week 1, I think they'll be fine. And he wasn't going to play anyway Saturday. So, nothing serious, I don't believe. Just kind of got banged up a little bit.
Does this group have enough pass rush to bother the Allens and the Mahomeses and the Burrows and company?
That's, when you look at what they don't have, like what piece has sort of held them back, I think the one piece you could say on the defensive side of the ball, because they've turned the ball over a lot in the playoffs, but they also haven't forced any turnovers, and that's a bad recipe. And one of the ways you force turnovers is you have that, marquee pass rusher who teams have to game plan for and change games. They haven't had that. They have had a lot of good. They just haven't had really any great. And, but they do it by a committee approach. I mean, Van Noy and Owe are 2 double-digit sack guys. Matabike had, double-digit sacks 2 years ago, and I think they feel like he'll be in better position this year to sort of have that year he didn't have last year. But I think a guy they're really counting on is the second-round pick, Mike Green. He would have been a first-round pick if there wasn't off-the-field concerns. They got him in the second round, and most people think he's been one of the best players in camp. So I think you're going to see an awful lot of him going forward. Still a rookie, I get it. I'm not, predicting Rookie of the Year or anything, Defensive Rookie of the Year or anything like that. But he has some pass rush juice, and I think he will be a factor for them. I think it would be great if they had that one guy, but I think they have enough where how they play and how they load the field with defensive backs and do a lot of disguising. I think they have enough pass rushers up front, to win games and to be a very productive unit in that way. But it is definitely going to be a committee approach there.
Jeff, this is kind of along the lines of what Danny was asking about the state of the Ravens union earlier, but they're in a weird situation. It's almost baseball-like with teams where they're going to be in the playoffs, but nobody really cares until October to see if they can get further, which is kind of a dangerous place to be in the building. Like, that's one thing for fans, But how do they combat that? Because it is a tough schedule when you're playing teams like the Bills, Lions, Chiefs, Texans, Rams, I think in the first 5 or so games. You take the Browns game out of it, they got one of the tougher schedules to open the season of anybody.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I agree with you, Grant. It's tough. It's a tough situation to be in. I mean, they've earned their way into that situation, but you can't take the playoffs for granted in this league. It's too hard. The beginning of their schedule is extremely rigorous, but it really, it lets up a little bit, but it's still, they have one of the toughest schedules in the league. It's going to be a battle for them to make it to the playoffs. So you just can't fast forward yourself into January where you're either going to Buffalo, Kansas City, or you're hosting one of those games in the AFC divisional round. But I think they understand. I think they've embraced it. They have a veteran team, and I think these guys understand. I don't think they look past anything. I don't think they fast forward anything. I think they understand they have to take it, focus on the task at hand, that they can't rewrite their wrongs, in week 1 or, even if they beat Buffalo. That doesn't really revenge anything. I mean, Buffalo knocked them out of the playoffs. So, I think John Harbaugh, that's one of his strengths, keeping them focused on the task at hand and not looking ahead. But it's a tough spot to be in. Like, I even see it. Like, I get comments all the time about stuff I wrote. Yeah, wake me up when it comes to January. And that's a tough world to live in because it's not easy to get to the playoffs every year in the NFL.
Jeff Zerubik with us here on Grant and Danny breaking down the Ravens. Let's talk pass game. Mark Andrews at one point prolific. Maybe now it's a bit more combo. You could tell me what the tight end room looks like. DeAndre Hopkins in addition at the receiver spot. How does that pass game look? We know what the running game looks like. It's a bowling ball with knives named Derrick Henry. It's Lamar Jackson downhill too. But the passing game, where is that?
Yeah, I mean, look, the bar is not very high because the Ravens haven't exactly been a wide receiver factory over the years, but this may be the best collection of skill talent on offense that they've ever had in team history. It's just, I'm not saying it's an embarrassment of riches like league-wide, but just for the Ravens, if you look at some of the receiving cores they traditionally run out, and they've always kind of been tight end heavy, they still got the tight ends. I would be surprised if Isaiah Likely's ready in week 1 or even week 2. He had fractured his foot, but I don't think he'll be too far. He should be back relatively in September, maybe mid-September, or even a little later in September. And then you got the guys, obviously Bateman's coming off his best season, and Zay Flowers had 1,000 yards plus and made the Pro Bowl, and DeAndre Hopkins is future Hall of Famer. So, and then you got the 3 tight ends. So it's been a popular topic of conversation here, how they're going to keep everyone happy. I mean, you certainly aren't going to keep Derrick Henry happy by taking carries from him. So you don't subtract from the run game there. So it's going to be on Lamar Jackson and Todd Monken to spread the ball around, keep these guys involved. I think Zay Flowers and Bateman are still ascending players. And I don't think, obviously, DeAndre Hopkins is not what he used to be. But if you just need him to make some clutch catches, to make some plays in the red zone, catch some contested balls, and that's all you need from him. You don't need for him to catch 7-8 balls a game, and they don't, then I think he's fine in that role. So it's a good group. I'm not ranking it with the top teams and receivers the rest of the league, but for what they do and how they play, they got a lot of guys who can be productive in the pass game.
Jeff, will they play any starters in the game tomorrow?
The only ones you may see are a couple of the younger offensive linemen. The first 2 weeks, they've played 5 total on each side of the ball, and 3 of them have been young offensive linemen. They've been playing Malachi Starks, the first-round safety, but I don't even expect 5. I think it'll be bare minimum tomorrow, run the ball a lot, and get the heck out of there. As I said, they don't really have a whole lot of left. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 spots are still up for grabs, but there's not a whole lot more they need to see from this team to know what they're going to decide by cutdown day. So, yeah, I would be surprised if you saw more than 1 or 2 on each side of the ball.
One more on Lamar, if you don't mind, Jeff. Grant and I disagreed about this for the record, but I was 100% in the Lamar should have been the MVP last year camp. And I think it may have been a byproduct of he may not have deserved it as much the year before when he did win it. So who knows? You could flip-flop him and figure it out. But how did he react to that, to not winning the MVP after so much bold ink on his Pro Football Reference page?
Publicly, he just said the voters spoke, and I'm about winning Super Bowls. I can't imagine, though, it didn't bother him a little bit. I think it annoyed some people in the Ravens building. They thought he was the best player, and they thought he was the most valuable player in the league this past year. I mean, he had in many ways, if you look, he had one of the best seasons for a quarterback ever. But I don't think that takes away what Josh Allen did. I think it was just one of those cases where, I think Josh Allen was deserving. I would have voted for Lamar. I mean, part of that's maybe because I see him every week. I thought, the whole dialogue narrative down the stretch was, look at all these players the Ravens have, and Josh Allen's kind of doing it by himself, or more is on Josh Allen. But, I think Cook is a pretty darn good running back, and they have good tight ends. Shakir is a good wide receiver. So I didn't quite buy that, and they had arguably the best offensive line in the AFC in Buffalo. So I thought that was a little overblown narrative that Josh Allen was doing it with nothing. But look, Lamar Jackson has a lot of motivation. He understands, but he's not going to silence people until he wins the big game. I think everybody knows that. He's always going to have sort of detractors. But I can't imagine he's not motivated to prove again that he's kind of the top guy and should have been the MVP. He will never say it bothered him, but I have a hard time believing he didn't make a note of it and use it as motivation.
You know what, though? Peyton Manning won a Super Bowl, and then the thing was he couldn't win, too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, Kirk Cousins had a quote.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins had a quote on the Netflix special that I love. It was actually from Margaret Thatcher. If my critics saw me walking on water, they would say it's because I couldn't swim. And, like, there is some of that where who cares what the shouty shows say? Like, that guy's a Hall of Famer in the making. He's having an unbelievable career. Now, obviously for him, I'm sure he wants to win a Super Bowl. But when he wins one, they'll say he should have had 2 or 3. You know what I mean?
Sure. And, with him, people want to be right. Like, the fact is, and there's a lot of people that did not think you'd be a good NFL quarterback, and they stick to their guns, and they're going to use his when he comes up short as kind of proof to their point. I kind of think that's kind of how it is with most players. Even last year, I mean, I thought he was discredited in a lot of ways because the season Derrick Henry, had. So. That's part of it. These guys get it. I mean, there's a lot on the line with Lamar. I mean, he wants to be paid again. His contract now. We're at the time of year where they're going to need to adjust his contract and get him another extension. So it'll be interesting to see how he reacts this year. But he is a nice supporting cast, that's for sure.
Jeff, really appreciate the time. Enjoy the game tomorrow. And here's to another Ravens undefeated preseason. Right? They keep track of that sort of thing, I guess, right? They're 2-0 looking for 3.
They had a good run, but then the Commanders ruined it, and then they sort of went into a tailspin. I think they had lost 3 or 4 in a row heading into this year, but the streak's back. I mean, I think it's 2 and counting now.
Well, in fairness, they ran into the buzzsaw that was Ron Rivera and Sam Howell.
Anytime you see Rivera and Sam Howell, you're in for it.
So we get it. Thank you. We appreciate
Thanks,
you, Jeff.
Jeff.
Enjoy the game.
Take care, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll see you at the stadium tomorrow. There's Jeff Zrebiec. That's how we scout the opponent on Grant and Danny. Jaden Daniels has not thrown a pass this August. He's probably not going to ahead of week 1. Is that a problem? We'll let you hear what one team analyst thinks next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Commanders getting set for their final preseason game coming up tomorrow at noon at Northwest Stadium. They'll take on the Baltimore Ravens today. The Commanders traded away running back Brian Robinson to the 49ers. Commanders get back a 6th-round pick. They're going to retain a portion of Robinson's salary, about $1.25 million. The Panthers extended offensive tackle Taylor Moton, 2 years, $44 million, $40 million guaranteed. Steelers' first-round rookie Derek Harmon has a sprained MCL, expected to be out for about a month, could potentially start the year on the IR. He is the 21st overall pick out of Oregon. Soccer, the 2026 World Cup draw is going to be held at the Kennedy Center on December 5th, ahead of the World Cup coming in June of next year to the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. And in baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series in Philadelphia against the Phillies tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Taijuan Walker. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We have kicked off a new season of Friday Field Trips today in Fairfax at Honor Brewing, out here until 6:15, getting you ready for the final week of preseason action going into the weekend. And we are going to be revealing our Friday Field Trip schedule this coming week. We are going to be busy, I'll tell you that. Virginia, Maryland, D.C., stops all around the DMV.
Busy little bees, my friend. We'll be being able to avoid us. We're going to be right in your faces.
We're just going to be all up in there.
All up in your grill.
Show, as always, brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad, helping you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. That's kmlawyers.com. And we should remind everyone that you can get into our fantasy football league, or try to right now. Someone was just asking how to do that. You go to our Facebook page.
Yep.
Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. We're randomly going to pick participants for our fantasy football league this year. So Monday's the deadline to sign up. Monday night, you will find out if you got into the league. Make sure you're checking your email and your social media. And then on Wednesday, we're going to be drafting at Pupatella in Springfield. There will be pizzas for you. If
There will be pizza.
That kind of thing.
Starring Daniel Day-Rouillet.
Pizza and football, not too shabby. Logan Paulson and I are doing a show called Take Command. You're familiar with this program.
I know all about that.
He and Craig Hoffman, for a few years, were doing this podcast together. It's a popular show in the Commanders fan community, and I'm taking it over now for Craig and working with Logan, who I've known for some 15 years, and it's been a lot of fun. So you can check that out wherever you get your audio. But what's interesting, Danny, is that it gives us an opportunity to dive a little deeper, do some X's and O's, and break down the film the way Logan does and see the game through his eyes. I brought up this thing you and I have been kicking around, which is Jaden Daniels not throwing a pass in the preseason. There are plenty of veteran quarterbacks who won't, but there aren't that many guys who have played 1 or 2 years in the league that are not being asked to throw any passes at all ahead of the regular season. So there's this acting as if that's happening. I don't have a big problem with it. It just is what it is.
Sure.
From the Commanders' standpoint. So I want to play this clip. This is from the episode of Take Command that's previewing the Ravens game, talking about the projection for the roster with myself and Logan. But this was Logan Paulson on Jaden's 0 passing attempts in August if he doesn't play, and he's not expected to, against the Ravens.
The thing that comes to mind is little background here is I need every rep. I need every opportunity. I need to feel it, need to be in it. I need the preseason games to get ready. And there's a lot of guys like Tana of that generation. Tana's a little bit older than me, obviously, but he kind of had the same mindset. I need to get in, need to, run my 10 plays, need to get 3 or 4 balls in a preseason game, and then I'm good. Shut it down and hit the season. But I think now you look around the league, and it's way different in terms of how people approach these games. It is strictly for evaluation in a lot of senses, right? So, you look at some of the top guys, like Jalen Hurts, 0 preseason snaps. Josh Allen, 0 preseason snaps. Patrick Mahomes has 3. Lamar Jackson has 0. Matt Stafford has 0. And obviously there's other people that have more, and everyone kind of has their own approach and own philosophy to this. But the thing I came back to was the reason you'd want him to play is to get the CPU working, right? Am I seeing the coverages correctly? Am I seeing the blitzes? Am I getting the protections called correctly? All those kind of things. And I can attest to this because I did it. Preseason is the vanilla of vanilla. Like it's fun to play in the preseason because it's not hard. It's like, it's easy, right? So I'm like, the benefit of having him play would be to have him see complicated stuff, and there will be no complicated stuff, right? There will be no, I'm going to disguise this cover 3. It's actually cover 2, or here's a fire zone and I got to get the ball out quick. That's not what this is, right? And so I think that's ultimately I came to the conclusion is like, yeah, because why the work, if they do play, great. He's getting to put the uniform on, getting the call in the headset, you're working process, you're working substitutions. But in terms of the things that he needs, all that stuff would have come in the joint practice. You know what I'm saying? So like that's where you get the real value of developing a quarterback is when you see, hey, this is Baltimore, man. They're running all these 6-man fire zones and it's crazy. And we're kind of showing these simulated pressures and we're really, is it 6 or is it 4? And where's the ball? Where's my hot answer? All that kind of stuff. Are we picked up? But you're not getting that in the preseason. They're not going to do it. So is there a value to it? Sure. But it's more logistical, right? It's not an actual developmental process for him.
That's awesome analysis.
Yes, it is.
From Logan. And it really has shaped how I'm going to feel about this weekend. So here's what I mean by this. Do I want him to go out and play? I do. But I've said this all along. If he's going out there without Laramie Tunsil at left tackle and Brandon Coleman at left guard and Sam Cosmi at right guard and Zach Ertz at tight end and Noah Brown at wide receiver 2 and Terry McLaurin at wide receiver 1, how useful is this exercise really, number one? And then number 2, and I hadn't really thought a lot about this, but Logan's point, and I don't know if it came up in that answer there, but it was more specific to especially this week of the preseason.
Right.
So he was saying essentially like last week, the dress rehearsal, a team might actually mix and match and do some different things. But this week, the 3rd week of the preseason, is the most vanilla the ice cream gets. It is as absolute easy install as you're going to have.
Yeah, it's literally on Mike Nolan's
desk. His point is you're just going out there and like sweating and just picking apart a defense on day 1 install stuff, which we'll get into in a second. But he's right. Like, you're going to get better looks in practice than that. So I think that's actually a really smart way to view Daniels not participating this weekend.
It's a very good point. It's another way to kind of get to a similar conclusion. I mean, again, I'll use a poorly drawn baseball analogy. If you tell me, hey, before the regular season starts, Danny, this is back when I'm 20-some years ago in shape and playing in college, you get 1 BP swing to get ready, before the season starts. Well, that's better than 0, so I guess I'll take it, but it's not enough, right? If you're not going to do the full 2 weeks and hundreds of swings and not going to do all the normal prep, which the equivalent would probably be a full preseason game or a half of football or something to that effect, then it's kind of diminishing return, right? I guess it's still worth it to go through the exercise of getting loose for the game, warming up, throwing all the passes there and kind of running the route tree on the field just to get that feel a little bit and, do it with other color jerseys on, I suppose. But if you're only throwing 1 or 2 passes, like if you'd thrown 1 pass that what he ended up running for a touchdown. If he'd thrown that pass and that went for a touchdown, he'd thrown 1 pass in the preseason. And we're all acknowledging that's better than 0, but it's like, what, a fraction of a millimeter better than 0? Like if you're not doing the full 15, 20, 30 passes over the course of a preseason, a la Jackson Dart, what work are you really getting against some of these vanilla looks, kind of to Logan's point? So I would rather, probably have him thrown a lot more, just kind of given that this is year 2 and there's no Terry McLaurin and, we're breaking in a whole bunch of new wideouts here. So if it's not going to be 0, I'm not really that, pantaloons in a bunch that it's not going to be 2 or 3 or 4 this weekend against Air.
This was Logan drilling down a little more on just not thinking that playing Daniels against the Ravens is going to help him or really affect his preparation that much.
Is it going to actually help him get better? And I'm not sure that it will, because if Baltimore's not playing their starters, it's going to be a bunch of Jag backups, right? And you're going to pick that apart probably, right? No matter who's playing wide receiver. And then you're just exposing him to injury. And so,
they're not game planning, and it's vanilla.
Yeah, it's super vanilla. Like, I'll tell you, in that 3rd preseason game or 4th preseason game I was playing, it was day 1 install from the defense. They're running 1 coverage. They're running run front. And you could just let that thing rip. And if you had anybody with any kind of experience, you were going to win the game at the quarterback spot, right? Like, that's what that game is. And so, and I love it. And again, 4 or 5 guys are going to make the team off that game tonight, on Saturday, which is great. But that's the thing I come back to. It's like, as much as I think it helps with preparation, help me with my preparation, is it really going to help Jaden Daniels? And again, this is a situation that's outside of the team's control. The joint practice gets canceled. I don't think you need to course correct necessarily, because like hunting for reps if they're not going to be valuable reps. Like, work just for work's sake is not valuable.
Well said by Logan Paulson. So I'll use that as my opportunity to say perfectly okay with the fact that we're not really going to see the starters in this game. Now, that does not mean I'm anti-preseason. I'm the opposite of that. I would have played the starters a little bit more against New England. They didn't play 30 of those guys at all. And I probably would have played them a little bit more against the Bengals even, although on offense, essentially with Daniel's situation, with all of the guys that weren't there from the first-team offense, it didn't really make a lot of sense. And so there wasn't a whole lot you could have done there.
Right.
But every game needs to be just viewed for that one, this example. What is this? No starters, nothing complicated to learn from, bunch of guys on offense that are number twos with me. Is the juice worth the squeeze? And the answer to that, as much as I love preseason and I'm normally all for getting guys out there, no. It's not this time around. The small risk of injury is probably greater than whatever development.
Whatever gains, yeah. I mean, there is something to be said for going through the exercise and, going through the warm-up and the pregame and all that kind of stuff. But, again, it's not enough to outweigh that risk kind of that you're talking about or the lack of upside. I mean, to me, the thing that is still, again, so hanging over this is the canceling of the joint practice, which I never quite understood how that was going to work anyhow. How short this week was and the logistics of it always seemed to be head-scratching to me. I wish, and again, above my pay grade, I have no idea what was involved, what wasn't. But to me, the Bengals would have been the ideal team to have the joint practice with, right? Where everybody's got plenty of time between games. This would have been a great opportunity to get work against this unbelievable offense and great work for some of your defenders. And, then you go out and play the preseason game and get your series. That, to me, would have been perfect. I never quite got how this was all going to work with the Ravens, and it didn't work. They canceled it, or we canceled it. Everyone would cancel it. I have no idea. But that, to me, is the part that's really the more major setback as opposed to not playing in Game 3.
What position group on the roster are you most interested in going in to the final preseason game? I'm going D-line. I just think they've got a lot of guys that could make the team. Armstrong, Payne, Kinlaw, and Miller, they're starting four theoretically on a passing down, are locks. Johnny Newton as the first D tackle off the bench is going to play probably as much or more as the other two D tackles. I would say, obviously, a lock, that's 5. Dietrich Wise is in, that's 6. And then it gets a little compelling. I don't think it's a complete slam dunk that Eddie Goldman makes the roster. I think he will, but I wouldn't be shocked if he didn't. Same with Cleveland Farrell. I would think Cleveland Farrell's in. That gets you to 8. But if Cleveland Farrell doesn't make it, or you find out he got traded for a 6th-rounder in a couple of years or something, would that be stunning to you? The reason I say that is Sheldon Day, who they got off of waivers from the Minnesota Vikings, I think, when they brought him in, flashed a bunch last year. They really like this big fella, Carl Davis, up front, who's had a really good camp in preseason. He's cheaper and younger than keeping an Eddie Goldman around or something like that. They still have on the edge Javonte Jean-Baptiste, who they drafted in the 7th round last year that they like. Now, he's primarily a rusher. This is not a 335-pounder like a Carl Davis in the middle. I really like Jacob Martin as a pass rusher. I'm not sure. Are they going to prioritize at the back of the roster, if you're keeping 9 or 10 D linemen, a guy like Martin that can rush the quarterback, or a guy like Carl Davis that can be a smart car that's hard to move in the middle that can play the run? I think Jalen Holmes has proven he can play. So I just named, 10, 11 guys?
Yeah, it was a whole bunch of people.
Probably 9 spots. That's not even to talk about like Andre Jones or Ricky Barber or any of these other dudes. I think they're going to cut players that are going to start in the league once or twice this year.
I think that's a smart point. To me, it's receiver. And not to be boring and not to be repetitive, but their number 1, you may have heard about a contract dispute. Their number 2 has been out, and I don't know if and when Noah Brown's coming back or how healthy he's going to be. And you've got a whole bunch of unknown after that. Deebo Samuel, I understand, that to me is the only known quantity. That's slot, that's weapon, that's bubble screen, that's outside, that's running back. I get that. He's locked in. He's not playing. But where is...
After that, it's Luke, Jalen Lane.
It's Ja'Cory Brooks. It's, Braylon Sanders and Tame Martin and River Craycraft and a bunch of... Kedja Osborne, maybe. I mean, Jalen Lane, too, I guess, I suppose, is intriguing. But who's playing?
If I had to guess... So it'll be, let's just say McLaurin signs or is back or whatever. McLaurin, Brown, Deebo, Lane, Luke, 1 through 5. I think they'll keep 6, and I'll bet you the 6th guy's not here yet. That's my guess.
Makes sense. Could somebody do something to change that
Yeah.
here in this game? You know, you always sort of think of that. I mean, this is your Marcus White time. This is your preseason superhero type moment. Everybody remembers a standout performance that sort of lives forever. But yeah, that receiver spot. I just don't know. Like, I don't know if Luke McCaffrey's playing or not. I haven't seen anything pro or contrary to it. But
Why wouldn't he?
Well, who knows if he's set in stone and they've seen enough?
He
I have
should
no
play
idea.
60 snaps in this game.
That's what I would do. But again, who knows what they're thinking. But if he does, this needs to be a Luke McCaffrey showcase of wonderment game. You know what I mean? Like, what better opportunity against dudes that aren't making the club? Please, for heaven's sake, have a game that goes down in history.
To that point, let's look at some guys that have to help themselves tomorrow afternoon against the Ravens. And also, we could talk whether or not Terry McLaurin's going to be on site at the stadium as well. Coming up in about 20 minutes, JP from the Junks made an announcement today. He wrote a book about the
It's amazing.
restored faith in the Commanders in this town and a team that people care about again. And we'll ask him about that on The Fan. You can go vote on the Grant and Danny poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades, best in class service and experience. 1067 The Fan Twitter account. We're asking you about the departure of Brian Robinson and whether or not he'll be missed. Again, it's the Grant and Danny poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. A 6th-round pick for Robinson. I do think it's risky to trade him, only because you've got zero information on what Krosky Merritt's going to do in the regular season. Rodriguez has never handled even a small workload. You know, he has been a sparingly used couple of carries here and there per month kind of guy. So everyone's going to be elevated. And whenever you're tapping into people in the workplace and they're all doing bigger roles than they've ever done before, there's just an unknown there.
Yeah, there's an uncertainty.
So it would be a lot easier for them to just roll with Brian Robinson on the depth chart, not have moved on from him. But that's why I think, frankly, when they went to him and said, hey, we're not feeling it right now, these other guys are supplanting you, it seems like it just, both from their perspective and his, was time to move on, and I don't know how well that went.
Yeah, so from a, all things being equal, in a vacuum, video game style, whatever you want to call it, I would not have traded him. I would have kept him on my roster for those reasons that you said, just demoted him and said, hey, this is a challenge, this will be tough, but be a pro. It sounds like that's not how it went. Just reading the tea leaves, again, when you go from maybe you're not going to get as many carries as you want to you're out of here, it probably sounds like he didn't take it well or whatever. Again, I don't want to impugn the character. I have no idea, but just, again, reading the tea leaves.
Did you see Eli Willits, the number 1 pick for the Nationals, last night made his debut in Fredericksburg, and with the Fred Nats, the 17-year-old in affiliated ball, had 3 hits, couple of runs batted in, runs scored, filled out the stat sheet.
That ain't bad.
I couldn't believe it.
Have
what
a night,
an
young
amazing
man.
night for a 17-year-old. They basically are just getting him there to get his feet wet. And he's going to fail, and you're going to watch him fail and just say, okay, well, I see the tools. He can play the infield. He's got great speed. A 3-hit debut for Eli Willits last night at Fredericksburg.
There's a lot of things to that. Number one, that's awesome for the kid.
Oh, my gosh.
Number two, it just reminds you that players now are so much better than players have ever been. If that makes any sense, right? Like the coaching, the instruction, the lifetime of dedication to it. He's already played and forgotten more baseball than a lot of major leaguers from back in the 1960s and 70s when they came up. Just the amount of grind, and he's ready to handle professional baseball. I mean, to give you an idea, as a 20-year-old in the Valley League, I went 2 for 5 in my first game, and then that was pretty much it for the next month. I didn't get a hit for another 4 weeks and lost my job. So that's a pretty big deal that a 17-year-old in pro ball was a factor last night. Stolen base, RBIs, and a whole lot.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan, taking you up to 6:15. We are at Honor Brewing. We're going to be out here, not just tonight, but as a station throughout the football season. Road games all year long. This will be your pregame home in a couple different locations ahead of the Commanders hitting the road. So this is where Denton and Linnell and all the crew and everybody else doing pregame shows will be posting up as the season goes on. All right, couple of things I wanted to get into ahead of Sunday's game, tomorrow's game, Saturday afternoon game with the Baltimore Ravens, final tune-up before the regular season. I want you to give me one name of a player that you think has to help themselves, a guy you're most interested in watching tomorrow.
This might be lame, and we kind of keep beating this drum, but Luke McCaffrey. That's the first name that comes to mind, but he and Ben Sinnott kind of to me are tied at the hip in this regard. I'm just waiting to see it. I'd like to see it. I don't know if you're capable or not. I know that the team has turned to other options each time, but this should be a great showcase for both of those guys if they're both in the lineup.
Yeah, I want to see Sinnott make plays along the lines you're talking about with Luke McCaffrey, but I guess for me, the guy I'm most intrigued by, it's got to be in the backfield. Like, I don't know how they're going to go about using the running backs, but I think that's going to be an answer key moment for us. If Rodriguez doesn't play at all, but Krosky Merritt does, that's telling.
Mm-hmm.
If they both play and one gets 9 carries and the other gets 2 carries and is out, I think that's revealing as well. But they've also got some tough decisions to make with Jeremy McNichols or Demetric Felton or one of these other guys. So I'll be monitoring that position pretty closely. Also at linebacker, there's some competition right now with this Jordan McGee injury. Maybe you put him on short-term IR. Kane Madrano's in, that's clear. But does a Duke Riley make the team with a monster game? Could one of the other guys like Ale Cajo, he had a huge
I thought
game.
he was pretty good the other night.
He was. You heard his name incessantly. That's someone I think that's one more strong showing away from making it real tough and possibly making the team. Lastly, Terry McLaurin. Is he going to be there? I brought this up earlier. This, to me, is the biggest storyline tomorrow. With all due respect to the kids on the field and everybody who's going to be scratching and clawing from a roster spot. Yep. Terry McLaurin didn't come Monday night. There's this rumbling out there that maybe the team just said, hey, don't bother. Don't come. It's a distraction. The cameras on Monday Night Football will be showing you the entire time. I don't really buy that. I think he probably wasn't going to come, and they said, no problem. It's excused. But it would be telling to me if for the second time this week they're playing a home game and he decides to chill in Loudoun County and not post at the stadium.
Yeah, I think he's not going to go. I think it's going to be a continuation of this. And I think that's the wrong decision. I think that's a mistake. But, he's already done it once. So, I cannot imagine the team saying, yeah, go away. I think they tacitly agreed to it, understanding that it would then, if it was unexcused, then it means fine time. And now, we're taking money out of your pocket. So I bet you it may end up being the same circumstance because, again, the end goal is for him to play football this year for this team. But my guess is that he will not be there tomorrow.
I have some hope and a little bit of optimism that he shows up based on Albert Breer's reporting in his piece that he wrote on some League Buzz and News today. He said, as for Terry McLaurin, I think the negotiation is in a better spot than it's been, but the sides started out pretty far apart, so there was a lot of ground to make up. He goes on to write, maybe the deadlines in the next couple of weeks will help push an agreement through. Breer was the first person we had on the show that said this is really, really bad.
Yeah, this is worse than you think, yeah.
In fact, he was the first person I can remember in the national writer kind of group who came out and said this is uglier than people think it is, and it's going to go on longer than people think, and he was so right. Now he's saying it's better maybe than we understand, and it's closer to being resolved, which encourages me because he's been spot on throughout the process. Our Panda Watch Terry McLaurin updates, that's what they are.
That's what it is.
Brian Fantana style. Come your way via Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Author J.P. Flame of Sports Junkies
Renowned author, yeah.
joins us next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. In the NFL, Commanders getting set for their preseason finale tomorrow at Northwest Stadium against the Ravens. Kickoff at noon. Today, Brian Robinson traded away from the team to San Francisco. Commanders getting back a 6th-round pick. They're also going to retain a portion of Robinson's salary, $1.25 million. Today, the Panthers extended offensive tackle Taylor Moton, 2 years, $44 million, $40 million guaranteed. And Steelers rookie defensive tackle Derek Harmon has a sprained MCL, expected to be out for a month. The 21st overall pick out of Oregon could start the year on injured reserve. Soccer, the 2026 World Cup draw is going to be held at the Kennedy Center on December 5th, ahead of next year's World Cup being hosted in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And in baseball, the Nationals been a 3-game series against the Phillies tonight. 6:45 right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Taijuan Walker at Citizens Bank Park. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
One last ride for this week of radio from Honor Brewing in Fairfax. Grant and Danny on The Fan. We'll get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Talk to our buddy JP Flame of the Junkies in a moment. Quick reminder, Monday, we're going to pull random names for our Grant and Danny Listener League for fantasy football this year. We'll be drafting Wednesday in Springfield at Pupatella Pizza. So if you want to be in the league, you've got to go to facebook.com/Grant and Danny, and you can just fill out your name and your contact information. Not much more to it than that, and we'll randomly pick participants for our G&D Fantasy Football Listener League this year. But let's get to the hotline. Welcome onto the show, renowned author, who's been hard at work over the last several months. While you guys have been sleeping and resting, and while we've been sitting on our couches, he's been grinding in libraries. JP Flame of the Junkies joins us now. What's up, JP? How are you?
What's up, boys? Let me start off by saying thank you to you guys because both you guys helped me along the way. It's been a grind, but I'm happy that the book is going to be out soon. It's up for pre-order today at faithrestoredbook.com. You can pre-order your copy. But both you guys helped me out, and you know what? I'll start with Grant. Grant, you shared a story about doing the remote from Philadelphia. And you also shared the story of your field trips, which you're doing right now, that you guys had kicked around for years doing a field trip, but based on what the team was at the time, the culture, the toxicity, you felt like, nah, probably not the best time. And then fast forward to where you're in Philadelphia, and you lose your voice during a remote because the fan base is so nuts. That's really what the book is about. The team getting good, but also the fans kind of coming back to the team. And you know, you guys both have kids. There was an entire generation of kids, like my daughter, that never got to witness the glory years.
Without a doubt. I mean, I've told this a million times, JP. You know, you've got some older kids, but also we have some kids the same age, too. You would go to my son's school in D.C. and then in Fairfax County when it was like Jersey Day. There would never be a single football jersey with Washington. The occasional football jersey might have Mahomes on it or an Eagles jersey or something like that. A lot of soccer, international, this and that. Nobody cared. A whole generation of kids were like, why would I bother doing that? And now, hopefully, with a little bit more success, it seems like that might be different.
Yeah, and the whole culture of the organization has changed. You know, take a look at those NFLPA grades, which maybe some people find silly. The players are, you know, talking about team travel and the facilities and all those things. But the last 2 years under Dan Snyder, the Redskins, the Washington football team, whatever they were called, finished dead last 2 years in a row. And Josh Harris takes over the team, and he says, I'm not an F- guy, and I think they finished 11th this year and had A's in a bunch of departments. It's just a totally different thing. I went to the game on Monday. I get out of the elevator. There's a DJ there spinning records. Like, wow. It's these little touches that are different now.
faithrestoredbook.com to order JP's book. He just made the announcement that it's done and available on the Junkies this morning.
So cool.
I thought it was cool that you got Joe Theismann to do the foreword, JP.
Yeah, Joe's awesome. You know what? I talked to him a couple times. I talked to him. When I first talked to him, I talked to him in particular. I have a Hail Mary chapter. I got a bunch of guys that I talked to all about that, about how the team preps for that. And Joe is so nice. You know this. You've had him on the show. And by the time I finished kind of writing the draft, I was like, who should I talk to? And I felt kind of sheepish about asking him, but I just saw his forward literally like 2 days ago. I mean, he crushed it. It's awesome. So I was honored that he did that.
So I've told you this off air. I've told you it on air as well, JP. I am an admirer of yours in the sense that, you know, I don't feel like I've got enough compelling to say, despite the fact that I talk so much all the time in my life. But the ability to sit down and do it, as you've now done a couple of times, write a book, I think it's incredible. And I think, you know, you shouldn't sell yourself short on what an achievement and accomplishment that is. But when you sat down to do this, what was the thing that kind of surprised you about it, that became either more of a challenge or was more fun? Just kind of some unexpected parts of this thing.
Well, let me take a step back. So, to be honest, this wasn't my idea. The last book, I wrote a draft about the Junkies still barking, and I was like, how do I turn this into a book? And I talked to different people like John Feinstein and Rick Snyder, and eventually got pointed to Dennis Tuttle, who used to write for the Washington Times, and he helps people do books. Well, he really elevated that book. And since then, he pitched me a couple ideas, and this one he pitched to me just before they played the Lions. And I didn't say yes off the bat because I knew it would be a lot of work. And we happened to have Herm Edwards on the show. And in the back of my mind, I asked Herm Edwards a question for the book. And he delivered a great story, which is in my chapter called Game Changer, about drafting Jaden Daniels. But it's about Jaden's kind of coming out party on the national scene when he's a freshman at Arizona State. They're playing Justin Herbert and the powerful Oregon Ducks, who are number 6. And Herbert throws a couple of touchdown passes in the fourth quarter, closing the gap. And Herm goes over to Jaden, and Jaden, of course, calm, poised, and he's like, hey, you know what to do, right? And Jaden nods his head, and he goes, throw the ball to Ayuk. And, of course, he hits a long bomb to Ayuk. They win the game. The fans storm the field. So when that happened, I decided to move forward on the book and kind of grind it out. I forget your original question, but I appreciate the compliment about writing the book. And, you know, you being a comedian, I saw something Jerry Seinfeld once said. Like, I don't know if I'm a great writer. It's a challenge for me to write scenes. Like, I learned to write in law school. It's issue, rule, apply, conclude. It's a simple formula. But to write, like, what it smells like when you walk into a place and what it looks like, that's kind of my challenge. But Jerry Seinfeld once said there's no such thing as writer's block. There's just lazy.
JP Flame, the book that just dropped is Faith Restored. You can get it at faithrestoredbook.com. All right, we'll let you out on this one because we're getting ready for Nats baseball. But tell people what they're getting again in the book and just the idea behind it, and give a little summation of something maybe you'd want people to know about it that we haven't asked about.
So the book's in 3 acts, so it's mostly the third act. There's glory years when they were winning Super Bowls, what it was like. I talked to a lot of people that were fans growing up, whether it was Steve Sands, who's a big fan from the Golf Channel, who grew up. His season tickets went back to Griffith Stadium and the family, to Tony Perkins, Steve Buckhantz, all these people. Then there's the destruction, which, of course, is the Dan Snyder years. But that's mostly quick, and then it's kind of reliving last season, which I like to call the resurrection. The fans coming back to the team. You know, Trustway was on your show and shared a story about the Atlanta Falcons game where at halftime he was so used to when the team was losing, the fans booing. And he said he got chills because instead of being booed at halftime, the fans kind of lifted the team up. And that is what has happened to this team. Like, organizationally, they're 100 times better. Obviously, they got Jaden Daniels, which has made them better on the field. But it's kind of a combination of the fans coming back to the team and the organization and the team getting good again.
JP, really appreciate you joining us, buddy. Congratulations on the book, man. It's an awesome stuff. It's really, really cool.
Thanks, man, and I appreciate you guys helping out. You know, Danny kind of talked to me about winning off the field. Hopefully, there'll be more winning on the field, and we don't have to do bits anymore.
That would be nice. Just talking ball, wins, a lot of them.
Ride the wave. You know, people, you know, you get this all the time. People think that we just thrive on negativity. Well, that's not the truth. We'd rather ride the wave of a winning team, like when the Capitals won the Stanley Cup.
It was
or
like
the Nationals won the World Series. It's much more fun. You know, you're at Honored Brewing. you talked about jerseys. We did a watch party for the NFC Championship game, and Cakes had that same feeling because we used to do pregame shows from bars, and nobody be wearing a jersey, and that place was packed. That's what we want.
Well, we got close to it last year. We got a little taste of what it could be like. Hopefully, with Jaden Daniels at the controls, it becomes the norm around these parts. Great job, though. Very, very cool. Thrilled for you that the book is done and ready to hit the presses.
Appreciate it, boys, and thanks again for your help.
You got it. There's JP Flame of the Junkies writing a book, man. What an undertaking.
People sleep on how hard that is.
He's done at least 3 because he obviously, as you mentioned, still barking. Then you go way back.
Rocky.
Chasing Rocky, and now this. Now, he may have written something else I don't even know about. That's at least 3 books.
People sleep on how
He's
hard
like
it
a
is.
real author,
Yeah,
this guy.
that is a really, really hard to do.
Very impressive. All right, let's get you the leadoff ahead of Nationals baseball right now. They play in Philadelphia tonight. Pre-game's just a couple of minutes away. The leadoff brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind Cade Cavalli on the bump, leading off, playing left field. That's James Wood batting second, playing shortstop. See, Jake Abrams batting third at first base. Josh Bell batting fourth behind the dish. Riley Adams batting fifth at second base. Luis Garcia Jr. hitting sixth in right field. Dylan Cruz batting seventh. Your DH tonight. Dalen Lyle batting eighth at third base. That's Brady House. And batting ninth in center field, Robert Hassel the third.
Cade Cavalli's the story here. Last time out against Philadelphia, he threw 7 scoreless innings 5 days ago at Nationals Park. He looked like a legitimate front-of-the-rotation starter for the second time in short order since returning. Fastball's 96 to 98 and touches 100. He's got a big curveball that's hard to hit. He's got a nasty changeup when it's right. I mean, he's got the best stuff that any right-hander has had for the Nationals since Steven Strasburg. Now, he's got to put it all together and stay healthy. But, man, oh, man, can you dream on Cade Cavalli? Hopefully he could string one more quality outing together.
Be amazing against the same lineup, yeah?
What's becoming a really good end-of-season story here. He's got an early 2.20 ERA through a few outings. For the fellas back in our studios, Darius and Ryan, for Toby out here on site, and for the good people at Honor Brewing for their hospitality. It was awesome hanging out here all day long. Grant and Danny saying so long. We will be back at 2 o'clock on Monday.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.